Let's talk about what happens when the universe decides your mission is over and you leave this world. They think you were nothing. They think your presence had no weight, no meaning. Oh, how wrong they are. They only realize the sun was keeping them warm when the cold finally sets in. Before we go any further, here is your task. Help spread this message to more chosen ones out there. Press the like button under this video. It will signal YouTube that this message should reach those who need to hear it. And subscribe, because this isn't just content, it's a call to arms. The more of us awaken, the harder it gets for them to control the narrative. Now, let's continue. Chosen ones, listen up. You've spent your life walking through fire, carrying burdens that weren't even yours, standing in a war you never asked to fight. And for what? To be mocked, to be underestimated, to be treated like you were nothing. They called you crazy. They dismissed your voice. They laughed behind your back. But here's the part they never understood. You weren't doing it for them. You were chosen by something greater than their shallow understanding, and that means your mission was never about their approval. Yet how many times did you doubt yourself? How many times did you sit in the dark, wondering if they were right? If maybe, just maybe, you were wasting your time. If maybe you were just a fool shouting into the void. Wake the hell up. You were never just another body in the crowd. You were a disruptor, a force, a living, breathing reckoning walking in their midst. But you let their doubts seep into you like poison. You second-guessed your power while they fed off of your presence, sucking you dry like leeches while pretending they didn't need you. And now that your mission is over, now that you're gone, watch what happens. Watch how the balance tips, how the structure crumbles, how the very same people who swore you were irrelevant start drowning in the consequences of their own arrogance. They thought they won. They thought they finally rid themselves of the problem that was you. But the problem was never you. It was them. You were the last thing keeping their world from folding in on itself. You were the last candle in a room that was already filling with smoke. And now that you're gone, the fire will consume them, and there will be no one left to put it out. They mocked you because they feared you. They ignored you because they knew you saw through their illusions. The enemy never attacks what isn't a threat. They needed you gone because your presence alone was a reminder that they were weak. And now they will face the reality of that weakness with no shield to protect them. The silence after the chosen ones leave isn't peace. It's the deep, eerie quiet before a collapse. The kind where even the most arrogant ones start feeling something is wrong, but can't quite name it. That's your absence haunting them. That's your impact echoing in the empty spaces they thought they could fill with lies. Chosen ones, stop underestimating what you were. Stop doubting what you carried. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to be understood by them. You were meant to shake things up, to destroy falsehoods, to challenge the very fabric of the system. And you did. Now, let them burn in the ruins they built for themselves. Let them choke on their own words. They wanted you gone. Now they'll learn what life without you really means. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, whether this is your first time here or you've been standing with us since day one, understand this. Your presence matters. You are part of something unstoppable. If you've ever felt out of place, if you've ever questioned your purpose, this is your confirmation. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments if you know, deep down, you were never meant to fit in. Because your absence will haunt them more than your presence ever did. And now, let's break it down step by step. Trust me, if you are a true chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay till the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. They wanted you gone. Now let them drown without you. They spat in the well that gave them water. Now let them choke on their thirst. You thought you were here to be understood, to be accepted, to find comfort. Wrong. You were here to collide with the very things they swore would never break. You were here to disrupt, destroy, and dismantle the illusions they built their fragile world on. And now that your mission is over, watch them drown in the very chaos they created. From the moment you entered their world, you were a problem. Not because you were doing anything wrong, but because you existed outside their control. You didn't obey. You didn't conform. You didn't worship their false idols of convenience and deception. You carried a force within you that made them uncomfortable, even when you said nothing at all. Ever notice how people tensed up around you for no reason? How they treated you like a threat, even when you offered nothing but truth? That's because your presence alone was a mirror they didn't want to look into. They saw their own weakness in your strength. Their lies couldn't survive in your light. And so, they tried to tear you down, cast you out, make you question your own power. And maybe you did. Maybe there were nights you wondered if they were right, if you were too much, if you should just shut up, blend in, and make life easier for yourself. Maybe you even convinced yourself that you were the problem. Wake up. You were never meant to be accepted by them. You were meant to haunt them. Your existence was a disturbance, a wrecking ball to their carefully crafted illusions. You didn't need their validation because you were sent to remind them that nothing they built on lies would stand. And now they are learning that the hard way. They thought they won when they pushed you out. They laughed, thinking they had finally rid themselves of you. But here's the thing about chosen ones. Their absence is more devastating than their presence ever was. You were the last thread holding things together, the last warning before the fall. And now they will see what life without you really looks like. They underestimated the weight of your presence, and now they are suffocating in the weight of your absence. Maybe you thought you failed. Maybe you believed that your efforts were wasted, that all the battles you fought, all the truth you spoke, all the resistance you faced, meant nothing in the end. But tell me this, if you were so insignificant, why did they go out of their way to break you? Why did they work so hard to silence you? Why did they attack you, isolate you, mock you? Because they feared you. They feared the shift you carried. They feared what you represented. They feared the reality that as long as you were around, they couldn't fully live in their delusions. You were the voice that called them out, the force that disrupted their carefully constructed lies. And now that you're gone, everything they built is starting to collapse. And don't think they don't feel it. They might not say it out loud. They might act as if nothing has changed. But deep down, in the quiet of the night, when the distractions fade and they are left alone with their thoughts, they know. They know they lost something they can never replace. They thought you were a nuisance. They thought your presence was a problem. But now they see you were the only thing standing between them and their destruction. Now they're scrambling, trying to hold up what is already falling apart. Trying to replace what was never meant to be duplicated, trying to hold back the consequences they swore would never come. You were never here for comfort. You were here for collision. You weren't meant to fit in, to be liked, to be accepted. You were meant to shake the foundations of everything false. And now that your mission is over, don't you dare look back with regret. Let them feel the silence where your voice used to be. Let them sit in the emptiness where your presence once filled the room. Let them fight the shadows that creep in now that your light is gone. This is not your loss. This is their reckoning. They thought you were replaceable. Now they realize you were the only thing holding back the flood. And now, let them drown. Number 2. Your exit was their last warning. Now, let the storm hit. They laughed at the walls that kept them safe, until the walls were gone and the flood came rushing in. Leaving was never your failure. It was never weakness, never surrender, never unfinished business. Your exit was the final move, the last shift, the irreversible turning point. And now they are left to face what they never believed would come. You didn't walk away because you lost. You walked away because your job was done. Your presence alone had already done its work. It had exposed, disrupted, and unsettled everything that needed to be shaken. It had revealed the truth, forced decisions, shattered illusions. The weight of what you carried was never meant to stay forever. It was meant to be felt, to be known, to be a warning. They always make the same mistake. They think the chosen ones exist to hold up their fragile world indefinitely. That as long as you were there, things would keep standing. That as long as you stayed, the cracks in their foundation wouldn't spread. But you were never their savior. You were their deadline. Your presence was a shield, but only for a time. A grace period, a final chance, a lifeline. And when that time was up, when that grace expired, you were pulled away, not as a retreat, but as the final act before the reckoning. Now they will see. They thought they could resist forever, that they could mock you, ignore you, push you aside and keep playing their games. They thought they had more time. They thought your warnings were empty. But warnings don't last forever. And when they stop, judgment begins. Your exit wasn't an accident. It wasn't random. It was a calculated move, a strategic withdrawal that marked the beginning of their fall. They assumed they were in control, that nothing would change, that they could keep pushing, keep resisting, keep laughing at what they didn't understand. Now watch what happens. Because when the chosen ones are removed, things don't just stay the same. They collapse. Not because you wanted destruction, but because your presence was the only thing holding back the consequences. Your very existence was the dam standing between them and the flood. And now the flood is coming. This is what they never saw coming. They thought they could test you endlessly, that your patience, your presence, your energy, and your grace were things they could abuse without consequence. But now they will feel the weight of everything they ignored, everything they dismissed, everything they thought would never come. You were never meant to carry them. You were never meant to save them. Your presence was never a guarantee of safety. It was a final warning before the fall. And the fall is here. They assumed your exit meant defeat, that it meant you were powerless, that you weren't as strong as they once feared. But what they failed to understand is that the strongest move isn't always staying. It's knowing when to leave, when to walk away, and let everything they swore would never break shatter without you. You were never meant to be the one patching up their sinking ship forever. You weren't here to keep fixing what they refused to change. You weren't here to be their endless source of protection while they mocked the very thing keeping them afloat. And now, the shield is gone. Now they will face the full force of the storm they thought would never hit. Now they will learn what it means to take something for granted until it's too late. Now they will watch everything they swore was unshakable crumble without you. This is not your loss. This is their consequence. You were never removed as a retreat. You were removed as a message that grace has shifted, that time has run out, that those who thought they were untouchable are about to learn just how wrong they were. When the chosen ones leave, history doesn't stay the same. It turns, it breaks, it begins again, but never in the way they wanted. Number 3. They thought you were just another person. Now they see you were their last chance. They ignored the lighthouse, thinking the storm would never come. Now the waves are swallowing them whole. You weren't placed randomly. You were an answer to a crisis they didn't even recognize. A solution they didn't ask for, but desperately needed. A force that disrupted their dysfunction, even when they resented you for it. You were never just another presence, another voice, another person passing through. You were the reason everything held together longer than it should have. The reason the destruction didn't come sooner. The reason judgment hadn't hit yet. But they never saw it that way. They assumed you would always be there, always praying, always carrying the weight, always standing in the gap for people who took you for granted. They thought they had time, that you were just a part of the background, another fixture in their lives, another presence they didn't have to appreciate. And now you're gone. No explanation, no warning, no second chances, just gone. Now the cracks are spreading, the atmosphere has shifted. The peace they never noticed is gone. The silent protection they mocked, gone. The favor they assumed was their own, gone. And reality is setting in. You weren't just someone who came and went. You were their last chance. They thought your warnings were just noise, that your presence was just a coincidence, that the things you carried, your wisdom, your discernment, your spiritual fire, were just parts of your personality, not divine assignments sent to shield them from what was coming. They were wrong. You were sent because they had a crisis they refused to face, a sickness in their spirit, a corruption in their foundations, a storm they kept pretending wasn't real. You weren't there to entertain them, to please them, or to make life easier for them. You were there to hold up a mirror, to shake the ground, to disrupt the comfort that was keeping them asleep. And now they will wake up, but not in the way they expected. You were never meant to stay forever. Your mission had a deadline. You were placed in their lives for a reason, but only for a season. Once that reason was fulfilled, once that final chance was given, once the truth was laid bare, there was no reason for you to remain. And now the ones who resented you will feel the weight of your absence. They assumed the light would always be there. Now they will see what happens when darkness takes over. They assumed grace was unlimited. Now they will see what happens when it shifts. They assumed they could ignore the warnings forever. Now they will live in the consequences they swore would never come. This is what always happens. People mistake mercy for permanence. They assume that because destruction hasn't hit yet, it never will. They laugh at the ones trying to wake them up. They resist the voices that tell them the truth. They treat the chosen ones like an inconvenience, like background noise, like something they can take or leave. And then, one day, the chosen are gone. And that's when everything changes. The same ones who mocked you will be the ones whispering your name in regret. The same ones who rolled their eyes at your warnings will be the ones wishing they had listened. The same ones who dismissed your presence will be the ones desperately trying to figure out why everything is suddenly falling apart. They won't understand it at first. They'll try to fix it on their own, thinking it's just a bad phase, just a moment of bad luck. But the longer they struggle, the more they will realize what they lost was never just a person. They lost a covering. They lost a shield. They lost the only thing standing between them and what was always coming. And now they are on their own. This isn't your loss. This isn't your failure. This is their consequence. Because when the chosen ones leave, they don't just take their presence with them. They take everything that came with it. And now, the ones left behind will finally understand what they never wanted to believe. They never had time, they only had you. Number 4. They were never meant to love you. They were meant to fear you. They don't hate you because you're wrong. They hate you because you're right, and they know it. You thought being chosen meant respect, admiration, applause. Wake up. You weren't sent here to be loved. You were sent here to be a problem, to be a warning, to be a disruption in the comfort they worship. And that's why they rejected you. Not because you were wrong, but because you refused to stay silent. People love the idea of being chosen until they realize what it actually means. Until they feel the weight of walking into places where they are not wanted, speaking truths that no one wants to hear. Until they realize that being chosen doesn't come with celebration, it comes with resistance. They call you extreme. They label you difficult, dangerous, unstable. They twist your words, distort your intentions, make you the villain. Not because they misunderstand you, but because they know exactly what you are, and they hate that they can't control it. And yet, you still doubt yourself. You still wonder if maybe you're the problem. Maybe if you softened your words, if you made yourself smaller, if you stopped confronting them with truth, they would accept you. Wrong. They will never accept you, because your very existence is a threat to everything they've built their fragile world on. History has proven this over and over again. The chosen ones, the truth bringers, the ones sent to wake people up, they were never celebrated. They were stoned. They were exiled. They were murdered. They weren't honored. They were erased. And still, you think you'll be the exception. You think you'll be the one they finally understand. Wake up. Even the greatest of all, the one who came with pure truth, pure love, pure light, was betrayed, falsely accused and executed by the very people he came to save. So why would it be different for you? You were not sent to comfort them in their delusions. You were sent to destroy them, to tear down their illusions, to burn their falsehoods, to expose the rot they pretend isn't there, to remind them that they do not own truth. Truth owns them. But here's the reality. People love their darkness. They cling to it, protect it, fight for it. They don't want to be awakened. They want to be left alone. And when you, chosen one, walk in carrying truth like a blade, their first instinct is to destroy you before you destroy their comfort. The rejection, the mockery, the exile. It was never personal. It was prophetic. It has always been this way. The world will always push back against truth. They believe that if they can silence the messenger, they can kill the message. That if they can break you, they can continue their games without consequence. But the truth doesn't die, and neither do the consequences of ignoring it. So why do you keep searching for acceptance? Why do you still crave their approval? Why do you doubt your power just because the world refuses to recognize it? They were never meant to love you. They were meant to fear you, because deep down they know you carry something they can't erase. They know you see what they try to hide. They know that when you speak, it carries a weight they can't match. And that terrifies them. That's why they try to shut you up. That's why they push you away. That's why they whisper behind your back, laugh in your face, spread lies about you. It's not because they don't believe you, it's because they do. And they know that if they don't resist you, they'll have to face everything they've been running from. So they run. They run from truth. They run from exposure. They run from the reality that your presence alone is proof that time is running out. And you weren't sent to convince them. You weren't sent to beg them to listen. You weren't sent to win their hearts. You were sent to be the last warning before the fall. Whether they listen or not, that's up to them. But don't you dare think for a second that you failed. Because when the collapse comes, when the dust settles, when they finally look around and realize the warnings were real, they will remember you, and they will know they had their chance. Number 5. Wake up. The world was never going to change for you. You can lead them to the fire, but some will still choose the dark. Listen up, chosen ones. It's time to face the truth you've been running from. You spent too much time believing that if you just loved harder, spoke louder, fought longer, people would change. That if you gave them enough truth, enough proof, enough chances, they would finally wake up. But they didn't, did they? You preached, you warned, you poured your soul into people who took your words like background noise, like something they could nod at and ignore. You exhausted yourself trying to save those who never wanted to be saved. And now you sit there wondering if you failed, if you should have tried harder, if maybe, just maybe, there was one more thing you could have said to make them see. Stop that nonsense right now. The truth is, some people aren't asleep. They're resisting. They're rejecting the truth, not because they don't understand, but because they don't want to. You were never dealing with ignorance. You were dealing with defiance, and no amount of effort on your part was ever going to change that. How many times did you break yourself trying to fix what was never your responsibility? How many times did you carry the weight of their choices as if it was your burden to bear? Let me tell you something. It was never your job to save them. Your mission was never about changing the world in the way you hoped. It was about making sure they had no excuse when their time ran out. Every warning you gave, every truth you spoke, every last attempt you made to shake them awake. It wasn't for your satisfaction. It was so that when everything they ignored finally collapses, they won't be able to say, "I didn't know." That's what burns the most, doesn't it? Not that they rejected you, but that they chose to stay blind, that they looked truth in the face and laughed, that they saw the storm coming and still refused to move, that they would rather hold on to their comfort, their power, their illusions, than admit you were right. Let them go. Let them suffer the weight of their own decisions. It was never your job to make them listen. Your job was to deliver the message. Whether they accept it or reject it is between them and their fate. Some will change, some won't. Some will remember your words only when it's too late. But you did what you were sent to do. You weren't called to hold their hands through the fire. You were called to be the last warning before the flames rose too high. So stop mourning what was never yours to fix. Stop carrying the dead weight of those who chose their fate. The world was never going to change the way you hoped. But because of you, it will never be able to say it wasn't warned. Number 6. Your pain was their warning, but they laughed. Now let them suffer. They mocked the scars that could have saved them. Now they will bleed without mercy. You thought your suffering was personal, that it was just bad luck, bad timing, bad choices, that maybe you were cursed, broken, or simply not good enough. Wake up. Every betrayal, every rejection, every night you spent wondering why nothing ever worked out for you was never about you. It was a message written into your flesh, a prophecy carved into your very existence. You were never just a person. You were a warning walking in human form. They didn't just attack you for fun. They didn't turn on you randomly. They were repelled by what you carried. Your life, your struggles, your very presence, it exposed them. The truth in you made the lies in them unbearable, and so they lashed out. They rejected you because accepting you would have meant facing themselves. And what did you do? You questioned yourself. You wondered if maybe they were right, if maybe you really were the problem, if maybe you should just shrink, dim your light, Stop being what you were born to be. How dare you? How dare you doubt the weight of your suffering? How dare you look at your scars as just pain instead of proof? Proof that everything you ever said was real. Proof that everything you warned them about was not theory, but experience. You didn't just speak about endurance, you endured. You didn't just warn about betrayal, you survived it. You didn't just preach about rejection, you felt it firsthand. And now they will see. Because those who ignored your suffering will soon understand it. But it won't be through words, it will be through experience. The same fire that burned you will now burn them, and they will remember everything you tried to tell them. But this time, you won't be there to help. They had their chance. They watched you struggle, they saw the warnings, but they laughed. They assumed you were just weak, just unlucky, just broken. They convinced themselves that what happened to you could never happen to them. Now, let them choke on their arrogance. You were never meant to beg them to understand. You were sent to be the proof they would either learn from or suffer through. And now, the time for lessons is over. Your suffering was never wasted. It was the last warning before the consequences hit. And whether they listen or not, your life will stand as proof that they had every chance to pay attention. Number 7. Now that you're gone, let them drown in the silence they wanted. They mocked the voice that warned them. Now let them choke on the silence that follows. You spent all this time speaking, warning, standing in the gap. And for what? They heard you, but they never listened. They saw you, but they never understood. They had access to you, but they never valued it. And now you're gone. No more warnings, no more guidance, no more presence holding things together. And that's when reality hits. They thought you were just talking, that your words were just noise, that your presence was just another thing they could take for granted. But what they failed to realize is that what you carried wasn't just knowledge, wasn't just kindness. It was a divine force, something they will never find again. They didn't understand what your presence really meant until it was gone. And now they can feel the void, the peace they never noticed, gone. The protection they didn't even realize was covering them, lifted. The wisdom they rolled their eyes at suddenly makes sense. Too late. And you wasted too much energy trying to wake up people who were never meant to go with you. You drained yourself speaking to those who refused to hear. You gave away pieces of yourself to people who only saw you as an option, never a necessity. Wake up. Your mission was never to convince them. It was to warn them. And once that warning was ignored, your job was done. They thought you'd always be there, always fighting for them, always explaining, always making things right. But grace has limits. And when that limit is reached, God doesn't just move His chosen, He removes them. And now they will see what life without you really looks like. They might try to replace you, try to fill the space you left, try to find another source of wisdom, strength, and clarity. But it won't be the same. Because what you carried was never about convenience. It was a divine assignment, and assignments cannot be replaced. Let them feel the weight of what they lost. Let them sit in the silence where your voice used to be. Let them search for the presence they once dismissed. Because your absence is now the loudest thing in their lives. They thought your presence was nothing. Now they will feel the full force of nothing. They assumed they had time. Now they will understand that time has run out. And when they finally realize what they lost, it won't be regret that eats them alive. It will be the knowledge that they had access to something rare, something divine, and they let it slip away. Number 8. They were being tested, and most of them failed. They shook hands with a king and thought he was just another man. Now they kneel before the ruins they brought upon themselves. Your presence in their lives was never random. It was a test. But not for you, for them. And guess what? Most of them failed. How they treated you, how they spoke about you behind your back, how they dismissed you, mocked you, and refused to listen. It was all recorded. Every reaction, every betrayal, every moment they had the chance to recognize who you were and chose not to. They thought they were just dealing with another person, another voice, another nobody. But they were standing in the presence of something divine, something sent as a final warning. And now, the test is over, the grades are in, and their fate is sealed. History has seen this play out before. Again and again, chosen ones are sent as opportunities, as second chances, as lifelines. And every time, the world follows the same pattern: reject, ridicule, remove. Jesus was mocked in his own hometown. Prophets were beaten, ignored, and even killed. The world has always hated those who carried light, because light exposes what people would rather keep hidden. And you were no exception. They had their chance to align with you, to support you, to listen, to realize that what you carried wasn't ordinary, that your presence wasn't just coincidence. You weren't some background character in their life. You were a test they didn't even know they were taking. And they failed. Not because they didn't know better, but because they refused to see. Because their pride wouldn't allow them to accept that something greater was standing right in front of them. They thought they were above it, that they didn't need you, that they could laugh, mock, sabotage, and still somehow escape the consequences. But now they will live with what they chose. Some will realize too late who you really were. They will look back at conversations, at moments, at warnings, and feel the weight of what they ignored. But regret does not erase judgment. Apologies won't undo the choices they made. The test is graded. The results? Permanent. They assumed you would always be there, that they could treat you however they wanted and still have time to fix it later. But later is gone. Your mission is over. The opportunity they had is no longer available. And when the chosen ones leave, it's never just about relocation. It's about shutting the door on those who refuse to see. Now, they will face exactly what they earned. Number 9. This was never just about you. Stop thinking small. A soldier who refuses to move when the battle shifts isn't brave. They're a liability. You really thought this was just about you, about your journey, your struggles, your battles. Wake up. You were never just fighting for yourself. This is war. A war bigger than your emotions, bigger than your pride, bigger than your understanding. And you're just one piece of a much larger strategy. When you were removed, it wasn't an accident. It wasn't abandonment. It wasn't failure. It was a tactical move. But instead of trusting that, instead of seeing the bigger picture, you stood there questioning everything, asking why, crying over what was left behind, wondering if you weren't good enough, if you weren't strong enough, if you somehow fell short. You didn't fall short. You were repositioned. A soldier doesn't stand on the battlefield, refusing to move just because they liked where they were stationed. They follow orders. They trust the strategy. They move when it's time to move. But some of you're acting like stubborn fools, clinging to old battlefields that no longer serve you, mourning positions that were never meant to be permanent. Do you want to win this war or not? Your assignment wasn't forever. Your presence wasn't meant to be locked in one place. You were called to shift, move, adapt. Because the war is always changing. But no, instead of accepting that, you let doubt creep in. You let the enemy whisper in your ear, making you believe that being pulled from a place means you weren't strong enough to hold it. that if you were really meant to be there, you would have stayed. You fell for the lie that staying in one place is the measure of success. It's not. The measure of success is obedience to the bigger plan. And right now, that means letting go of what you thought was yours and understanding that your impact was already made. The battlefield has shifted, and so have you. This isn't about comfort. It never was. This isn't about your understanding. It's about the strategy that sees beyond what you can grasp. You were pulled out because your mission in that place was over, because your presence had already done what it was meant to do, and because the next move in this war required you somewhere else. Stop questioning it. Stop resisting it. You don't get to see the full strategy right now, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If you were truly chosen, if you truly understand the weight of this war, then act like it. Trust the move. Trust the shift. Trust that your next position is just as vital as the last. This war isn't about your comfort. It's about victory. And you were never meant to stay in one place forever. Number 10. They lived under your shadow. Now let them face the storm alone. They mocked the hands that held them up. Now watch them struggle to stand on their own. You think your presence was just a minor detail, that your existence didn't shift the atmosphere? You were never just another person in the room. You were the covering they didn't deserve, the grace they couldn't earn, the shield they didn't even realize was protecting them. And now that you're gone, they are about to find out exactly what that meant. You weren't just surviving in their world, you were the reason things stayed intact. The peace they had, it wasn't theirs. The protection they enjoyed, it was borrowed. The blessings they walked in, they were only standing under the overflow of what was meant for you. And how did they treat you in return? They took you for granted. They mocked you. They ignored you. They drained you while pretending they didn't need you. They acted like your presence was just there, like your impact was nothing more than coincidence. They assumed they could reject you while still keeping the benefits of your presence. But the thing about borrowed favor, it runs out. Now, the covering is gone. Now, the protection they never acknowledged has been lifted. The peace they mistook for their own strength, gone. The unearned blessings that seemed to follow them, they'll watch them dry up one by one. They thought the grace over their lives was their own doing. They never realized they were only standing in the shelter of your storm-proof walls. And now those walls have been removed, and the flood is coming. Some of them will panic. Some will finally recognize what they lost. They'll look around and wonder why everything feels different, why things that once flowed smoothly now feel like an uphill battle, why the energy in the room is suddenly colder, heavier, darker. They will realize too late that they were only safe because you were standing next to them. And you wasted so much time doubting yourself, questioning your impact, wondering if maybe you were just imagining things. How many nights did you wonder if you were really making a difference? How many times did you shrink yourself because you thought maybe you weren't as significant as you felt? Enough. Your presence was never small. It was the silent force holding back the consequences of their own actions. And now those consequences are about to catch up with them, full force. Some will try to call on that old protection after you're gone. They will beg for the grace they once dismissed. They will wish they had valued what they lost. But it's too late. Because the favor that followed you, it was never theirs to keep. Number 11. You were a firestorm, not their fireplace. Stop acting like you belonged there. The wildfire never apologizes for burning down the rot. It was never meant to stay. It was meant to cleanse. You still don't get it, do you? You were never meant to settle. You were not built for comfort, for routine, for blending in with their lifeless structures. You were sent in like a lightning strike, meant to hit hard, shake the ground, and move on. But here you are, still questioning, still mourning the ones who never deserved you, still wondering if you should have stayed. Wake up. You were a disruption, not a decoration. A force, not furniture. You were never meant to be their permanent support, their stability, their safe little fixture in a world built on lies. You were fire. Fire doesn't settle, it consumes. Yet you tried, didn't you? You tried to make it work. You tried to stick around, hoping they would see, hoping they would change, hoping they would understand. But did they? Or did they just grow numb to your presence? Did they stop listening, stop feeling the impact, stop taking you seriously? Because that's what happens when the chosen ones overstay their purpose. The fire that once blazed turns into dull embers, lost in the background. Your job was never to be there forever. Your job was to shake the very foundation of their illusions, to force the necessary collapse, to disrupt the cycles that kept them stagnant. But you started feeling guilty for leaving the wreckage behind. You started thinking, maybe I should have stayed longer. Maybe I should have tried harder. No, they had their time. They had their warnings. Your presence was never meant to be an endless handout. You weren't sent to babysit their transformation. You weren't sent to wait for them to catch up. You were sent to unsettle them, to wake them up, to force a choice, and then to move on. And now you're gone, and the echo of your disruption remains. The ones who needed to hear you will never forget what you said. The ones who resisted you will never be able to erase what you exposed. They may pretend like nothing happened, like you were just a passing phase, an annoyance they brushed off. But deep down, they know. They feel the hole where your presence used to be. They feel the weight of the change you set into motion. And no matter how much they deny it, they will never return to what they were before you came. So stop looking back. Stop feeling guilty. Stop second-guessing your exit. You were never meant to be their foundation. You were meant to burn down what was never supposed to stand. And now that your fire has moved on, let them sit in the ashes. Number 12. Stop crying over the harvest. You were sent to break the ground. The builder doesn't live in the house. The warrior doesn't feast after the battle. The sower doesn't reap the harvest. But without them, nothing stands, nothing survives, nothing grows. You thought you failed, didn't you? You looked around and saw nothing. No results. No proof that your efforts meant anything. You gave everything, your time, your energy, your soul, only to walk away empty-handed. And somewhere along the way, you started believing the lie that maybe, just maybe, you weren't enough. Snap out of it. Your mission was never about seeing the end result. You weren't sent to gather the harvest. You were sent to break the damn ground, to step into places no one else dared touch, to face the hardened, dry, impossible soil that everyone else walked past and said, "Nothing will ever grow here." You were sent to make a way where there was no way, to break through what refused to be broken, to crack open hearts so closed off that even they believed they could never change. And you think you failed because you didn't see flowers bloom. You weren't here for flowers. You were here for war. You see, the harvester walks into the field when everything is easy, when the plants are tall, when the fruit is ripe, when the work is light and rewarding. But the sower walks into a wasteland and digs with bleeding hands. The sower works under the weight of hopelessness, exhaustion, and ridicule. The sower breaks the hardest ground so that someone else, years from now, will reap the benefits. And that's why you suffered. You suffered because you were doing the work no one wanted to do. You stepped into the places everyone else avoided. You carried burdens that didn't even belong to you. You fought to shift things that everyone else had already given up on. And the worst part, nobody saw it. Nobody recognized the weight of what you carried. Nobody appreciated the sacrifices you made. And now you sit here wondering if any of it was even worth it. It was. Because without you, nothing would have changed. Without you, the soil would have stayed dead forever. Without you, those locked doors would still be shut. Without you, the chains would still be unbroken. And while you may never get to see the fruits of your labor, trust me, they will. The same people who doubted you, ignored you, resisted you, they will live in the very future that you bled to make possible. And no, you won't be there to see it. That was never the plan. The warrior doesn't stay to enjoy the peace they fought for. The builder doesn't live in the house they spent years constructing. And the sower doesn't get to enjoy the harvest they died planting. But without them, there would be no future at all. So stop crying over what you didn't get to see. Stop acting like your mission was meaningless just because it wasn't wrapped in reward and recognition. Your work was never about applause. It was about breaking ground in places that needed to be broken. And you did it. You won. Even if you never see it, know this: nothing would have grown without you. Number 13. Your absence is their sentence. Now let them face it. They ignored the warning sirens, mocked the messenger, and laughed at the storm, until the flood swallowed them whole. You thought your leaving was just another goodbye, that your absence was just an afterthought. No, your exit was the final alarm, the last unanswered call before judgment hit. You weren't just another person passing through. You were the last line of defense between them and what's coming. And now they are completely exposed. For so long, you held back the consequences. You stood in the gap. You prayed when they didn't deserve it. You spoke the truth when they refused to hear it. You extended mercy when they spat in your face. And what did they do? They laughed. They dismissed you. They treated you like you were nothing. They thought your warnings were just noise. They thought your presence was irrelevant. Now let them see what happens when that presence is gone. You didn't walk away because you were weak. You were removed because your job was done. The chosen ones are never meant to stay where they are not valued. You were a shield, a barrier, a silent force, holding back what they swore would never come. And now the storm is free to hit. You may have felt unheard. You may have thought no one was paying attention. But your presence had weight. Your voice carried more power than you realized. Even your silence disturbed them. They didn't like what you represented because you forced them to look at their own corruption. And now, as they sit in the aftermath of their arrogance, they will understand. Because the judgment that follows a chosen one's departure is never subtle. It is loud. It is undeniable. It is the kind of reckoning that forces even the most prideful ones to face the truth. But for many, that truth will come too late. They thought they could keep playing their games, that they could mock you, ignore you, dismiss you, and still be fine. They assumed they had time. They assumed they were untouchable. Now let them see the reality of what they set in motion. This isn't about punishment for you. This is about their accountability. How did they treat you? How did they respond to what you carried? Did they listen, or did they push you away? Everything has consequences. Your absence isn't just an empty space. It's a judgment call. They will feel the silence like a noose tightening around their arrogance. They will remember the things they once mocked, the messages they ignored, the truth they refused to acknowledge. And when the full weight of their choices crashes down on them, your absence will be the loudest thing in the room. So let them face it. Let them answer for what they've done. Let the judgment unfold, because your mission is over. And now, here we are. The warning was given. The mission is over. The reckoning has begun. They thought your departure was the end of the story, but it was only the beginning of their consequences. Let them feel the weight of what they took for granted. Let them learn, in the hardest way possible, that your absence is more powerful than they ever imagined. If this message hits home, like this video, subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments. Share this with every chosen one out there, because the ones who need to hear this are closer than you think. Not everyone deserves a seat at your table, chosen ones. Let me remind you of something powerful. A diamond doesn't beg to be admired. It shines unapologetically, whether it's held or ignored. You are that diamond. They had their chance, and they threw it away like a fool who tossed gold into the fire, hoping it'd still be there in the ashes. Spoiler, it won't. Listen closely. The very power you carry, the light that radiates from your spirit, haunts those who underestimated you. Your presence was their lifeline, their secret weapon, the thing that kept their world from falling apart. But they didn't see it. Or worse, they saw it and still thought they could replace you. Now they're drowning in regret, haunted by your absence, because they didn't just lose someone, they lost you, the irreplaceable. Here's the reality, chosen ones. Regret is cheap currency. It's the counterfeit apology of the selfish. When they come knocking again, trying to make things right, they're not coming for you. They're coming for the perks of having access to you. They're coming for the energy you poured into them, the love you gave freely, and the strength they drained from you. But guess what? You're not a refillable well. You're a divine source, and they've run out of access. Period. Don't get it twisted. Your worth doesn't depend on anyone's recognition. You were chosen for a reason. Chosen to rise, to shine, to lead. And every step you take forward without them will only amplify their regret. Their cries for a second chance will be drowned out by the sound of your unstoppable momentum. Keep moving. Keep shining. Let them choke on the dust of your progress. And here's the kicker. Letting them back into your life isn't an act of kindness. It's self-sabotage. They didn't cherish you when you were within reach. Why would they treat you any differently now? A scorpion doesn't change its sting just because it regrets the last bite. Don't be fooled by pretty words and empty promises. Let them live with the consequences of losing you. You don't let a snake back into your garden and expect it to stop biting. Remember that. Let your boundaries be your armor and your absence be the lesson they never forget. If this is hitting your spirit right now, it's because you know the truth deep down. You're chosen for something bigger, something greater, and not everyone gets to come along for the ride. Keep building, thriving, and walking in your purpose. Their regret? That's just the universe's way of showing you the impact you made. But let's be clear, their regret isn't your problem. Before we dive deeper, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. This channel is your safe space, your guide, and your reminder of who you truly are. Don't miss a second of what's coming, because I promise it's your time to rise. Chosen ones, let this be your mantra. Not everyone deserves to experience the afterglow of my light. That glow is yours now. It's your legacy, your power, and your proof that you're untouchable. Keep shining and let them regret from a distance. You've got better things to do, like changing the game and owning your destiny. And to you, the one who knows deep down you're chosen, thank you for being here. Whether you're new to this journey or a loyal soul walking this path with us, your energy fuels this movement. If you're ready to own your worth, leave the past behind and watch those who underestimated you regret it from the sidelines. Hit that like button, subscribe, and drop a number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Believe me, if you're a true chosen one, you won't want to miss a second of what's next. And now, let's break this down step by step. Stick with me until the end. It's time to rise. Let's get into it. Number 1. When they lose the sun, they finally miss its light. A fool never knows the worth of gold until their hands are empty and their pockets echo with regret. Chosen ones, let's get real. They didn't lose just anyone. They lost the irreplaceable, you. They didn't just lose a person. They lost a force, a storm and a sanctuary all in one. You were their light in the darkness, their answer to chaos, the calm that softened their storms. But here's the truth. Not everyone knows how to value a light until they're left standing in the cold, pitch black. And when the cold creeps in, they'll realize they weren't just losing warmth. They were losing the sun. You gave them access to the rarest kind of energy, the kind that can't be bought, can't be replaced, and definitely can't be found again once it's gone. But let's not sugarcoat it. They took you for granted. They thought your loyalty was a guarantee. They assumed your kindness was their right. They believed you'd keep answering their calls, showing up to patch their wounds, and sacrificing yourself to keep them standing. But what did they do in return? Nothing. Worse than nothing, they drained you. They siphoned your strength like thieves in the night, leaving you depleted while they feasted on the fruits of your spirit. They didn't think twice about what they had, because they didn't believe it could ever be taken away. And now they sit in the shadow of their own choices, haunted by your absence. The emptiness they feel isn't just loneliness. It's the realization that no one else carries what you carried. They're out here searching for a version of you in other people, only to find pale imitations. Why? Because you can't duplicate the divine. But let me remind you of something critical. Their regret is not a compliment. Regret is the emotional graveyard where they bury their guilt. And their sudden realization of your worth isn't growth. It's desperation. They're not mourning the loss of you, the person. They're mourning the loss of your benefits. They miss your energy, your solutions, your unwavering presence. But here's the kicker. They don't miss you. They'll try to crawl back into your life with words dipped in honey, talking about seeing the light and appreciating you now. Don't buy it. A snake that sheds its skin is still a snake. They haven't changed. They've just realized the luxury of having you around, and they want it back. It's not about love or respect. It's about convenience. And let me answer the question that might be lingering in your mind. But what if they've truly changed? Chosen ones, if they didn't value the gold when they held it, why would they treat it differently now? People don't suddenly grow into what you deserve. They only grow bitter when they lose what they never deserved in the first place. Let them stew in their regret. It's not your job to hand out second chances to those who squandered the first. They had access to you, the most powerful, unshakable energy, and they fumbled it like amateurs. Now they'll spend their days trying to fill a void that only your presence could satisfy. And that's not your problem. You have something far more valuable than their late recognition, the power of being chosen. You were chosen to rise above, to carry a light so brilliant it exposes the cracks in people who can't handle it. Your existence serves as both a blessing and a reminder, blessing those who respect your energy and reminding those who didn't that they can never have it again. So, should you let them back in? Absolutely not. They didn't respect the sun when it shone on them, so let them freeze in the dark. Let their regret be the heavy chain they carry while you soar higher, shining brighter than ever before. You are not their lesson to relearn. You are their lesson to live with. Keep moving forward, chosen ones. Let your glow blind them from a distance while you walk into your destiny, untouched by their desperation. They'll watch you rise, powerless to follow. And that, right there, is the sweetest justice of all. Number 2. You were the fire that kept them warm. Now they're left in the cold. A leech doesn't mourn the host. It mourns the loss of its meal. Chosen ones, let me speak to your soul. You were their lifeline, their secret weapon, the unseen force keeping their world intact. When you walked into their lives, you didn't just show up. You brought light to their darkest corners, warmth to their coldest days, and energy to their lifeless routines. Your presence wasn't ordinary. It was transformational. You weren't just there. You carried them. But here's the bitter truth they'll never admit. They didn't see you as the miracle you were. They didn't respect the fire that kept their life burning. They only noticed its absence when it went out. Now that you're gone, they're shivering in the dark, scrambling to figure out how to survive without the energy you so freely gave. You see, most people don't understand the depth of their dependence until the well runs dry. They didn't just drink from your well, they drained it. They leaned on your strength, soaked up your encouragement, and fed off the stability you provided without ever stopping to consider the cost. They assumed your energy was infinite, your love unshakable, and your presence guaranteed. And now, they're depleted. Their world feels colder, darker, and emptier without you in it. They don't know how to rebuild what they lost, because, truth be told, they were never building in the first place. You were doing it for them. That's why they're desperate to come back. Not because they love you, not because they respect you, but because they miss the benefits of you. Let me make this clear. Their desperation isn't a compliment. It's a confession. It reveals that they were never truly standing on their own 2 feet. They were leaning on you the entire time. And now that you're no longer there to carry the load, they're crumbling under the weight of their own emptiness. But here's what you need to understand. You are not their backup generator. You are not their endless reservoir of strength. You were never meant to be the crutch for people unwilling to learn how to walk on their own. Your energy is sacred, and it's not your responsibility to keep refilling those who refuse to sustain themselves. Think of your energy like a fire. Fires are powerful, but they're not infinite. If someone stands too close for too long without feeding the flame, it begins to dim. You gave them the fire that kept their world alive, but they never thought to add wood. They didn't protect your flame. They just stood there, soaking up the heat until there was nothing left. And now they're cold, begging to come back, asking you to reignite what they let die. But here's the truth, chosen ones. If they couldn't protect your flame the first time, they'll only extinguish it again. You cannot let them back in. When you were in their life, you carried the weight of 2 people. You gave without limits, supported without hesitation, and poured yourself out until there was almost nothing left. And for what? To be taken for granted, to be used like a battery they could discard once drained. No, that's not your purpose. You weren't chosen to be someone else's endless power source. You were chosen to light the path for yourself and those who genuinely respect your energy. Let them feel the cold. Let them stumble in the dark. Let their regret be the fire they never learned to build for themselves. Because here's the secret. People only value what they can't have. And now that they know they've lost access to you, they'll finally realize what they had. But it's too late. That door is closed. So, if they try to come back, remember this: their need for you is not love. Their desperation is not respect. They don't want to lift you up. They want you to keep carrying them while they weigh you down. Don't let them mistake your light for weakness. Chosen ones, protect your energy. Let their regret be the lesson they carry, while you move forward unburdened. You've got greater things ahead, things they were never meant to be part of. Keep your fire burning for those who deserve it, and leave the leeches to fend for themselves in the cold. You're not their savior, you're your own. Let them regret losing you while you rise higher than they ever imagined. Number 3, their regret is a mirror of their loss, not a reflection of you. A thief doesn't regret the theft, only the treasure they can no longer hold. Chosen ones, let me set the record straight. When they say they regret losing you, don't be fooled into thinking it's because of who you are. Their regret has nothing to do with your soul, your heart, or your essence. It has everything to do with their own selfish loss. They don't miss you. They miss the comfort, the stability, and the benefits you brought into their life. You were their anchor in a storm, their lighthouse in the fog, the quiet strength they leaned on when their world felt chaotic. But instead of cherishing that, they treated you like an unending resource. Your love, taken for granted. Your time, consumed without gratitude. Your energy, drained without thought. And now that you're gone, their world feels unstable, lonely, and unbearably hard. That's not love. They're mourning the loss of convenience. Here's the truth that might sting, but will set you free. If they truly valued you as a person, they would never have treated you as disposable in the first place. They wouldn't have ignored your needs, disrespected your boundaries, or assumed you'd always be there no matter how carelessly they acted. But they did. And now that you've walked away, they're scrambling to rewrite the narrative, painting their regret as love or realization. But what are they really realizing? Not your worth, but their loss. They're realizing how much harder life is without your wisdom, your encouragement, and your unwavering support. It's like a parasite realizing it's lost its host. It's not mourning you, it's mourning its own survival. Don't let their words fool you. Their regret doesn't come from a place of growth, self-awareness, or genuine change. It comes from their inability to adapt without you. They're not upset because they've come to understand the depth of your value. They're upset because they've lost the advantages of your presence. They don't regret hurting you. They regret losing the benefits of having you around. And here's the kicker. Regret without growth is worthless. If someone regrets losing you but hasn't done the work to change their behavior, what's really different? Nothing. They'll come back with sweet words, apologies dipped in honey, and promises of a better future. But pay attention to their actions, because words can be empty, and promises can be hollow. If they didn't respect you when they had access, why would they respect you now? Think about it. If someone didn't see your value when you were giving them everything, what's going to change now that you've reclaimed your power? Nothing. They'll fall back into the same toxic patterns, treating you like an option instead of a priority, because they've already shown you who they are. Chosen ones, this is not your burden to carry. You are not responsible for healing their wounds, soothing their regret, or filling the void they created when they took you for granted. Their regret is not your problem, it's their lesson. Let them sit with the weight of their choices. Let them learn the hard way that when you lose access to something extraordinary, you don't get a second chance. Here's what you need to remember. You deserve to be valued for who you are, not for the benefits you provide. You are not a service, a stepping stone, or a safety net for people who can't stand on their own 2 feet. Your worth is not tied to how much you can give, how much you can fix, or how much you can sacrifice. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is close the door and lock it behind you. Their regret isn't your cue to let them back in. It's the universe confirming that you made the right choice. Let them feel the emptiness of a life without you. Let them face the consequences of their actions. And if you ever doubt yourself, remember this. People only regret what they lose when they finally realize it's irreplaceable. But by then, it's too late. Let their regret be their burden to carry, not your invitation to return. You're not here to be an option in someone else's life. You're here to shine, thrive, and walk in your power without looking back. So, let them regret losing you while you rise to new heights. They had their chance, and they blew it. Your journey forward doesn't include them, and that's the ultimate justice. Number 4, they want the perks without paying the price. Everyone wants the treasure, but few are willing to dig for it. Chosen ones, listen closely. When they regret losing you, it's not because they've suddenly become better or seen the error of their ways. It's because they miss what you brought to their life, your light, your wisdom, your loyalty. But they don't want to put in the work to deserve it. They're not here to match your effort. They just want access to the benefits you provide without the responsibility of rising to your level. You are rare, and that rarity draws people in. You uplift, you inspire, you make people feel seen and valued in ways they've never experienced before. Your energy is magnetic, your presence powerful. But let's get real. Relationships, whether friendships, family connections, or partnerships, are not one-way streets. Your effort isn't meant to be poured out without reciprocity. Yet, the same people who claim to regret losing you are often the ones who refuse to give back what you so freely gave. They want to come back, but not because they've changed. They show up with empty words and vague apologies, hoping you'll mistake their regret for growth. But regret without effort is just manipulation in disguise. They're hoping you'll be so moved by their sudden attention that you'll overlook the truth. They haven't done the work to deserve you. And here's the hard truth. Mediocrity isn't just about laziness, it's about entitlement. They believe they can waltz back into your life and pick up where they left off without addressing the very behaviors that caused the fallout. They're still operating with the same mindset, the same unwillingness to evolve, and the same half-hearted effort that drained you before. But you've changed. You've grown. You've set higher standards because you've realized your worth. Letting them back in would mean lowering those standards, compromising the new level of self-respect you've built. And for what? So they can offer the bare minimum while benefiting from everything you bring to the table. Chosen ones, this is where you hold the line. If they want access to you, they need to rise to your level. They need to prove, through consistent effort and genuine growth, that they're worthy of your presence. And if they can't, that door stays closed. You're not here to carry people who refuse to walk on their own. You're not here to accept mediocrity disguised as love or friendship. Your energy is too precious, too powerful, and too rare to be wasted on those who won't meet you where you are. Remember this: those who truly value you won't need to be convinced to rise to your standards. they'll do it willingly. Let their regret be their burden, not your invitation to settle. Keep moving forward, keep growing, and keep shining. Those who truly deserve you will match your energy without excuses. Everyone else can stay behind, watching from a distance, regretting what they'll never have again. Number 5. You're a lifeline, not a free ride. Not everyone deserves to climb with you. Don't let someone who's comfortable crawling hold you back from soaring. Chosen ones, let's be clear about something. Your energy is rare. You're not just another person passing through someone's life. You're a force. Your presence alone uplifts, motivates, and inspires those around you. You see potential where others see obstacles, and your belief in people can ignite fires they didn't even know they had. But here's the hard truth. Not everyone deserves the elevation you bring. Some people are drawn to your light, not because they admire it, but because they want to use it. They see your generosity and willingness to help as a resource they can exploit. To them, your kindness is a never-ending well they can drink from without ever thinking to refill it. They're not here to grow alongside you. They're here to hitch a free ride on the rocket you've built through your hard work and resilience. These people don't want to do the work, take the risks, or face the challenges it takes to rise. They're content with staying stagnant, but they'll latch onto you like anchors, hoping you'll carry them while they contribute the bare minimum. They're not your teammates, they're passengers, and while you're busy climbing, they're secretly weighing you down. Letting these people stay in your life doesn't just drain your energy, it sabotages your progress. Every time you lower your standards to accommodate someone who doesn't align with your vision, you betray the greatness you're destined for. You've worked too hard, sacrificed too much, and grown too far to let someone who's unwilling to meet you halfway drag you back to where you started. Here's the truth you need to embrace. Not everyone is meant to join you on your journey. Elevation isn't just about how high you rise, it's about who you allow to rise with you. The people who truly deserve a place in your life are those who match your energy, your effort, and your vision. They don't just benefit from your success, they contribute to it. They lift as they climb, just like you do. Stop feeling guilty for leaving people behind. You're not abandoning them, you're choosing yourself. And sometimes, the best way to love someone is to let them figure out their own path without leaning on yours. If they're meant to meet you at the top, they'll do the work to get there on their own. Your energy is sacred, chosen ones. Save it for those who respect it, cherish it, and reciprocate it. Stop giving rides to people who refuse to put gas in the tank. You are not responsible for carrying those who refuse to stand on their own. Remember, not everyone deserves the gift of access to you, and that's not selfish, it's wisdom. Keep climbing, keep shining, and let those who aren't ready to rise stay where they are. Your journey is yours, and it's not meant for everyone. Choose yourself, and watch your life elevate even higher. Number 6. They'll search the world and still never find another you. You don't replace the ocean by finding a puddle. Chosen ones, let's get one thing straight. They thought they could move on and find someone else to fill the void you left. They thought they could walk away from your energy, your love, your unmatched essence, and find it replicated somewhere else. But reality doesn't work that way, and now they're realizing the painful truth. You're irreplaceable. Your uniqueness isn't just in the way you loved, cared, and supported them. It's in your essence, your soul, and the way you carried yourself. You're not just someone, you're the blueprint. You brought a depth of understanding, a strength of character, and a warmth of spirit that doesn't show up twice. They might have convinced themselves that someone else could give them what you gave, but as they try to fill the space you left behind, all they're finding are empty echoes. Here's the thing. They took you for granted because they thought what you offered was common. They assumed they could treat you as disposable, and if you walked away, someone else would step in to play the role. But you were never playing a role. You were being you. And now that you're gone, they're discovering the hard way that people like you don't just appear out of nowhere. This is the bitter taste of their regret. It's not just about losing someone. They've lost the irreplaceable. And while they wander, searching for a pale imitation of the light you brought into their life, all they're left with is disappointment. Every new connection feels shallow compared to the depth you offered. Every person they meet is a reminder of what they had and lost. But here's the truth, chosen ones. Their regret isn't your problem. It's not a sign of their growth, nor is it proof they've learned to value you. Regret, more often than not, is selfish. It's rooted in their pain, not in their love for you. They're not crying over your happiness or growth. They're crying because they can't replace what you brought to their life. So, when they come back, and believe me, they will, don't let their regret sway you. Their inability to find someone like you isn't a sign of change. It's a reflection of their loss. They didn't appreciate you when they had access, and that won't magically shift just because they've realized no one else measures up. You're not a fallback option. You're not a second chance for someone who didn't see your value the first time. Let them keep searching while you thrive. Surround yourself with people who recognize your worth without needing to lose you to understand it. Remember this, chosen ones. The fact that they can't replace you isn't your burden to bear. It's their lesson to live with. Let their regret be the price they pay for underestimating you. Keep moving forward, unshaken, because you are and always will be one of a kind. Number 7. Their apology is just a bandage on the same old wound. An apology without change is just manipulation in disguise. Chosen ones, let's call it what it is. Their apology isn't a revelation, it's a reaction, a reflex, a desperate attempt to get back what they've lost. The words might sound sweet, rehearsed even, but don't be fooled by their surface-level sincerity. An "I'm sorry" that isn't backed by real growth is as empty as a hollow tree. It looks sturdy, but it will crumble the moment you lean on it. Saying the words is easy. Anyone can do it. But where was that concern, that remorse when you were in the trenches, holding them up, giving them chances they didn't deserve? Where was their apology when you needed it most? Words are cheap, but actions, those require effort, change, and accountability. And here's the question you need to ask yourself. If they didn't respect you when they had access to you, why would they change now? The harsh truth is this. People are creatures of habit. Unless they've done the work, the deep, uncomfortable, soul-wrenching work of confronting their flaws, they're bound to fall right back into the same toxic patterns. Their apology is just a pause button, a way to hit reset and regain your trust. But once they feel secure in your forgiveness, the cracks will show. The same dismissiveness, the same disregard for your boundaries, the same lack of effort that drove you to walk away in the first place. Their regret doesn't come from a place of love or transformation. It comes from the discomfort of losing you. It's not about wanting to do better. It's about wanting their comfort back. They miss the benefits of having you around, not the responsibility of treating you with the respect and care you deserve. Let me be clear. Letting them back into your life without proof of sustained change is an invitation to repeat the same cycle. You'll find yourself in the same place, nursing the same wounds, wondering why you gave them another chance. And guess what? That's exactly what they're counting on. That your heart will override your better judgment, that your kindness will lead you to reopen a door you locked for a reason. Protecting yourself isn't selfish. It's necessary. You are not here to fix people who refuse to fix themselves. You are not a rehabilitation center for broken patterns. If they truly value you, they'll do the work, not just talk about it. They'll show you through consistent actions, not hollow promises. And if they're not willing to do that, that's your answer. Don't let their regret cloud your judgment. Don't let guilt convince you to settle for less than you deserve. Stand firm, chosen ones. Sometimes, the strongest thing you can do is let them feel the full weight of their choices. Let their regret be their burden, not your responsibility. If they haven't changed their patterns, the outcome will never change. Walk away and walk forward. Your power is in your refusal to repeat the past. Number 8. You're not the crutch for their insecurities. The same hands that pull you up when they're drowning will push you under when they've learned to swim. Chosen ones, let's be real. They didn't come to you because they cherished you. They came to you because you were their lifeline, their fixer, the only one who could hold them together when their world was falling apart. You carried their burdens, mended their broken pieces, and gave them a safe space to heal. But let me ask you this. Where were they when you needed someone? You were always their sanctuary, their emotional anchor. When the storms hit, they ran to you. But the moment the skies cleared, they vanished, leaving you drained and alone. They didn't see you as a partner in life. They saw you as a safety net, a reliable cushion to catch them every time they stumbled. And now that you've cut the rope, they're spiraling, regretting not the loss of you, but the loss of the comfort and security you provided. Here's the harsh truth they don't want you to realize. Their regret isn't about missing your essence. It's not about the beauty of your soul, the depth of your love, or the uniqueness of your presence. It's about them. It's about what they've lost, the convenience of having someone who would always pick up their broken pieces without question, someone who would carry their weight without complaint. But what about your weight, your broken pieces? Did they ever stop to consider your struggles, your needs? No, because the relationship was never about mutual care. It was about their survival. And now they're desperate because they can no longer lean on you, no longer bleed their insecurities into your strength. Here's what you must understand, chosen ones. Their regret without accountability is nothing but manipulation. They want you back, not because they've grown, not because they're ready to give as much as they take, but because they're sinking and they need someone to keep their head above water. But you are not a life raft. You are not a crutch for people who refuse to stand on their own. You are not responsible for carrying the weight of their insecurities, especially when they've never lifted a finger to carry yours. A one-sided relationship is not a relationship. It's an emotional transaction that leaves you empty while they walk away full. If they only show up when their life is in shambles and disappear when yours is, let them stay gone. Their chaos is not your responsibility. Let them figure out their mess on their own. Let them learn what it means to build strength from within. You don't owe anyone a second chance to drain you. If they truly value you, they'll come back as someone who adds to your life, someone who carries their weight and meets you halfway. Until then, their insecurities are not your problem, and their regret is not your invitation to reopen the door. Chosen ones, protect your energy. You're not their safety net. You're your own sanctuary, and you deserve people who build with you, not people who lean on you until you break. Keep your strength for those who respect it, and let the rest fall. Number 9. Your absence leaves them alone with the truth they've been running from. A mirror doesn't lie. It only reflects what's there, whether they're ready to see it or not. Chosen ones, when you walk away, you don't just leave a void, you leave a reckoning. Your absence is the spotlight that forces them to confront the parts of themselves they've been avoiding. While you were in their life, your presence acted like a shield, deflecting the harsh reality of their flaws, insecurities, and failures. You were their comfort zone, their distraction, their excuse not to grow. And now that you're gone, there's no one left to hide behind. The truth is, your energy made life easier for them. You provided the stability they couldn't create for themselves, the encouragement they didn't know how to give, and the support they were too weak to stand without. You were their crutch, and as long as they had you, they didn't have to face the cracks in their foundation. But now that you've removed yourself, all that's left is the cold, hard truth of who they really are. And it's not a pretty sight. Their regret isn't about missing you, the person. It's about missing the escape you gave them from their own shortcomings. They don't want to face the emptiness, the insecurities, or the chaos that's been lurking beneath the surface all along. But without you there to soften the blows, they have no choice. Your absence exposes the work they've avoided, the growth they've ignored, and the accountability they've refused to take. And now, they want to come back. They'll claim they miss you, that they've changed, that they can't live without you. But let's call it what it is: desperation. What they really miss is the comfort of not having to do the hard work of facing themselves. They miss the way your strength covered for their weaknesses, and your love filled the gaps in their character. Here's what you need to remember. It's not your responsibility to be their crutch. You are not a bandage for wounds they refuse to heal. Letting them back into your life doesn't help them, it enables them. It allows them to keep avoiding the discomfort that's necessary for growth. And growth only happens when someone is forced to sit with their discomfort, confront their reflection, and do the work. Sometimes, the best thing you can do for someone is to let them stay in the space of regret. Let them feel the weight of what they've lost, and figure out how to carry it on their own. Your absence is their opportunity to step up, take accountability, and grow. But that journey belongs to them, not you. Don't let their regret manipulate you into reopening a door you've already outgrown. You've done the work to rise above, to reclaim your energy, and to move forward. Your life is for those who value and build with you, not those who take and drain. Let them face themselves while you focus on continuing to rise. And remember, your absence isn't just their regret, it's their lesson. Number 10. They assumed you'd stay forever, but you walked away and proved them wrong. Kindness misused becomes a lesson learned the hard way. Chosen ones, let's be real. People who take you for granted build a comfortable lie in their heads. They convince themselves that your loyalty, your kindness, and your forgiveness are endless resources they can drain without consequence. They thought you'd always pick up their calls, always show up when they needed you, and always brush off their disrespect with a smile. They mistook your grace for weakness, your patience for naivety. But they were wrong. When you walked away, you didn't just leave. You shattered their illusion. You forced them to confront the harsh truth they didn't want to face. Actions have consequences, and they pushed you too far. Your departure wasn't just an act of self-preservation. It was a statement, a declaration that you are not someone to be taken lightly, not someone who tolerates endless disrespect. They're sitting in their regret now, realizing too late that the door they assumed would always be open has been shut and locked. and here's the part they didn't see coming: your strength. When you chose to walk away, you proved that your loyalty wasn't a weakness. It was a privilege they squandered. This isn't about revenge or playing games. This isn't about teaching them a lesson out of spite. This is about showing the world and yourself that you value your own peace and respect above someone else's entitlement. You didn't walk away because you stopped caring. You walked away because you finally started caring enough about yourself. And now they regret it. But their regret isn't just about missing you as a person. It's about the shock of realizing they were wrong. Wrong to think you'd stay no matter how they treated you. Wrong to assume they could disrespect your boundaries without consequence. Wrong to think they could misuse your loyalty and still expect your unwavering presence. Here's the hard truth. Their regret doesn't erase the past, and it doesn't undo the damage. It doesn't mean they've learned, and it doesn't mean you should give them another chance. Let their regret stay exactly where it belongs, with them. It's not your job to carry their guilt or heal their wounds. Walking away wasn't just an act of self-respect. It was a lesson they'll carry with them forever, and it's a lesson you can be proud of. You showed them that boundaries are not optional. You proved that your kindness isn't a weakness, but a strength, and one they should have cherished instead of exploited. So, don't let their regret pull you back into a cycle you've already broken free from. Their assumptions about you were wrong, but your decision to leave was right. Keep moving forward, chosen one. Let your absence speak louder than their empty apologies ever could. You've risen above, and that's the ultimate proof that you are, and always will be, untouchable. Number 11. Letting them back is betraying the person you've become. Returning to the things that broke you is like healing a wound, only to tear it open again with your own hands. Chosen ones, let's make this clear. Letting them back isn't just a misstep. It's a betrayal of everything you've fought so hard to become. Growth doesn't come easy. It's the reward for enduring pain, for learning the lessons life threw at you, and for finding the strength to rise above the chaos. You didn't go through all of that just to circle back to what you've outgrown. When they come back with apologies, regret, and promises to do better, it might stir something in you. After all, you once cared deeply for them. But remember this: the person they took for granted is no longer here. The version of you that tolerated disrespect, overlooked red flags, and gave second chances at the cost of your own peace is gone. You've evolved. And to let them back in is to insult the version of yourself that worked so hard to grow. Think about what it took to get here: the sleepless nights, the self-reflection, the moments when you had to rebuild yourself from the ground up. Every boundary you set, every time you said no, every tear you cried, it all contributed to the strong, unshakable person you've become today. Letting them back into your life risks undoing all of that progress. Let's be real, they're not returning out of love for who you are. They're returning because they miss the version of you that tolerated their behavior. They don't respect the boundaries you've set. They're looking for ways to bypass them. But here's the truth. People who truly value your growth will never ask you to compromise it. They'll celebrate the person you've become, not try to drag you back into a version of yourself that no longer serves you. Allowing them back into your life would be like reopening a book you've already finished, trying to rewrite chapters that were meant to stay closed. You've already learned what you needed to from that story. Turning the pages again won't change the ending. It'll just bring back the pain you worked so hard to leave behind. And what's worse, letting them back in sends a dangerous message. It tells them that your growth is negotiable, that a few regretful words can erase all the healing you've done. But your growth is not up for debate. It's sacred. It's your armor, your power, and your proof that you're no longer the person who put up with less than you deserved. Choosing to honor your growth means choosing yourself. It means protecting the person you've become and refusing to entertain relationships that threaten to drag you backward. It's not about anger or bitterness. It's about self-respect. You deserve relationships that align with your growth, not ones that undermine it. So let them regret losing you from a distance. Let their apologies fall on ears that no longer need their validation. The comfort of letting them back in might feel tempting, but it's a temporary fix with permanent consequences. The person you've become is worth far more than that. Protect your progress, protect your peace, and keep moving forward, leaving the past exactly where it belongs, behind you. Number 12. Your access is a gift they should have treasured. The rarest treasures are guarded, not handed out to those who've proven they don't deserve them. Chosen ones, your presence is not ordinary, it's exceptional. Your time, energy, and light are gifts that have the power to inspire, heal, and uplift. That's why people are drawn to you, gravitating toward the rare energy you exude. But let's be clear, not everyone deserves to share in that light. Your access is a privilege, not a birthright, and it's time to treat it as such. When someone who disrespected or underestimated you comes back with apologies and regret, they're hoping you'll forget the past and let them in again. But here's the hard truth. Their words alone are not enough. If you grant them access without accountability, you send the message that your boundaries can be crossed, your worth can be questioned, and your energy is up for grabs. That's not the story you're here to write. You were chosen for more. You weren't placed on this earth to be someone's afterthought, their fallback plan, or their quick fix. Your energy is sacred. It's not an open invitation for those who didn't respect it the first time around. Think of your time and presence as gold. Would you hand it over to someone who carelessly tossed it aside before? Of course not. Yet so often people assume that just because they feel regret, they're entitled to walk back into your life. But regret is not accountability, and their feelings are not your obligation. True respect is shown in actions, not apologies. Those who genuinely value you will never take you for granted in the first place. They won't wait for you to leave before realizing your worth. They'll honor your energy from the beginning, treating your access as the privilege it is. And for those who didn't, let them stay where they are, on the outside, watching. Their regret is not your cue to lower your standards. In fact, it's their lesson to learn. Access to you is earned through respect, care, and consistency, not guilt or manipulation. This isn't about being cruel or unforgiving. It's about protecting your peace and honoring your value. Letting someone back in after they've shown you who they are doesn't just diminish your worth. It sets a dangerous precedent. It teaches them that they can disrespect you, cross your boundaries, and still have a way back. That's not the energy you're here to entertain. By being selective about who you allow into your space, you uphold the truth of your worth. You remind the world, and yourself, that your energy is precious and your time is irreplaceable. Let their regret serve as proof that you're irreplaceable, but don't let it convince you to lower your guard. Your access is a privilege, and those who truly understand that will cherish it without needing a second chance. Protect your peace, guard your energy, and let their regret be their burden, not your invitation to reopen a door that was meant to stay closed. Number 13. Recognizing your worth is the ultimate power move. The moment you know your worth, you become untouchable by those who took you for granted. Chosen ones, let this sink in. You were never meant to be someone's fallback, someone's emotional crutch, or their convenient safety net. Your presence, your energy, and your time are rare treasures, and not everyone deserves to have access to them. The sooner you recognize this, the more powerful you become. When they regret losing you, it's not because they've suddenly become a better person or had some grand epiphany about their behavior. No, it's because they've come to the painful realization that what you brought into their lives is irreplaceable. They miss the stability you provided, the love you poured out, and the way you made their lives feel easier, brighter, and fuller. But here's the hard truth. Their regret has nothing to do with your worth. Your value is not tied to how much someone else misses you. Their regret doesn't define your worth. It reflects their loss, and you owe it to yourself to never mistake their sudden longing for growth or self-awareness. Because if they truly valued you, they would have shown it in their actions when they had you. This is where your power lies, in knowing that you don't need their validation or their apologies to move forward. You are not here to be their safety net when their world falls apart, nor are you a place for them to retreat to when they've run out of options. You are not their second chance. You are not their backup plan. You are the plan, and only those who can meet your energy and respect your boundaries deserve a place in your life. Walking away from people who undervalue you is not a weakness. It is one of the greatest acts of self-love and strength you can show. It takes courage to say, "I deserve better," and even more courage to walk away and stand by that decision. When you do this, you're not just closing a door on toxic behavior. You're opening a door to a future where you are surrounded by people who see your worth, respect your boundaries, and match your energy. Your access is a privilege, not a right. Let that be your mantra. Not everyone deserves to bask in your light or benefit from the love and support you so effortlessly give. Reserve your time and energy for those who align with your growth, who celebrate your journey, and who prove through their actions, not just their words, that they are worthy of standing beside you. So keep moving forward, chosen ones. Protect your peace. Hold your standards high. Refuse to lower yourself to accommodate those who didn't see your value when they had the chance. Their regret is not your burden to carry, it's their lesson to learn. Remember, you're not just someone they lost. You're the person who showed them what it truly means to be valued. And that is something they'll carry with them for the rest of their lives, whether they admit it or not. Stay strong, stay focused, and keep rising. You were chosen for more. In the end, chosen ones, remember this: your worth is non-negotiable, and their regret is the price they pay for not valuing you when they had the chance. You were never meant to be someone's second option or fallback plan. Keep walking forward, standing tall in your power, and let their regret serve as a lesson, not for you, but for them. If this resonated with your spirit, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Don't forget to share this with others who need the reminder. You're chosen for greatness, and nothing can stop you. Power isn't given, it's taken, and the moment you stop fearing their eyes, you become unstoppable. You think you can walk through this world unnoticed. You think you can be chosen and not be watched. Wake up. Every move you make is under a microscope. Every step you take shakes the ground beneath the weak. They study you like their survival depends on it, because in some ways, it does. Before we go any deeper, it's time to take action. Being chosen isn't just a title, it's a responsibility. The world is full of sleepers, but some are ready to wake up. Help spread this message to those who need to hear it. Hit the like button now It's not just a click, it's a signal. A signal to YouTube, to the algorithm, to the unseen forces watching that the chosen ones are rising. And don't forget to subscribe, because the truth isn't for everyone. It's only for those strong enough to handle it. Now listen carefully, because this is about you. You've spent too much time wondering why people act strange around you, why they whisper, why they watch, why they imitate. Let me spell it out for you. You make them uncomfortable. Not because of what you say, but because of what you are. You carry something inside you that they can't kill, can't silence, and damn sure can't steal. And that terrifies them. Yet here you are, doubting yourself, shrinking, trying to blend in, as if that will make the eyes go away. Pathetic. The weak will always hate the strong. That's the natural order of things. But you were never meant to blend. You were meant to burn through the fog of mediocrity like a wildfire. And wildfires don't apologize. So why do you keep waiting for permission? They're watching because they want what you have. But let's be honest, they could never handle your burden. They couldn't walk a mile in your shoes without crumbling under the weight of it. Yet, instead of rising, they watch from the shadows, hoping, praying that you will fall. And you, the chosen one, you sit there worrying about their opinions, about their whispers, like a child begging for approval. Let me tell you something. Those eyes on you, they aren't admiration. They are fear disguised as curiosity. They are envy wrapped in fake smiles. They are weakness staring at power and wishing it had the courage to rise. And here's the part that should make your blood boil. They want you to doubt yourself. They want you to dim your light just enough so they can feel safe in their mediocrity. They want you to waste your time questioning, overthinking, hesitating. Because the moment you fully step into who you are, their illusion of control shatters. So stop playing small. Stop apologizing for the power inside you. Stop pretending to be anything less than unstoppable. You weren't chosen to be liked. You were chosen to be feared. They watch because they can't help it. Because no matter how hard they try, they will never be you. Now tell me, are you done being a spectator in your own destiny? Or are you finally ready to step into the fire? And you, yes, you, the one they can't stop watching. Whether you've just found your way here or you've been walking this path with us for a while, know this. Your presence is a warning shot to the weak. They see you rising and they can't stand it. If you're ready to own what sets you apart, silence the noise, and embrace your power like never before, then do what needs to be done. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments if you feel the weight of unseen eyes but refuse to bow to them. And now, let's tear the mask off this illusion and expose the truth, step by step. Believe me, if you're truly chosen, you won't just hear these words. You'll feel them pull you in. Let's begin. Number 1, you are the fire that exposes their shadows. The powerless don't hate power itself. They hate that it exists outside their control. They watch you because you force them to see their own weakness. You, just by existing, strip them of their excuses. Every step you take outside their carefully built cage of mediocrity reminds them that they had a choice too, and they chose comfort over greatness. And now, they can't stand you for it. They spent years making peace with their chains, convincing themselves that this is just how life is. Ordinary, predictable, small. Then here you come, walking through fire, standing tall where they would have crumbled, thriving in places they swore were impossible. You don't just threaten their worldview, you burn it to the ground, and they despise you for it. They'll smile in your face, but inside, they're praying you fall. They'll copy your moves, but hate that they have to. They'll act like they don't see you, but their eyes never leave you. And why? Because your existence alone is proof that they were always capable of more, but they never had the courage to claim it. And you sit there wondering why they act this way, wondering why they don't support you, why they gossip, why they doubt, why they secretly hope you fail. Stop being naive. Power comes with enemies. That's the price of being chosen. Me, being the chosen one, never expected love from the weak. Why would I? Why would you? What did you expect? That they would celebrate you? That they would cheer for the person who makes them feel small? No. People don't celebrate reminders of their own cowardice. They either worship it or they try to destroy it. And since they can't destroy you, they watch, waiting for you to destroy yourself. And honestly, some of you are doing their work for them. Look at you, hesitating, questioning yourself, watering yourself down so you don't intimidate them. Pathetic. Since when does a lion care if sheep feel uncomfortable? Since when does a storm hold back its rain just because the weak forgot to bring shelter? You owe them nothing. Your job is not to make them comfortable. Your job is not to explain yourself to those who have already chosen to stay blind. Your only job is to walk in your power, completely and unapologetically. And when they hate you for it? When their stares burn holes into your back? Good. That means you're doing something right. That means you're becoming exactly what they fear most. Proof that they never had to live small. Proof that they had a choice. Proof that power is real and that they will never touch it. Let them watch. Let them choke on their excuses. Let them see what it looks like when someone refuses to kneel. Because whether they love you, hate you, or lie to themselves about how they feel, they will never, ever forget you. Number 2, you walk like a king in a world of beggars. A lion doesn't need to announce its presence. The jungle already knows. There's something about you that commands attention, even when you don't say a word. It's not about arrogance, money, or status. It's something deeper, something they can't quite put their finger on, but they feel it every time you walk into the room, and it terrifies them. They are used to power looking a certain way, loud, desperate, attention-seeking. They think influence belongs to those who shout the loudest, demand respect, force their way into the spotlight. But then you show up, and without even trying, without even wanting to, you shift the entire atmosphere. You don't need to beg for respect. It follows you. You don't need to fight for attention. It lands on you. You don't have to prove yourself. They already know. And that confuses them. They don't understand how someone who doesn't chase validation holds more weight than those who do. They can't comprehend why people listen when you speak, even when your words are few. They don't get why, even in your silence, your presence is louder than their screams. And here's the real kicker. Half the time, even you don't see it. You're just living your life, making moves, following your own path, not even thinking about the effect you have on people. But them, they feel it, they sense it. And it eats them alive. Because deep down, they know. What you have can't be bought, copied, or stolen. They could mimic your style, copy your words, even steal your entire blueprint. But it wouldn't matter. They'd still be missing the one thing they can never fake. Presence. Me, being the chosen one, never needed to announce it. A throne is still a throne, whether the room recognizes it or not. And you are walking proof of that. Understand this. People fear what they don't understand. And nothing is more terrifying to them than someone who moves with power they can't explain. They're used to power coming from titles, connections, or brute force. But your power, It doesn't play by their rules. It just is. It doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't need validation. And most importantly, it doesn't bow. And that is why they watch. They watch because they can't stand that you don't seek their approval. They watch because they don't understand how you move with such confidence when you weren't given permission to be great. They watch because you expose the lie they've been telling themselves. That authority comes from the outside, when in reality, it's either in you or it's not. They try to ignore you. They try to downplay your presence. They even try to discredit you, whispering to each other, "Who does he think he is?" But the truth, they're asking the wrong question. The real question burning in their minds is this: why does he have what I don't? Because they see it, they feel it, and no matter how much they hate to admit it, they know. Your authority forces them to confront their own weakness. You see, most people are slaves to the system around them. They take orders, they follow trends, they seek permission to exist the way they want. They are prisoners in a cage they built themselves. And then you come along. You don't ask for anything. You take up space. You move like you belong in every room you enter. You don't need validation to make decisions. You trust yourself. You believe in something greater, and it shows in the way you carry yourself. That shakes them to their core, because now they have to confront something ugly. They have to admit that they could have done the same, that they could have stepped into their own power, that they could have walked their own path. But they didn't. And instead of learning from you, instead of rising to your level, most of them will take the easy way out. They'll call you arrogant. They'll question your right to be in the room. They'll challenge you, hoping to knock you off your throne so they don't have to question why they're still on the floor. They watch you because they wish they had what you have, but they don't. And that eats them alive. And you? What do? You hesitate. You shrink. You start doubting yourself just because their eyes are burning into your back. You think, maybe I should tone it down. Maybe I'm being too much. Maybe I should make them comfortable. Foolish. Since when does a mountain apologize for being tall? Since when does fire apologize for burning? Since when does a king apologize for his throne? Me, being the chosen one, never needed their permission, and neither do you. So stop waiting for them to get it. They never will. Stop shrinking so they feel better about their own weakness. That's not your burden to carry. Stop playing small. Your authority isn't yours to give away. It wasn't earned by begging for approval. It wasn't built on validation from people too weak to claim their own power. It was placed on you, and nothing they do will ever change that. So let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them choke on their jealousy. Because no matter how hard they try to ignore it, one truth will always remain. You were built different, and they know it. Number 3, you drown in fire and come out reborn. Some are built for sunshine, others are forged in storms, and when the flood comes, only one survives. They see you standing where they would have collapsed. They watch as you walk through the fire that would have burned them alive, and they can't comprehend it. They don't understand how you thrive in chaos, how you stand tall in the winds that rip others apart. And that terrifies them, because deep down they know they wouldn't have made it. Most people fear the storm. They beg for easy roads, smooth sailing, a life free from struggle. And when the inevitable comes, when life hits hard, when things fall apart, when the storm rages, they shatter, they break, they surrender. They let the wind take them wherever it pleases. They were never built for the fire. And then there's you. You don't just survive the storm. You rise inside it. You take the hits, you get knocked down, you bleed, you struggle, but you always get back up. And not just to stand in the same place. No, you rise stronger, smarter, sharper. Where others see devastation, you see transformation. Me, being the chosen one, never feared the storm, because I knew I am the storm. And that's what keeps them watching. Number 4, they want your strength without your struggle. They want to know how you keep going when everything is against you, how you stand firm when the ground is shaking beneath your feet, how you face loss, betrayal, failure, and somehow, instead of breaking, you build. And yet, here's the part they refuse to accept. Your strength wasn't handed to you, it was earned. You didn't wake up one day with resilience written into your bones. You bled for it, you suffered for it. You lost everything and still kept going. They want your power, but they would never survive your path. They want the wisdom, the endurance, the unshakable presence, but they don't want the fire that built it. They envy the way you stand, but they would never endure what it took to get there. And they know that. That's why they hate you. They don't just watch because they're curious. They watch because they're conflicted. You are proof that strength is possible, that endurance exists, that they had the same chance, but they chose comfort while you chose war. And now they can't ignore what you've become. They've spent their lives running from pain, avoiding struggle, fearing failure. They've built their entire identity around staying safe, keeping their head down, following the easiest path. And then you appear, a living contradiction to everything they believed. You stand there, scarred but undefeated. You didn't run, you didn't break. You let the storms crush you, burn you, tear you apart. And yet, you are still here. And not just standing, but thriving. They see you, and suddenly, they have no excuse. Suddenly, their lies about life being too hard, too unfair, too painful to fight through, fall apart. Because here you are, a walking example that storms don't destroy the strong. They build them, and they can't handle it. They watch, hoping you'll finally break, hoping you'll finally collapse, so they can justify their own weakness, so they can say, "See, no one can endure forever." But you disappoint them every time, because you don't just endure, you conquer. And nothing enrages them more than knowing they will never be able to do the same. And yet, despite all this, some of you still don't see it. Some of you still sit there, wondering why they don't support you, why they whisper, why they secretly hope you fail. Wake up. You keep seeking approval from those who could never walk your path. You waste time explaining yourself to people who have already chosen to stay weak. For what? Validation, acceptance, love. Me, being the chosen one, never begged for acceptance. I never questioned why the weak feared my presence. That is their burden, not mine. And it's not yours either. Stop apologizing for surviving what would have killed them. Stop toning down your power just to make them comfortable. Stop looking back, waiting for them to catch up. They never will. They will always choose the easy path. They will always fear the fire. And you were made for it. So stop hesitating, stop questioning, stop seeking the approval of those who will never understand. They watch because they know you are something they can never be. So let them watch, let them whisper, let them pray for your downfall, because when the next storm comes, they will drown, and you will rise. Number 5, you don't just fall, you rise, and that's what kills them. The fall only matters to those who stay down. The real ones turn the dirt into their throne. They are watching, not just when you win, but especially when you lose. They aren't just spectators. They are vultures, circling, waiting for your downfall to be permanent. They tell themselves that you are just like them, that you will break, that you will finally become small enough to fit into the world they understand. But then you don't. You stumble, but you don't stay down. You crash, but you stand up again. You take a hit, and instead of crawling into the shadows like they expect, you come back sharper, stronger, more dangerous than before. And that drives them insane, because your failures were supposed to end you. They were supposed to be the moment you lost your power, the moment they could finally say, "See, he's just like the rest of us." But you refuse to play by their rules. You refuse to break the way they do. And now, they don't know what to do with you. They watched your downfall like it was their favorite show, waiting for the credits to roll. But the episode never ended. You turned it into a plot twist, a rebirth, a new level of power they can't comprehend. And that's why they keep watching. Me, being the chosen one, never feared failure. Why would I? Failure isn't the opposite of success. It's the raw material that builds it. Every loss, every setback, every betrayal, that's just fuel. That's just another lesson, another scar that turns into armor, another chapter in a story they will never have the courage to write for themselves. But you keep missing the point. You keep worrying about why they focus so much on your failures. You keep wondering why they act different when you struggle, why their smiles turn smug, why their words suddenly drip with fake concern. Wake up. They don't watch because they care. They watch because they need to see you fail. They need to believe that even the strongest can break. Because if you can't, then what does that say about them? They need your downfall to be real so they can justify never trying in the first place. That's why they lean in when things go wrong for you. That's why their interest spikes the moment they smell blood in the water. But here's the part they never see coming. Your wounds don't make you weaker. They turn you into something they can't even recognize. And when you rise, it's not just a comeback. It's a transformation. It's a reminder that they will never understand what it means to be built for war. They want to see you defeated, because watching you stand up again forces them to face the ugliest truth of all. They never had to stay on the ground. And now, they have to live with the knowledge that they chose to. So let them watch. Let them fixate on your failures. Let them whisper, analyze, and wait for the moment you stay down. Because the second you get back up, it's already too late for them. They don't even realize it yet. But every time you rise, you take a piece of their excuses with you. Number 6. You walk with shadows that terrify them. Some men walk alone. Others walk with the weight of unseen power. And that power is what makes the weak tremble. They watch you, but they don't even know what they're watching. It's not just your confidence. It's not just your resilience. It's something bigger, heavier, unexplainable. They feel it before they understand it. They sense it before they can even put words to it. You don't just move through life. You move with something behind you, an unseen force, an undeniable presence, a silent army that walks when you walk, stands when you stand, fights when you fight. And even though their eyes can't see it, their souls can feel it, and it shakes them to the core. They see the way doors fly open for you while they stay locked for everyone else. They see how the same obstacles that break others barely slow you down. They watch you walk through chaos, betrayal, battles that should have destroyed you, and yet you don't just survive, you thrive. How? They want to know. They need to know. They sit there confused, watching you win wars you never even had to fight. They wonder why situations that should have crushed you only positioned you higher. They don't get it. because it wasn't meant for them to get. Some call it luck, others call it fate. But deep down, they know the truth. They know that something powerful, untouchable, unseen, is working in your favor, and that terrifies them. Let's get something straight. You were never supposed to make it this far. Everything that was sent to break you, crush you, humiliate you, wipe you off the map, it should have worked. By every logical reason, you shouldn't be here. But here you are, stronger, louder, unshaken. And that is why they keep watching. They saw you go through hell and come out looking like you never even stepped in the fire. They saw you lose everything, only to rise higher than before. They saw you take blows that should have left scars, yet you walk like nothing touched you. That doesn't just make them curious, it makes them sick. Because if you can do it, what does that say about them? What does it say about the excuses they made, the times they gave up when it got hard, the days they chose to sit in their weakness instead of standing in their power? Your life forces them to confront something ugly that maybe, just maybe, the only thing holding them back was themselves. And instead of learning from you, instead of rising to meet their own potential, they choose the easy way out. They hate, they mock, they watch, because deep down they wish they had what you have. But they don't. Because me, being the chosen one, never needed their permission. They won't say it out loud, but every time they see you, they're searching for the answer. Why does everything align for you? Why do you keep winning? Why do you never fall the way they do? They want the answer. They crave the answer. But here's the truth, there is no shortcut. Because what you carry can't be copied. You don't have to manipulate people. You don't have to chase validation. You don't have to force doors open. Because a power far greater than them has already cleared the path for you. And they know it. They see the way you move with a quiet assurance, an unshaken certainty, as if you already know how the story ends. And that is something they will never understand. Because they have spent their whole lives fighting for scraps, begging for opportunities, forcing their way into spaces where they were never meant to be. But you were always meant to be there. You don't fight for a seat at the table. The table shifts when you arrive. And that is why they keep watching. They want to unlock the mystery, steal the formula, figure out what makes you untouchable. But here's the truth. They never will. And here you are, worried about their opinions, questioning yourself, wondering if you should tone it down, play small, make them comfortable. Foolish. Since when does a tidal wave apologize for drowning the weak? Since when does lightning ask for permission before it strikes? Since when does a storm bow before the trees it was meant to destroy? Me, being the chosen one, never asked for their understanding, and neither should you. So let them watch. Let them obsess, copy, whisper. Let them choke on their jealousy. Because no matter how much they try to deny it, no matter how hard they try to figure it out, one truth will always haunt them. You walk with power they will never touch, and they know it. Number 7. Your joy is the weapon they can't disarm. The world wants you bitter, broken, and afraid. Smiling in the face of chaos is the greatest act of defiance. They don't understand you. They don't understand how you can laugh when there's nothing to laugh about. Smile when the world gives you every reason to frown. Stand tall when life keeps throwing storms your way. It doesn't make sense to them, and that's exactly why they can't stop watching. Because in their world, joy is something you earn after suffering, after struggling, after proving yourself worthy. But you don't play by those rules. You wake up and choose joy every single day, no matter what. And that pisses them off. They want to see you crumble. They want to see you weighed down by the same darkness they drown in. Misery loves company, and you refuse to RSVP. They can't handle the fact that while they let the weight of the world crush them, you walk through fire and come out laughing. You've been through hell, but hell never touched your spirit. You've had days where everything should have broken you, but instead, you woke up the next morning even stronger, and they saw it. They were waiting for the moment you'd snap, shatter, collapse under the pressure, but it never came. And that scares them more than anything. They need to believe that joy is something only certain people get to have. The rich, the privileged, the lucky. They tell themselves that people like you shouldn't be able to smile, shouldn't be able to walk with that light in your eyes, shouldn't be able to carry peace like its armor. Because if you can do it, if you can laugh, thrive, and stand firm despite everything, then what does that say about them? It says they've been lying to themselves. It says they chose to be miserable. It says they could have fought for something better, but instead they let the world break them. And instead of rising, instead of learning from you, they hate. They stare, they whisper, they roll their eyes at your joy, because deep down they wish they had it. Me, being the chosen one, never needed the world's approval to be happy. Why should I? Why should you? They want you angry. They want you bitter. They want you exhausted, hopeless, and just as broken as they are. That's the only way they can justify their own misery, by seeing you sink into it too. But you won't. You keep standing. You keep smiling. You keep walking like someone who already won the war. And that is what keeps them watching. They will never understand it. They think joy is about circumstances. They think peace is something you can only have when everything is going your way. But your joy isn't tied to conditions. Your peace isn't tied to whether the world is falling apart or not. It's something unshaken, something unbreakable. And no matter how hard they try, they will never figure out how you do it. They'll tell themselves it's fake. They'll tell themselves you're naive, you're pretending, you're blind to reality. But deep down, they know the truth. They know you see everything they see. You feel the same pain, the same losses, the same weight of the world pressing down. You just refuse to be owned by it. And that is what makes them furious. Because that means they had a choice too. They could have stood up. They could have chosen joy instead of cynicism, peace instead of chaos, faith instead of fear. But they didn't. And the worst part, you prove to them every single day that they still can. That's why they watch. Not because they understand you, not because they support you, but because deep down, your existence is a reminder of what they could have been. You thrive in a world that tells you you shouldn't. You rise when everything says you should fall. You laugh when others are screaming. You win, and they don't know how. And no matter how much they try to ignore it, they will never, ever stop watching. Number 8, you are living proof that what they call impossible is possible. Some dream, some wish, some spend their lives hoping, and then there are those who simply make it happen. They watch you because your life is the walking, breathing proof that everything they swore was out of reach is actually attainable. While they sit back, hesitating, doubting, overthinking, you are out there doing it. The success, the opportunities, the connections, the growth, they see it all unfolding for you, and deep down, it eats at them. Because if you can have it, why not them? They don't just watch out of curiosity. They watch with that sinking, bitter feeling, the realization that maybe, just maybe, they were the ones standing in their own way all along. They told themselves certain things were only for the lucky, the privileged, the chosen few. They convince themselves that success was about timing, connections, or fate. But then you show up, breaking every rule, proving every excuse wrong, making things happen while they sit and wait. And that's when the resentment starts. They start questioning, why you? Why not them? They tell themselves it's luck, an unfair advantage, something beyond their control. They try to rationalize why doors open for you and not for them. But deep down, they know the truth. You're willing to do what they never had the courage to. You don't hesitate, you move. You don't sit around waiting for the right moment. You create the moment. You don't spend years overanalyzing. You take the risk. And that is why they watch. They are obsessed with how you make things happen when they've been stuck in the same place for years. They want the secret. They think if they study you long enough, they'll unlock the formula. Maybe if they observe your every step, they can figure out why things fall into place for you. But here's what they don't understand. It's not a secret. It's not a shortcut. It's not about luck or fate or being in the right place at the right time. It's about mindset. It's about movement. It's about the fact that you refuse to let fear or self-doubt keep you frozen in place like they do. They see you landing opportunities they only daydream about. They watch as you turn obstacles into stepping stones. They see how you face rejection, setbacks, and failures. But instead of stopping, you keep moving. And that destroys them, because they realize it was never the world holding them back. It was them. And now, instead of using you as proof that it's possible, instead of stepping up and making a change, they sit in their bitterness, watching you rise higher. That's why they can't stop watching. Not because they support you, not because they admire you, but because they need to know how far you'll go. They need to see if you'll crash, if you'll slow down, if you'll ever fall back to where they are, so they can convince themselves that they were right to play it safe. But me, being the chosen one, never needed their approval, their support, or their understanding. And neither do you. They want what you have, but they will never do what you did to get it. They want the success, but refuse to take the risks. They want the outcome, but avoid the effort. They want the win without ever stepping onto the battlefield. And that's why they'll stay exactly where they are, watching you from the sidelines, studying your every move, too afraid to step into the arena themselves. Let them watch. Let them doubt. Let them analyze every move you make. It changes nothing. Because while they waste their energy trying to figure out the secret, you'll be too busy making the impossible look easy. Number 9, your confidence is a silent threat. The strongest ones never shout. They never beg to be seen. They simply exist, and that alone makes the weak uneasy. They watch you, not because you're trying to be seen, but because they can't ignore you. You don't demand attention. You don't beg for approval, yet every room you walk into bends to your presence. It's not about arrogance, it's not about dominance, it's something far more dangerous to them: certainty. You move like someone who already knows how the story ends. You don't scramble for validation, you don't wait for applause, you don't need permission. And in a world where most people are trapped in self-doubt, begging for the approval of others just to feel worthy, that makes you an enigma. It makes you a problem. They can't figure out how you remain so sure of yourself when everything around you is built to make people doubt. How you don't hesitate when they would freeze. How you don't shrink under pressure when they would break. They watch you because they're trying to find the cracks. They study you, trying to pinpoint the moment you'll slip, the second your confidence wavers. Because if they see you falter, they can tell themselves that their weakness is normal. That playing small, seeking validation, and second-guessing everything they do is just how life is supposed to be. But you don't break. And that eats them alive. Because every moment you stand firm, every time you move forward without hesitation, every time you refuse to bow to insecurity, you remind them of everything they lack. They hate how effortless it looks. They need to believe you're faking it, because if you're not, if your confidence is real, unshaken, untouchable, that means their doubt, their hesitation, their desperate need for approval was always a choice. And nothing scares them more than that realization. They try to pick apart your confidence, dissect it, reverse engineer it, but they fail every time, because your power doesn't come from the same cheap sources they rely on. You don't build your self-worth on other people's opinions. You don't crumble when you're not praised. You don't rely on applause to remind you of who you are. And that's what makes you untouchable. Me, being the chosen one, never needed a crowd to tell me I was powerful. And neither do you. They want to believe that confidence comes from being admired, from being followed, from having people tell you how great you are. But you prove them wrong every single day. Your confidence is rooted in something deeper, something they can't see, touch, or control. And that makes them uncomfortable. They don't understand how you trust yourself so fully when they spend every moment doubting themselves. They tell themselves that confidence has to be loud, that real strength means being the biggest voice in the room, forcing respect, demanding recognition. But you move in silence. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. And that is why they can't look away. Because secretly, they wish they could be like you. They wish they could carry themselves with that same quiet, unshakable certainty. They wish they didn't have to beg for validation just to feel worthy. They wish they could walk through life without questioning their every move, but they won't admit it. Instead, they study you, they analyze you, they watch you from a distance, hoping they'll find the secret. But here's the truth. There is no secret. It was never about luck. It was never about being chosen. It was about deciding. You decided to trust yourself when they didn't. You decided to believe in your power instead of begging for proof. You decided to stop waiting for permission and just take what was yours. And now they watch. Because deep down, they wonder if they too could break free. If only they were brave enough to stop chasing applause and start moving with certainty. Let them watch. Let them question. Let them study every move you make. Because while they're busy analyzing, you'll be busy winning. Number 10, you are the mirror that exposes their weakness. Some people run from the truth. Others stand in front of it and have nowhere left to hide. They watch you, but not for the reasons they pretend. It's not admiration. It's not simple curiosity. It's fear. Because every time they see you, they're forced to face something they've spent their entire lives avoiding, the truth about themselves. You don't have to say a word. You don't have to call them out. Just by existing, you shine a light on the parts of themselves they'd rather keep buried. And that makes them uncomfortable. They've spent years building walls, making excuses, settling for less. They convince themselves that this, their limited, safe, predictable life, was all they could ever have. But then you show up, living proof that they were wrong. You are the reminder of what could have been. You reflect back the insecurities they thought they had hidden, the dreams they gave up on, the fears they told themselves weren't real. You walk with confidence, move with certainty, chase what you want without hesitation. And to them, that's not just inspiring, it's insulting, because it reminds them of every time they chose comfort over courage. You don't even mean to do it. You're just living. But your very existence forces them to ask the questions they've been running from. Why am I not doing more? Why am I holding myself back? Why do they have the guts to chase their potential and I don't? And that's the last thing they want to face. Because it's easier, so much easier, to pretend everything is fine, to convince themselves that they never really wanted more, that they're content with mediocrity, that they're okay with the version of themselves they settled for. But you rip that illusion away, because every time they see you making moves, winning battles, refusing to be stopped, it shakes them. Every time you take a step forward, every time you prove that limits are nothing but a mindset, it reminds them of how long they've been standing still. And that is why they can't ignore you. They watch, hoping to find a flaw, a weakness, a reason to dismiss you. Because if they can prove to themselves that you're not that special, that you're just lucky, that you had an advantage, that your confidence is fake, then they don't have to change. But no matter how much they analyze, no matter how much they whisper, they can't find what they're looking for. Because your success wasn't handed to you. Your confidence isn't an act. Your power is real. And that terrifies them. Me, being the chosen one, never needed them to understand why I move the way I do. And neither do you. They think if they watch you long enough, they'll find the missing piece. That if they figure out what makes you different, they can finally unlock what's been holding them back. But they won't. Because the difference isn't in the process, it's in the mindset. You refuse to accept less. You refuse to live in fear. You refuse to let doubt, hesitation, or outside noise dictate what's possible. And they gave up before they even started. So let them watch, let them study, let them drown in their own frustration. Because while they waste time analyzing, you'll be too busy becoming everything they were too afraid to be. Number 11. You carry a weight that would crush them. Some crumble under pressure, others turn it into fuel. The difference is what you're built for. They watch you because they feel it, the weight, the responsibility, the sheer gravity of what you carry. You don't have to say a word. It's in the way you move, the way you handle things they would collapse under. They don't understand how you keep going, how you remain standing when life has thrown everything at you. Most people break under half the pressure you face. They fold at the first sign of struggle. They crack under expectations that don't even come close to what you deal with daily. But you don't just survive. You carry it all and still move forward. And that terrifies them. They watch, waiting for you to stumble, for you to finally collapse under the weight. But you never do. You keep walking, keep pushing, keep rising, while they sit on the sidelines wondering how the hell you haven't fallen yet. What they don't realize is that the strength they're so obsessed with was never optional. You didn't choose this weight. It chose you. And while they would have shattered beneath it, you were built to carry it. Me, being the chosen one, never expected it to be easy. And neither should you. So let them watch. Let them marvel. Let them whisper about how you do it. Because while they sit in their comfort, you are carrying what they never could. And that's what keeps them glued to your every move. Number 12. Your success is an equation they can't solve. Some follow the rules, some break them, and then there are those who make the rules irrelevant. They watch you with frustration, trying to piece together how the hell you keep winning. By their logic, you should have failed. The obstacles should have stopped you. The odds should have buried you. Yet, here you are, rising, winning, breaking through barriers they swore were unbreakable. And it's not a one-time fluke. It's a pattern, a consistent defiance of their so-called reality. They keep waiting for you to stumble, to hit the wall, to finally prove them right. But every time life throws an impossible situation at you, you bend the rules and make it work in your favor. That drives them insane, because from the outside, it doesn't make sense. You weren't handed the advantages they rely on. You didn't take the same safe, predictable path they followed. You don't play by their rules, and yet you keep winning. They scramble for an explanation. Luck? Coincidence? A hidden advantage? No. It's something else. Something they'll never understand. Because you don't move like them. You don't wait for approval. You don't let fear dictate your steps. You see opportunities where they see dead ends. You take risks they would never dare. And that puts you in a different league. So let them analyze, question, and doubt. While they're busy trying to solve the mystery of your success, you'll be too busy creating more of it. Number 13. You make their safe, little world feel small. The masses follow rules. The powerful rewrite them. They were taught that life follows a script. Go to school, get a job, follow the system, stay in line. They were told that success looks a certain way, that happiness has a formula, that purpose is something you stumble upon if you play by the rules. And then you show up, shattering every expectation, breaking every mold, making their so-called normal look like a prison. You don't fit into their labels. You don't move like they do. You don't hesitate, wait for permission, or follow the map they were handed. You are the exception, not the rule. And that makes them uncomfortable. They've spent their whole lives believing that success, power, and fulfillment belong only to those who follow the blueprint. Then they see you doing it your own way, winning without asking, thriving without conforming, moving with a freedom they've never known. And now, they're questioning everything. If you can do it without following their path, then what does that say about the limits they've accepted? What if normal was never real to begin with? They can't stop watching because you're living proof that the box they've been living in was never locked, that the rules they follow are a choice, not a requirement. And deep down, they wonder, what could be possible if they had the courage to break free too? Number 14. You are proof that their logic is a lie. Some people need to see it to believe it, but when they see you, they still can't explain it. They trust what they can measure, what they can analyze, what makes sense in their small, predictable world. Then you show up, proving with every step you take that their logic is a lie. You move through life like the rules don't apply to you, and maybe they don't. Because while they struggle to make sense of every little thing, while they demand proof before they act, while they sit around waiting for the perfect conditions, you just move. And when you move, things shift. Doors open, obstacles crumble, opportunities appear where they shouldn't. They can't explain it, they can't rationalize it, but they see it. They watch you succeed where others have failed. They see you walk through setbacks like they're just part of the plan. They see you rise from situations that should have buried you, and it makes them question everything they thought they knew. Because according to their logic, you shouldn't be winning like this. You shouldn't be walking through impossible situations like they're nothing. You shouldn't be here, but you are. And that drives them insane. They've spent their whole lives believing that reality is cold, calculated, and predictable. That success only comes to those who follow a certain formula, that if you don't have the right connections, the right background, the right circumstances, you'll never make it. Then you come along and burn that illusion to the ground. You are a walking contradiction, a reminder that there's more happening behind the scenes than they can understand, that some people, like you, move differently. that some people seem to bend reality to their will. They try to explain it away. Luck, coincidence, random chance. But no matter how many excuses they make, they can't deny what they're seeing with their own eyes. Me, being the chosen one, never needed them to understand why things align for me the way they do. And neither do you. They watch you because your existence threatens their entire belief system. You prove that the impossible is only impossible for those who accept limits, that there's a level of life beyond what they've been taught to expect. And that's why they can't look away. They're desperate to figure it out, desperate to find the trick, the secret, the loophole. But there is no trick. You don't operate by their rules, you never did. So let them watch, let them doubt, let them tell themselves you're just lucky. Because while they waste time trying to explain you, you'll be too busy breaking the next rule they swore couldn't be broken. And now you know. This is why they watch. Not out of admiration, not out of indifference, but because your existence disrupts everything they thought they knew. You are the proof they wish they could ignore, the reminder they can't escape. And whether they love you, hate you, or pretend not to see you, one thing is certain: they will never forget you. If you feel this, if you know you're different, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments. Share this with another chosen one, because the ones who need this message will feel it in their bones. A lion does not lose sleep over the opinions of sheep until the sheep realized the lion was always watching. Welcome, chosen one. Your presence alone unsettles those who doubted you. They never thought you'd rise. They never believed you'd prove them wrong. But now, their words, sharp as daggers when they were thrown at you, are dull, lifeless, and swallowed whole by their own regret. You were never meant to be understood by the weak. You were meant to be feared by them. Before we go further, if you're one of the rare ones who refuse to be defined by others, hit that like button and subscribe, because this is for you. The power of the chosen is not just in success. It's in the haunting reminder that no enemy can erase their past words. They laughed, mocked, and whispered behind your back, thinking you'd never hear. But silence is never weakness. It's the calm before a storm. And when the storm hits, it doesn't just shake the ground beneath them. It buries their arrogance in the rubble. They called you crazy for believing in yourself. They swore you'd never make it. Their words weren't just doubts. They were bets against your existence. But here's the reality. Those who bet against the unstoppable always end up bankrupt. They thought they were building walls around you, but they were really building their own cages. And now they have no choice but to watch you walk free while they sit in the very prison of their own making. Let's be clear, this isn't about revenge. This isn't about proving anything to them. It's about forcing them to live in a world where they can't escape the truth anymore. You didn't just rise. You became a monument to their failure. You are the reminder that no lie they ever spoke could alter the truth of who you are. And now they're eating their words. Not because they want to, but because they have no choice. Their silence is loud. Their backpedaling is obvious. Suddenly, the same voices that once told you it's impossible are now stammering, pretending they always supported you. They rewrite history in their heads, hoping no one remembers. But you do, and so does everyone else. That's the thing about underestimating a chosen one. It's a mistake that never fades. You are their regret in motion. Every step you take forward is a reminder of how wrong they were. Every win you claim makes their past words burn a little hotter. And the best part, you don't even need to say a word. Your existence is enough. So enjoy this moment, not for them, but for you. This isn't about seeking validation, it's about owning the power they tried to take from you. You were never small, you were never weak. They just hoped you'd believe you were. But you didn't, and that's why you won. Let them choke on their own words. Let them drown in their own disbelief. The chosen don't need permission to be great. We just are. And the world has no choice but to watch. And to you, the chosen one, this is your moment. Whether you've been walking this path alone for years, or just realized the fire inside you was never meant to be dimmed, your presence here is no accident. This is the space where the underestimated rise, where the doubted become undeniable. If you're ready to watch your enemies choke on their own words, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments. Because that number isn't just a number, it's a signal, a mark of those who refuse to be forgotten. And now, let's break this down step by step. Stay locked in, because if you are truly chosen, you'll feel it. You won't be able to look away. Let's get started. Number 1. They buried you, but they forgot you were a seed. The cruelest revenge isn't rage, it's rebirth. Nothing haunts your enemies more than the version of you they can no longer recognize. They thought they had you figured out. They labeled you, boxed you in, and threw their words like chains around your future. They believed you were finished. But what they never understood is this. Chosen ones don't break. They transform. The very moment they dismissed you was the moment they sealed their own fate. Because while they stood there, convinced of their own superiority, you were evolving in silence. You didn't waste time throwing words back at them. You didn't beg for validation. Instead, you did something far worse in their eyes. You became unstoppable. And now they don't even know who they're looking at. The version of you they mocked is gone. You didn't just prove them wrong, you erased their entire understanding of you. That's what eats at them. That's what keeps them awake at night. They prepared for the old you, the one they thought was weak, the one they assumed would always be beneath them. But this version of you terrifies them. They can't admit it, but you see it in their eyes. The hesitation, the awkwardness, the fake smiles and forced congratulations. They don't know whether to act like they never doubted you or pretend they always believed in you. Either way, it doesn't matter, because their opinion, once treated like a weapon, has been reduced to an echo lost in the wind. Let's get one thing straight. You never needed their approval. Not then, not now, not ever. What you needed was exactly what they gave you: doubt, mockery, rejection. Because nothing forces the chosen to rise like being counted out. Nothing sharpens the blade like the pressure of being underestimated. And now, you walk past them like a phantom of their greatest mistake. Their words, once sharp, now taste bitter in their own mouths. They wonder if you remember the things they said. Oh, you remember, but you don't need to remind them. Your presence is the reminder. Your success is the reminder. The life you've built, far beyond their reach, is the reminder. This isn't about proving them wrong anymore. This is about making them live in the reality they tried to deny. You don't have to gloat. You don't have to confront them. That would be too easy. Instead, you leave them behind, stuck, stagnant, and suffocating in the space they swore you'd never escape. What hurts them the most isn't just your evolution. It's the realization that they stayed the same. While you were growing, they were laughing. While you were building, they were gossiping. And now, the gap between you and them is too wide to cross. They will never admit it, but deep down they know they lost. And the cruelest part, you never had to destroy them. They did that to themselves. So let them choke on their own words. Let them rewrite history in their heads. Let them live with the knowledge that they never saw it coming. Because the greatest revenge was never rage. It was evolution. And you, chosen one, have already won. Number 2. They built a cage for you, but now they're trapped inside it. The cruelest fate is to watch the person you doubted thrive in the very space you swore they'd never survive. They spoke with such certainty, didn't they? They were so sure you would fail. With smug grins and whispered mockery, they crafted a future where you crumbled, where your dreams collapsed under the weight of your own naivete. They had it all planned out. You would try, you would fall, and they would sit back with arms crossed, ready to say, "I told you so." But life has a way of flipping the script. Now they're stuck in an endless nightmare, watching you thrive in the exact space they swore would break you. Every win you collect, every milestone you reach, every door you kick open is a direct contradiction to the story they tried to write for you. And here's the cruel twist. They aren't just wrong, they are forced to witness just how wrong they were. It's not just that you proved them wrong, it's the fact that you're standing taller than ever in a place they swore you'd never reach. It's the fact that their doubt, their laughter, their endless need to diminish you didn't just fail, it backfired. They thought they were the authors of your downfall. Instead, they became unwilling spectators of your success. Imagine them now, watching, listening, feeling the sting of their own arrogance. It's one thing to doubt someone and move on, but it's another to be forced to sit in the audience, replaying every insult, every prediction, every condescending remark, only to see the opposite unfold right before their eyes. They tried to write a tragedy, but you turned it into a masterpiece. The best part? You never fought them with words. You didn't waste time arguing. You didn't plead for their belief. You didn't shrink yourself to fit inside the small, miserable world they live in. No, you built. You showed up every day and did the work. While they wasted their breath doubting, you used yours to breathe life into something real. And now, they're choking on the dust of your progress. It's uncomfortable for them, isn't it? Every time they see you, hear about you, or even think of you, they are forced to revisit their own judgment. They aren't just eating their words, they are drowning in the bitterness of their own disbelief. And what can they do? Nothing, because you don't even have to say a word. No gloating, no petty victories, just relentless, undeniable success. They underestimated you. That was their mistake. But they also underestimated something far greater, the power of the chosen one to thrive, no matter the odds. And now, they have no choice but to watch. Number 3. They wanted to break you. Instead, they built you. The sharpest blades are forged in the hottest fires, and the words they meant to destroy you with, they only sharpened your edge. They thought their words had power. They thought their mockery, their doubt, their whispered insults would break you, that you'd crumble under the weight of their opinions, that you'd shrink yourself to fit inside the tiny world they tried to trap you in. But that's where they failed. You never needed their belief. You never needed their approval. In fact, their doubt became your fuel. Every insult, every condescending smirk, every "you'll never make it" was just another push forward. Not because you needed to prove them wrong, but because you were always going to prove yourself right. See, weak minds crave validation. They chase applause. They beg for recognition. But the chosen, we don't need a round of applause to keep going. We don't need permission to rise. You didn't let their words define you. You let them refine you. The moment they spoke against you, they unknowingly handed you a gift, a free source of endless motivation. They thought they were throwing stones, but all they did was lay the foundation beneath your feet. Every time they laughed at your ambition, they were handing you bricks. And while they wasted time tearing you down, you were busy building something unstoppable. And now, you've built something so solid, their opinions don't even matter anymore. That's the true victory. Not that you proved them wrong, but that their words lost all meaning. That they could stand in front of you today and apologize, and it wouldn't change a thing. That they could finally admit, I was wrong, and you wouldn't even blink, because you've grown past the need for their recognition. You never played their game. You played your own. While they waited for you to break, you learned. You leveled up. You honed your craft, sharpened your skills, turned every doubt into fuel. They thought they were tearing you down, but all they did was give you more reason to keep going. And now, they are forced to sit in the wreckage of their own words. Their insults, once so sharp, have dulled into silence. Their laughter has faded into regret. Because the hardest pill for them to swallow isn't just that they were wrong, it's that their words never had power over you to begin with. That's why it stings. Not because you rubbed it in their faces, not because you needed revenge, but because you thrived in spite of them. And the best part? You don't even care if they take it back. Because the truth is, their opinions became irrelevant the moment you realized they were never in control. Your success isn't a response to them. It's a reflection of who you've always been. And that's the kind of triumph they can never argue with. Number 4, they built the cage, but you were never meant to be contained. The biggest mistake they made wasn't underestimating you. It was believing they had the power to define you. They thought they had you cornered. They built walls, drew lines, and locked you inside a prison of their own expectations. They whispered limits over your life, as if their words held any real weight. To them, you were predictable, manageable, easy to control. But what they never realized is that you were never meant to fit inside their world. They assumed their boundaries were real, that the invisible chains they placed on you were unbreakable, that if they convinced you of your limitations long enough, you'd start believing in them too. But that's the difference between the chosen and the ordinary. They accept cages. You destroy them. You didn't just break free. You dismantled every false idea they had about you. Piece by piece, you tore down the illusion they tried to trap you in. And with every step forward, every rule broken, every expectation shattered, you didn't just escape. You proved the cage was never real to begin with. And now, they stand in the wreckage of their own arrogance. They don't understand how it happened. How did you slip through the cracks? How did you become something they never prepared for? While they were busy reinforcing their delusions, you were busy rewriting reality. You never asked for a bigger cage. You refused the cage altogether. And that's what terrifies them the most. Because now everyone else is watching. Watching you walk free. Watching you prove that their limits were never laws, just fragile constructs built on fear. And watching as others, who once believed in those same limits, begin to question everything. You didn't just escape. You redefined freedom. And the best part? You never even looked back. Number 5. They laughed. Now they watch in silence. First, they mock. Then, they copy. But by the time they realize your worth, it's already too late. They thought you were a joke. You were the punchline in their story. Every step you took, they laughed harder, convinced that your efforts were nothing more than wasted energy. They spoke your failure into existence, At least, they thought they did. But here's the thing about laughter. It fades. And when the person being mocked refuses to stop moving forward, that laughter turns into something else: discomfort, confusion, regret. Because now, they don't laugh anymore. The moves they ridiculed, they study them now. The path they dismissed, they wish they had taken it. The blueprint they mocked, it's now the model others follow. And that's the sting they can't escape. You were right. You were always right. It was never about being lucky. It was never about being foolish. It was about refusing to quit, refusing to break, refusing to let their small minds define your reality. They called you delusional for believing in yourself. But what's more delusional? Believing in yourself, or thinking your doubt could stop a chosen one. You didn't fight them with words. You didn't beg for their approval. You simply worked, day by day, step by step. And now, you've built something far greater than their laughter could ever reach. This isn't just about proving them wrong anymore. This is about legacy. The same people who once mocked you now whisper your name with a different tone. Some with respect, some with envy, some with resentment. But none of them can deny the truth. You've built something that will outlast their opinions. You are no longer a name they laugh at. You are a name they cannot ignore. And whether they choose to respect you, envy you, or silently pretend they never doubted you, it makes no difference. Because their laughter, it holds no weight here anymore. You've gone from the person they dismissed to the person they can't stop watching. Not because you sought revenge, but because you refused to quit. And now their words, once so loud, so certain, are nothing but echoes lost in the wind. Number 6. Drowning in their own doubts, trapped by their own words. The loudest voices of doubt are often the weakest hearts speaking to themselves. When they spoke against you, it was never really about you. Every insult, every dismissal, every word meant to break you. Those weren't truths, they were confessions. They were screaming their own insecurities, wrapping their fears in sentences, and throwing them in your direction. They saw something in you that terrified them. Maybe it was your ambition. Maybe it was the way you refused to settle. Maybe it was the fact that you dared to try what they never had the courage to. Whatever it was, it shook them to their core. And instead of facing it, they projected it onto you. They told you, "You'll never make it." But what they really meant was, "I never made it." They sneered, "You're not good enough." But what they were really saying was, "I never believed I was." They laughed. Why even try? But their laughter was just a mask for the one truth they could never admit. I was too afraid to try. But now, everything has changed. Your success didn't just prove them wrong, it forced them into an uncomfortable reckoning. Every milestone you reach, every step forward you take, every ounce of progress you make becomes a mirror they can't escape. And the reflection staring back at them, it doesn't show your failures. It only highlights their own. They thought their words would build walls around you. Instead, those walls have trapped them inside their own limitations. Now, they're stuck in an echo chamber of their own doubts. They hear their old words bouncing back at them, but now, they sound different. You'll never make it. You're not good enough. Why even try? Before, those words felt powerful. Now, they feel like a curse they placed on themselves, not on you. Because watching you succeed proves one thing beyond all doubt. It was never about what couldn't be done. It was about what they couldn't imagine doing themselves. And that's the part that haunts them. The same energy they once used to tear you down now ricochets back at them. It forces them to question why they ever doubted you in the first place. But here's the difference between you and them. You've moved on. They're stuck replaying the past. Their words may have echoed for a moment, but your persistence drowned them out. Now, the only thing left ringing in their ears is the sound of their own limitations, exposed by your undeniable growth. And that's the kind of silence that never fades. Number 7. They tried to write your story, but you burned their script. The greatest revenge isn't rewriting their version of you, it's making it irrelevant. They thought they had you figured out. They assumed they could predict your failure like clockwork. In their minds, you were the cautionary tale, the one who would try and stumble, the proof that they were right to doubt. Every dismissive smirk, every whispered insult, every time they spoke of you like a lost cause, it was a line in the script they were writing. And they were so sure you'd follow their story to the bitter end. But what they never realized, you were never a character in their story. You were the author of your own, and that's why their predictions never mattered. You didn't waste time fighting their version of you. You didn't argue. You didn't beg for a rewrite. You simply picked up your own pen and wrote something so powerful, so undeniable, that their flimsy little script turned to dust. While they sat back, convinced they knew how your story would end, you were out there living a different one. You weren't just surviving, you were evolving, growing, becoming something they never saw coming. And now, their version of your story is irrelevant. Their narrative is nothing more than an outdated, forgotten draft. The downfall they once predicted has been replaced with a masterpiece of resilience and success. The irony, they're forced to read every page. It haunts them, doesn't it? To know that the story they tried to write for you isn't the one the world is reading. But here's the best part. Your story doesn't just silence them. It does something even more powerful. It inspires others. Because in the end, no one, no critic, no doubter, no enemy has the right to decide your ending. That power has always belonged to you. And now, they're left with nothing but the ashes of the script they thought you'd follow. Number 8. Your silence screams louder than their noise. They thought your silence was a weakness, but little did they know it was the calm before the storm. They mocked your silence, didn't they? Every time you chose not to respond, every time you held your tongue while they screamed their doubts at you, they assumed it meant you had nothing to say. They took your quiet moments as a sign of fear or submission, as if you were waiting for their approval or hoping they'd change their minds. They couldn't have been more wrong. You see, the truly dangerous ones don't need to shout to be heard. They don't need to broadcast their worth. They don't need to justify their existence to the world. They understand the power of presence, the unmatched strength of action over words. And you mastered that art before they even realized it was a battle. While they tried to drown you out with their noise, you were busy making your silence louder than their loudest rants. They never understood that silence isn't weakness. It's strength, it's focus, it's power that doesn't need to be explained, only demonstrated. And that's exactly what you did. They thought they had the upper hand when they were yelling, when they were insulting, when they were throwing everything they had at you. But what they failed to grasp was that every insult, every derogatory word they aimed at you was only adding fuel to your inner fire. Your silence wasn't a retreat. It was a strategy they would never understand until it was too late. You didn't need to defend yourself. You didn't need to explain your worth. You didn't need to prove them wrong. You just needed to be. And in the quiet of your existence, in the solitude of your journey, you built something they could never tear down. They were too busy making noise to notice you were creating something far more powerful than any of their empty words could ever be. The truth is, they didn't know what to do with your silence. They expected you to crumble under their ridicule. They thought you'd break down and beg for validation, that you'd cry for their acceptance. But you didn't. You stood tall, unshaken, and let their noise bounce off you like water off a stone. They couldn't break you because they couldn't even reach you. And every time they tried to get a reaction out of you, it only made them look weaker. They threw insults, they spread rumors, they did everything they could to make you react, to make you care. But you didn't. You were beyond their reach, beyond their influence. And that silence, your silence, screamed louder than any of their words ever could. Here's the thing they'll never understand. Noise is nothing more than a distraction. It's a cry for attention, a desperate attempt to control the narrative. But silence is power. It's the calm before the storm, the deep breath before the avalanche of action. When you choose not to respond, when you refuse to engage with their negativity, you show the world that you're not affected by their weakness. You show them that their words are insignificant. And more importantly, you show them that you don't need their validation to keep moving forward. While they were busy filling the air with empty chatter, you were building your future. Every moment you spent in silence, every second you spent ignoring their mockery, you were sharpening your skills, honing your craft, and positioning yourself for greatness. The world doesn't pay attention to the noise. It pays attention to results. And those results? They speak for themselves. They thought they could destroy you with their words. They thought they could bury you with their doubts and criticisms. But all they did was dig your foundation deeper, and with every passing day, that silence grew louder, more powerful. The truth is, they were the ones shouting because they were afraid. Afraid that they couldn't do what you were doing. Afraid that they couldn't rise like you were rising. And deep down, they feared you. Their noise was nothing more than a defense mechanism, a desperate attempt to drown out the voice of their own insecurities. Because every time you ignored them, every time you walked away from their toxic energy, you were forcing them to face their own demons. And that's what scared them. It wasn't you. It was the fact that you were unfazed by them, unaffected by their noise. And now they have no choice but to watch in silence. They may have been the loudest voices in the room before, but now their voices are nothing more than echoes bouncing off the walls of their own ignorance. They have no choice but to watch as you rise, watch as you surpass them, watch as your silence transforms into success. Your calmness becomes their chaos. Your quiet determination is the hurricane that tears through their arrogance. They may have thought they were smarter. They may have thought they knew better. But they missed the point entirely. You weren't playing their game. You weren't interested in their opinions or their judgments. You were focused on something greater. You were focused on your vision, on your purpose, on your destiny. And in the end, that's the only thing that matters. Now, as you rise, they are left behind in their own noise, lost in the hollow sound of their own self-doubt. They spent so much time talking, so much time filling the air with useless words, that they didn't notice you were quietly surpassing them. And now it's too late. Their words don't matter anymore. Their noise is nothing but background static to the symphony of your success. They wanted to destroy you with their words, but all they did was make you stronger. They wanted to break you with their ridicule, their mockery, their doubts. But all they did was forge you into something unstoppable. And now, they have no choice but to sit back and watch as you leave them in your wake. So let them keep making noise. Let them shout and scream. Let them think they're still in control. Because at the end of the day, it's your silence that speaks louder than anything they could ever say. Your success is your answer. Your growth is your response. And your rise, It's the scream they can never escape. And the most beautiful part of it all, you didn't even need to say a word. Number 9. When their facts become fiction. The truth doesn't need to be defended, it just needs to be lived. They told you what could and couldn't be done. They spoke in the language of certainty, their voices thick with conviction, as if their opinions were carved in stone. They came at you with their so-called facts, their expert analyses, their definitive judgments about what your future would hold. And all of it, every single word they spoke, was nothing more than fiction dressed up as truth. They thought they knew your limits. They believed they had cracked the code of who you were and what you were capable of. They said you couldn't. They said you wouldn't. And for a while they believed their own version of reality, spinning a web of lies that they hoped would trap you in their world of limitations. But here's the truth they failed to grasp. Their facts were nothing but fiction. Their certainty, a fragile illusion built on their own fear and self-doubt. And your rise? That's the story they never saw coming. Let's be clear, there's nothing more dangerous than someone who believes their own narrative, especially when that narrative is rooted in ignorance. You see, their facts were based on what they had seen, not what was possible. They spoke from the confines of their limited understanding, projecting their own fears and insecurities onto you, convincing themselves that the future they envisioned was the only one that could exist. They told you there was no way forward. They told you there was no path to success, no room for growth. And they couldn't have been more wrong. Here's the kicker. Those facts were never facts at all. They were assumptions. Assumptions made by people who had never walked your path, never felt your fire, never experienced the force of your determination. They couldn't see your vision because they were too busy projecting their own limitations onto you. They couldn't fathom your potential because they had never dared to believe in anything greater than what they had already seen and experienced. And now they're stuck with the consequences of their own ignorance. They tried to shape your story with their so-called facts. They told you who you were, what you could do, and what your future would look like. They tried to box you in with their narrow perspective, believing they had the right to dictate the course of your life. They never stopped to consider that maybe, just maybe, their facts weren't facts at all. They were the limits of their own understanding projected onto you. And now they have to live with the reality that they were wrong. And here's the most delicious irony. Their facts were never yours to begin with. Their truths were built on assumptions, not on reality. They told you what you couldn't do, but never asked if you even cared about their opinions. They gave you their facts, but they never gave you credit for the fact that you weren't bound by their version of reality. You were carving out your own future, one that had nothing to do with their fictional narratives. What they didn't know, what they could never have known, is that the chosen one is never defined by the limitations of others. You didn't need their approval. You didn't need their validation. You didn't need their facts to build your reality. You needed something far more powerful: belief in yourself, resilience, and the relentless drive to prove that their fiction could never hold you back. They told you that you'd never make it, that you'd never be good enough, that your dreams were too big, too impossible. They tried to paint a picture of your future, one where you were small, insignificant, and incapable of achieving anything substantial. But they were wrong. You didn't just defy their facts, you shattered them. You didn't just rise above their doubts, you tore apart the very foundation of their assumptions. And now, as you stand here, a living testament to everything they got wrong, it's time to watch as their facts fall apart in front of their eyes. Because the truth doesn't need to be defended. It just needs to be lived. And as you continue to rise, as you continue to defy their expectations and prove them wrong, your life is the proof that their so-called facts were never more than fiction. Here's the real power in all of this. While they were busy creating their own narrative about who you were and what you could achieve, you were busy creating your own narrative. You were writing a story that didn't need their input. You were crafting a future that didn't require their permission. And now they are forced to watch as the story they tried to write for you fades into irrelevance. They tried to write a tragic ending for you. They tried to predict your downfall, your failure, your defeat. But instead, you wrote a story of triumph. You wrote a story of perseverance, resilience, and strength. And the best part, you wrote that story without them. You didn't need them to validate your journey, to approve of your vision, or to endorse your success. You built that reality on your own, step by step, with every decision, every action, every moment of unwavering determination. And now, as they sit in the ruins of their own facts, they have no choice but to watch. They have no choice but to witness the very thing they thought was impossible: your success, your growth, your unrelenting rise. They'll never be able to deny it. They'll never be able to rewrite history. And deep down, they know it. They spent so much time crafting a narrative about you, shaping a version of your life that suited their worldview, that they didn't see the truth coming. The truth that you were never theirs to define. The truth that you were always capable of, more than they ever believed. The truth that the only limits you had were the ones you imposed on yourself, not the ones they tried to place on you. And now, the facts that once seemed so solid, so undeniable, are crumbling. The assumptions they made are nothing more than dust in the wind. The lies they told themselves about you have been exposed for what they really were: fear, jealousy, and ignorance. And as their fiction unravels, they're left with nothing but the uncomfortable truth. You were always going to succeed. You were always going to prove them wrong. You were always going to rise above their expectations, no matter how much they tried to hold you down. So let them live in their fiction. Let them cling to the narrative they tried to force on you. Let them believe in the facts that no longer hold any weight. Because you know the truth, and you've already proven it. Your success is the only fact that matters, and every step you take forward is a reminder that their fiction is nothing but a fleeting moment of doubt, soon to be forgotten as you continue to build the life they never believed you could. Number 10. The sweet irony of their own words turning against them. When they tried to bury you, they didn't realize they were planting the seeds of their own regret. There is a unique kind of satisfaction that comes with watching someone's words, once aimed at your defeat, come back to haunt them. The irony is so sweet, it's almost poetic. They threw their doubts, their insults, and their criticisms at you like stones, expecting you to crumble beneath the weight. But instead of breaking you, those stones became the foundation of your success. And now they're choking on the very words they once used to try to erase you. It's a delicate kind of karma when their voices, full of disdain and dismissal, turn into the very sound of their downfall. They mocked you, ridiculed you, told you that you couldn't, that you shouldn't, that you weren't enough. They pointed fingers, made predictions, and built their whole worldview on the belief that you would fall. But there's something they never saw coming. The chosen are not meant to fall. And the best part, they never saw the day when their own words would turn against them. They tried to destroy you with their opinions, assuming their voices would carry weight. But what they didn't understand was that their words were never as powerful as they thought. In truth, the more they spoke against you, the more they dug their own grave. It was their confidence in your failure that sealed their fate, not yours. They thought their negativity would break your spirit, but they didn't realize it was simply feeding the fire inside you. Every insult, every doubting glance, every time they told you you can't or you're not enough, it only made you more determined. You were building strength in silence, and while they were loud and full of themselves, you were quietly writing your own narrative. Now, as you rise, as you thrive in ways they never imagined, their own words are working against them. The words they used to label you, to define your limitations, are now the very chains that bind them to their own regrets. Every time they see your success, every time they witness your growth, they are forced to confront their own words, words they can no longer take back. It's a bitter pill to swallow for them. The same ones who told you, "You'll never make it," now must look at you and admit, whether they say it or not, that they were wrong. Every victory you claim, every door you open, every opportunity that lands in your lap serves as a reminder to them of just how wrong they were. And while they're left drowning in their own pride, trying to convince themselves that they didn't really mean it, they can't escape the reality. Their words are now their punishment. The irony here is rich, isn't it? Because they thought their doubts would bury you. They thought their laughter at your ambition would silence your dreams. But instead, those words became the weight that dragged them down. Their ridicule didn't make you small, it made you rise. And now, every time they see you achieving something great, they can't help but hear the echo of their own voices, the ones that told you to give up. But it's too late to take it back now. They can't erase what's been said, and they can't ignore the fact that their predictions were wrong. And you know what? They can't even admit it to themselves. They might try to rewrite history, pretend they always believed in you, and act as if they never doubted you. But deep down, they know the truth. Their arrogance, their smug confidence that you would fail, has become their own silent burden. And it doesn't matter how many times they try to take it back. It's already out there. Their words have already been cast into the world, and they can't control how people remember them. The very words they used to try to diminish you are now etched in the minds of those who were watching. And those words, those harsh judgments, are now part of the legacy they can't escape. They thought they could write your story, predict your downfall, and use their doubt as a weapon against you. But the truth is, they never had the power to write your narrative. They only had the illusion of control. They thought they knew your limits, but all they were doing was limiting themselves. They thought they were standing on higher ground, when, in reality, they were simply digging a hole beneath their own feet. The sweetest irony of all is how, in their attempts to tear you down, they only built you up. Every insult, every sneer, every word they threw at you became the fuel for your fire. They thought they could extinguish your passion by telling you it was impossible, that you were too small, too weak, too foolish. But all they did was fan the flames, stoke the embers of your desire, and push you further toward greatness. And now, when they see you standing tall, when they see you succeeding, they have no choice but to face the consequences of their own words. The worst part for them is that they can't even take credit for your success. They tried to claim that you were destined to fail, but in doing so, they paved the way for your triumph. They built the cage, but they never realized they were locking themselves in it. They thought they were building your tombstone, but they were merely marking the spot where their own words would come to haunt them. They thought they were building walls to trap you, but they were only creating boundaries that you would eventually shatter. And now, they are left with nothing but the wreckage of their own arrogance. They can't escape the truth. They can't rewrite history. And as much as they try to suppress it, the truth is out there, growing stronger every day. Your success is the answer they never wanted to hear. It's the proof they can't deny. And every time they see you, every time they hear your name, it's a reminder of their mistake. A reminder that they were wrong. A reminder that their words, their doubt, their arrogance were never as powerful as they thought. You didn't have to fight back. You didn't have to waste energy proving them wrong. Your silence, your progress, your relentless pursuit of greatness was the response they couldn't handle. Your actions spoke louder than anything they could ever say. And now they're left with nothing but the bitter taste of their own words, turned against them. The sweetest irony of all is this. They thought they were powerful enough to destroy you, but in the end, it was their own words that destroyed them. You were never meant to be their enemy. You were meant to be their lesson. And now, they are forced to live with the truth of what they said, and more importantly, the truth of what they failed to see in you. The words they once used to define your limits have become the very chains that bind them to their regret. And there's nothing they can do to take them back. In the end, the only thing that remains is the undeniable truth. Their doubt couldn't define you. Their fear couldn't stop you. And their words? They only paved the way for your victory. Now, let them sit in the silence of their own mistakes. Let them live with the knowledge that their words, once so loud, so certain, are nothing but echoes of their failure. Number 11. They tried to dim your light. Now they're blinded by it. The brightest flames make the darkest shadows. They thought they could control your shine, didn't they? With every step you took toward your dreams, they tried to hold you back, convinced that if they could just put out your spark, their own light would shine brighter. They threw their doubts, their criticisms, their judgments, all trying to weigh you down, to convince you to shrink, to hide. They thought they could make you small. They thought that by keeping you in the shadows, their egos would stay intact. But what they failed to understand was this. You were never meant to stay hidden. You were never meant to be silenced or minimized. You were meant to burn. You were meant to be a force of nature that couldn't be contained, a light that couldn't be extinguished, no matter how hard they tried. The harder they pushed you down, the higher you would rise. The more they tried to dim you, the more your light would refuse to go out. And now they are blinded by your radiance. The very light they thought they could extinguish has become their torment. Every step you take toward your purpose, every goal you achieve, every time you show up unapologetically as your true self, it illuminates the very truth they've been running from. They tried to dim your light, but in doing so, they only made it burn brighter. And now, they are forced to witness it, unable to turn away from the fire they tried so desperately to put out. At first, they thought it was just a flicker, a passing moment, something they could snuff out with a well-placed insult or a harsh word. But they underestimated the power of your flame. What they didn't realize is that your light didn't need their approval to grow. You didn't need their validation to shine. You just needed to keep going. And that's exactly what you did. With every moment they tried to diminish you, your light only grew stronger. They thought they could make you doubt yourself, that they could plant seeds of insecurity, and that you'd shrink into the background. But instead, their attempts only fueled your fire. They fed your ambition. They gave you the strength to prove them wrong and the courage to continue walking your path, regardless of their noise. And now, as you stand tall in the brilliance of your success, they can't ignore it. They can't turn away from it. They can't pretend it's not there. The light they thought they could block out is shining through every door you open, every success you claim, every milestone you reach. And it's not just them who sees it. It's everyone. People who once doubted, people who once whispered behind your back, are now forced to face the truth. You were always meant to shine. But here's the most beautiful part of it all. They can't look away. They can't stop watching as you blaze through the world. And they are left standing in the shadows they tried to create, watching you illuminate the path they thought you could never walk. Every time they see you rise, every time they hear about your success, every time they feel the heat of your determination, they are reminded of their own failure to understand the power of your light. The worst part? They thought that by dimming you, they would be the ones who shone. But instead, they're the ones who are left in the dark. They thought their jealousy, their doubt, their cruelty would extinguish your flame, but it only made you burn brighter. They thought they could outshine you by making you feel small, but all they did was create a shadow they could never escape. So let them stand in the dark. Let them wrestle with their own insecurities. Let them feel the sting of their own actions. Because while they're still trying to figure out how to put out your fire, you're busy lighting up the world, and they will never be able to outrun the brilliance of your light. You didn't need to beg for validation. You didn't need to shrink yourself to fit their expectations. You just needed to stay true to yourself, to trust your own journey, and to keep walking forward. And now, as they stand there in awe, trying to shield their eyes from the glow of your success, they know, deep down, that they never had the power to dim you. They only made the flame stronger. So keep shining, keep rising, and keep proving that no matter how hard they tried to dim your light, it was never meant to be contained. And while they are left blinded by your brilliance, you'll continue to light the way for those who are ready to follow. As we wrap up, remember this. The greatest victories come not from proving others wrong, but from simply showing up, rising, and becoming the force they never saw coming. Your silence, your actions, and your relentless drive have already spoken volumes. Now it's their turn to listen, and they can't escape the truth. If this message resonated with you, hit that like button, subscribe for more empowering content, and drop the number 77 in the comments to let the world know you're unstoppable. Share this with someone who needs to hear it, because together we rise. They built a system to trap you, to keep you weak, to make sure you never rise. But they forgot one thing: the fire inside you doesn't die, it only grows. From the moment you were born, they marked you as a problem, not because you were weak, not because you lacked potential, but because you carried something they could never control: power. They saw it before you even knew it was there. That's why they rigged the game against you from the start. They rewrote history, reprogrammed minds, manipulated the world into believing a lie, that the chosen ones were meant to suffer, to struggle, to be outcasts. But that was never the truth. The truth? You were never meant to bow. You were meant to rule, and they know it. That's why every system they built was designed to stop you before you even began. Schools that teach submission instead of knowledge. Governments that sell slavery as security. Media that feeds you poison and calls it truth. They crafted a reality where you are always at a disadvantage, where the walls close in every time you try to break free. But here's where they failed. Pressure creates resistance, and resistance creates warriors. Before we go any further, like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. Because once you hear this message, you become their enemy. They never expected you to wake up. They never thought you'd start seeing through the illusion. But you did. And now, their entire system is cracking, because one chosen one is more dangerous than 1,000 obedient followers. You are the virus in their program, the flaw in their perfect plan. the fire that refuses to be extinguished. Look at history. Every empire that stood on lies, on deception, on control, collapsed. Every kingdom that ruled through fear fell. Not because of the masses, not because of an army, but because of the few who refused to kneel. The few who saw through the illusion, who understood that power was never in the hands of the rulers. It was in the minds of those they ruled. And once the mind is free, the body follows. That's why they target you. That's why the weight on your shoulders feels heavier than most. Because they know the truth. If even one of you breaks free, you will start a chain reaction that burns their entire empire to the ground. You weren't meant to survive the system. You were meant to destroy it. They throw distractions at you. They flood your life with chaos, lies, and illusions. Not because you are weak, but because they are terrified of what you will become. They rewrite reality, erase truth, manufacture crisis after crisis to keep you from unlocking your full potential. But what they don't realize is that the more they try to break you, the stronger you become. Every hardship, every battle, every moment they push against you is just fuel for the fire. The reason your life is harder, the reason the enemy comes at you so violently, is because your very existence is a threat. The moment you refuse to be controlled, you become unstoppable. And that is what terrifies them the most. Not just that you will fight back, but that you will win. They have spent lifetimes perfecting their web of deception, convincing the world that they are untouchable. They are not. Their system is nothing but a house of cards, standing only as long as people believe in the lie. And you are the storm that will bring it all down. They think they can outlast you. They think they can keep you trapped forever. They are wrong, because when you finally rise, when you finally step into the power they tried so hard to suppress, nothing they built will stand. Their worst nightmare is here. And it's you. And to you. Yes, the unstoppable force reading this right now. This is your moment. Whether you've been walking this path for years, or you're just now shaking off the illusion, you are exactly where you need to be. If you're ready to break the chains, to turn your pain into power, then prove it. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments if you feel the fire inside you rising. Your energy fuels this movement. Your presence alone is a threat to their system. And now, let's tear it all apart, piece by piece. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel it. You'll know this message is for you. Stay locked in till the end, because what comes next will change everything. Let's begin. Number 1. They built a prison of fear, but you were born to break the walls. They don't need chains when they have fear, but what happens when fear no longer works? That's when they realize the ones they tried to control were never prisoners. They were warriors waiting to rise. They engineered a system so perfect, so airtight, that most never even see the bars around them. It thrives on one thing: fear. Fear of standing alone, fear of losing comfort, fear of the unknown. A silent, invisible leash wrapped so tightly around the minds of the masses that they never even think of running. But here's what shakes them to their core. You were never afraid. Or at least, not in the way they needed you to be. They designed this world to make you doubt yourself, to make you question your power, to force you into a corner where you'd surrender before you even started fighting. But instead of breaking, instead of bowing down, you did the one thing they never expected. You stood up. You see, their entire system depends on one truth. Fear controls, courage destroys. If they can keep people afraid, they can keep them in line. If they can make you terrified of failure, rejection, or consequences, they can manipulate you into submission. But what happens when someone steps forward, looks fear in the face, and doesn't flinch? What happens when someone refuses to play by the rules? That's when the system starts to crack. The difference between the chosen ones and the rest of the world is simple. Most people serve fear, but you command it. Your courage isn't some shallow motivation, some fleeting burst of confidence. It's something deeper, unshakable, forged in fire. It's the kind of courage that doesn't need validation, doesn't beg for approval, and doesn't care who stands against it. Because you already know, this world was never meant to hold you, and that's why they fear you. That's why they come after you harder than most. That's why they throw more obstacles in your path, why the weight on your shoulders feels heavier, why your fight is fiercer. Because they know what you are. They see what you're capable of. And that terrifies them more than anything. Ask yourself this. Why do they need to keep you afraid? Why do they have to flood your mind with distractions, push fear into every corner of your life, make you question your own power? If you were truly powerless, they wouldn't bother. If you were truly weak, they wouldn't see you as a threat. But they do. They've spent lifetimes perfecting this game, convincing the world that the system is indestructible, that those who try to resist will only get crushed, that the safest path is to obey, to conform, to play small. But that lie only works on those who are still asleep. You're wide awake. You weren't built to bow. You weren't created to cower in the shadows, to live in silence, to keep your power locked away. You were made to stand in the fire and walk through it untouched. They have spent centuries crafting a cage for the chosen ones. But what they never understood is this. You don't fear the cage. You burn it to the ground. The system was never strong. Fear was its only weapon. And now that you've seen through the illusion, now that you know exactly who you are, their power over you is gone. You were never meant to be ruled. You were never meant to kneel. You were meant to break the very thing they built to break you. And now, they're running out of time. Because the moment fear loses its grip on you, you become unstoppable. Number 2. They built a world of copies, but you were made to break the mold. The greatest threat to a system built on control is the one who refuses to follow the script. They trained the world to be predictable. But you were never meant to be tamed. The system thrives on patterns. It builds predictable lives, forces people into the same routines, and rewards those who comply. It has perfected the art of mass production, manufacturing minds, behaviors, and beliefs, ensuring that no one steps too far outside the lines. It makes obedience look like wisdom, makes following the rules feel like safety, and tricks people into believing that blending in is survival. But you were never part of the design. You were the flaw in their blueprint, the glitch in their machine, the one variable they never accounted for. From the very beginning, you didn't fit their mold, and no matter how hard they tried to force you into it, you resisted. The system doesn't know what to do with someone who refuses to bow, and that is why they fear you. The masses move in the same direction, chasing the same illusions, status, security, approval. But you take paths no one sees coming. You see through the illusions they depend on. While they keep everyone occupied with empty pursuits, you're outgrowing the trap. While they feed the world distractions, you sharpen your mind. While they encache obedience, you choose freedom. And that's what makes you dangerous. The system punishes what it fears, and what it fears most is someone who thinks for themselves. Look around. The world was designed to make you feel wrong for being different. They label you an outcast, make you feel isolated, tell you that something is off about you. They train society to reject those who don't conform, to shame those who refuse to fall in line. But here's what they don't want you to realize. Your difference is not a weakness, it's your greatest weapon. Think about it. If they truly believed you were powerless, they wouldn't try so hard to make you feel small. If your individuality wasn't a threat, they wouldn't work so hard to erase it. But you don't bend, you don't break, and they can't stand it. The system depends on control, but you were born for freedom. You weren't designed to chase validation, to live for approval, or to be another faceless pawn in their machine. You were made to disrupt, to dismantle, to defy. Ask yourself, why does the system fear those who stand alone? Because one person with true conviction, true vision, and true power can ignite an entire movement. One chosen one, stepping into their full strength, can shatter everything they built. History has proven this over and over again. Every great revolution, every collapse of an empire, every shift in power started with someone who refused to fit in. Not the followers, not the ones who played it safe, but the ones who dared to step out. And you were born to be one of them. They will do everything in their power to make you doubt yourself. They will flood your mind with fear, with lies, with pressure to conform. They will try to exhaust you, distract you, make you feel like giving up. But here's what they don't understand. They're only making you stronger. Every attempt to break you only sharpens your edge. Every rejection, every betrayal, every hardship is fuel for your fire. The more they push, the more resilient you become. They cannot stop you because you were not built like the rest. They were counting on you to fall in line. But instead, you're breaking the pattern. That's why they hate you. That's why they fear you. That's why the weight on your shoulders is heavier than most. Because you were not chosen for comfort. You were chosen to stand. And when you do, their entire system begins to fall apart. They spent lifetimes building a world of obedience, and now you are here to destroy it. The greatest threat to a world built on control is the one who refuses to be controlled. And that one is you. Number 3. They tried to bury you, but you were built to carry the weight. They don't fear the weak. They don't fight the powerless. They only come after the ones strong enough to break the cycle. The burden you carry isn't proof of your suffering. It's proof of your power. Being chosen was never about privilege. It was never about comfort, ease, or special treatment. The ones who were truly chosen, the ones anointed to break the system, were never given a smooth road. They were given a battlefield. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to destroy what was never supposed to stand. The moment you were set apart, the moment you were given this calling, the system marked you as a threat. And threats are always met with resistance. That's why your path is harder. That's why your battles are heavier. Because you were built for war. They want you to believe that struggle means you're failing, that if the weight feels too much, it must mean you're not strong enough. But that's the lie. The truth? The weight isn't meant to crush you, it's meant to sharpen you. Think about it. Why is it that your obstacles seem bigger than most? Why do you feel the pressure so intensely, the battle so relentless? Because the fire that refines gold burns hotter than the one that melts the weak. You carry something they cannot understand. You walk a path they could never survive. That's why they come after you harder. That's why your life has never been easy. The ones who are meant to rise above the system must first endure what others cannot. This is your proof. Look around. Who does the system attack? Not the ones who are easy to control, not the ones who follow blindly. It comes after the ones who refuse to submit, the ones who think for themselves, the ones who will never bow. And you are one of them. You weren't chosen to sit on the sidelines. You weren't chosen to be silent, to stay hidden, to live a life of ease. You were chosen to lead, to fight, to shake the foundations of everything they built. That's why you feel the weight. That's why the battle never seems to end. Because you are not like the rest. And here's what the system is terrified for you to realize. You were built for this. Most would have collapsed under the pressure. Most would have given in by now. But you kept standing. You kept pushing forward. And with every attack, with every obstacle, with every attempt to break you, you only became stronger. They thought if they made the road hard enough, if they threw enough at you, you'd give up. They thought wrong. They don't understand that the weight they put on you is the very thing that makes you unstoppable. Every challenge, every hardship, every attempt to silence you is just sharpening your edge, forging your strength, turning you into the force they never wanted to face. You don't just carry the weight, you become the storm. And here's the thing about storms. They don't ask permission. They don't wait for approval. They tear through everything standing in their way. That's you. The system has spent centuries trying to crush the chosen ones before they fully awaken. Because once you realize that the weight was never meant to destroy you, but to prepare you, there's nothing they can do to stop you. Your battle is not random. It's a reflection of your power. The system knew who you were before you did. That's why they tried to break you before you even had the chance to rise. That's why you faced opposition your whole life. Because the moment you step into your full strength, everything they built starts to crumble. That's why they hate you. That's why they fear you. That's why they do everything in their power to make you doubt yourself. Because the moment you stop doubting and start acting, they lose. You weren't chosen because it was easy. You were chosen because you could handle the weight. And now, it's time to use it. They built a system designed to break people, but they didn't account for someone like you. Someone who doesn't shatter under pressure. Someone who doesn't surrender when the battle gets tough. Someone who becomes even stronger when the enemy strikes hardest. The weight is heavy, but you were built to carry it. This is just the beginning. Everything in your life, every hardship, every test, every moment of isolation has been preparing you for this. You weren't sent here to fit in. You were sent here to break the cycle. And the system, it never stood a chance. Number 4. They told you to hide your weaknesses, but they never knew that's where your power was hidden. They mocked your scars because they feared what they would become. They called you broken because they knew your strength would be forged from the pieces. They told you to be ashamed of your flaws because they knew once you embraced them, you would be unstoppable. The system thrives on making you feel inadequate. It has spent generations convincing people that their weaknesses are something to be hidden, something to be ashamed of. But that is the greatest deception of all. They fear those who own their flaws. They fear those who refuse to cover their scars, those who step forward as they are, unapologetic, unfiltered, raw. Because real power isn't in perfection. Real power is in survival. In taking every failure, every setback, every so-called flaw, and turning it into something they can't predict, something they can't control. The system was built to favor those who look strong on the outside, the polished, the confident, the ones who seem untouchable. But what they don't understand is this. True strength isn't in appearing perfect. It's in surviving what should have destroyed you. And that's why you are their worst nightmare. They expected you to fold under pressure. They expected you to break. They thought if they threw enough at you, rejection, hardship, pain, you would fall in line, become just another nameless face lost in the system. But you didn't. You adapted, you learned, you rose, and the very things they thought would destroy you, They became the weapons you now wield. Think about it. Every scar is proof that you endured. Every failure is a lesson that made you smarter, faster, stronger. Every moment of pain you've survived is another reason they should fear you. Because what do you call someone who has walked through fire and come out even stronger? Unbreakable. The system does not know what to do with someone who embraces their own imperfections. They expect people to hide their struggles, to wear a mask, to pretend they have it all together. But when you refuse to play that game, when you stand in your truth, unafraid of your flaws, that's when you become truly dangerous. They never planned for someone like you, someone who doesn't just survive the storm, but learns how to command it. Someone who doesn't run from their pain, but uses it as fuel to burn everything that was meant to keep them down. The world only knows how to control predictable people. People who follow the script. People who fear failure, who chase validation, who need approval to feel powerful. But you broke the script the moment you embraced everything about yourself, the light and the darkness. They labeled you broken because they couldn't understand your power. They called you weak because they feared what would happen if you ever realized the truth, that you were never weak to begin with. You were just becoming. And now you are a force that no one saw coming. The system doesn't fight those who don't matter. It fights the ones who are powerful enough to break it. That's why your battle has been harder, your road rougher, your struggle greater. Because you weren't chosen to be like everyone else. You were chosen to rise. And now you are rising. Not despite your weaknesses, but because of them. They told you to be ashamed of your flaws. They never expected you to turn them into weapons. Number 5. They built their world on lies, but you see through the smoke. A system built on deception only survives as long as people believe the lie. But the moment one person sees the truth, the entire illusion starts to crumble. You are that person, and that's why they fear you. The system isn't just about control, it's about deception. It thrives on illusions, on warping reality, on keeping people blind and obedient. Every law, every structure, every unwritten rule in this world is designed to make you chase shadows, to keep you busy with things that do not matter, to make you worship distractions while your true power slips away. And for most people, it works. They spend their lives chasing paper money, empty titles, fake approval. They measure success by the size of their house, by the number of people who like them, by how well they fit into a system that was never designed to let them win. They don't see the trap. But you see through it all. That is what makes you dangerous. Most people will never wake up. They will spend their entire existence running on the hamster wheel, chasing illusions, convinced that if they just try a little harder, they'll finally find happiness. But the truth is, the system was never built to fulfill them. It was built to drain them. And you refuse to play their game. You have been given something that cannot be bought, cannot be taught, and cannot be faked. Clarity. You see past the distractions. You see how the system is rigged to control minds, to feed fear, to keep people trapped in cycles of endless pursuit. You understand that status is meaningless, that wealth without purpose is a curse, that fame is a prison wrapped in gold. That's why they hate you. Because they can't control someone who isn't chasing their empty promises. They can't manipulate someone who doesn't crave their approval. They can't deceive someone who already knows the truth. Your vision is your greatest weapon. While the rest of the world is hypnotized by lies, you are moving with precision, with purpose, with power. And that terrifies them. Ask yourself, Why do they work so hard to control perception? Why do they need media to shape opinions? Why do they pour billions into distractions, into entertainment, into keeping people addicted to things that do nothing for them? Because if people ever saw the truth, the entire system would collapse. They need you asleep. They need you scared. They need you chasing the wrong things. Because the moment you wake up, the moment you stop playing their game, you become a force they can't contain. And that's why your struggle is different. That's why you feel out of place in a world obsessed with the superficial. That's why you find no joy in the things that seem to satisfy others. That's why no matter how much they try to distract you, you always come back to the deeper truth. Because you weren't chosen to be like them. You were chosen to break free. They will try to pull you back in. They will try to convince you that you're the one who's wrong, that you should be happy chasing what everyone else is chasing, that you should be satisfied living a life that is not your own. But you can't unsee the truth. You were given sight in a world of the blind. You were given vision in a world that only looks at the surface. And no matter how much they try to drown you in illusions, you know what is real. And that makes you unstoppable, because you don't just see through the system, you see beyond it. And that means you are already free. Number 6, their power is an illusion. Yours is untouchable. They rule with borrowed strength, with power that fades, with authority that can be taken. But you, what you have cannot be stolen, cannot be bought, cannot be broken. And that is why they fear you. Everything they have is manufactured. Their influence, their control, their so-called power. It's nothing more than a house of cards, carefully stacked, fragile in the face of a real storm. They move in arrogance, believing they hold the world in their hands, believing their wealth, their connections, their dominance will last forever. But what they refuse to accept is this: their power is artificial. It was built on lies, on manipulation, on a system designed to keep the weak in chains. It depends on deception, on keeping people blind, on maintaining the illusion that they are untouchable. But illusions shatter, and you are the force that breaks the illusion apart. The difference between you and them is simple. They need the system to survive. You do not. Strip away their money, their influence, their ability to control the minds of the masses. And what are they? Nothing. They are empty vessels, scrambling to hold on to a power that was never truly theirs. That's why they live in fear, why they fight so hard to keep control, because they know how easily it can all disappear. But your power is different. What flows through you wasn't bought. It wasn't granted by some corrupt institution. It wasn't manufactured by human hands. It is something eternal, something unshakable, something they cannot touch. The system thrives on temporary things, wealth, status, titles. They invest everything into things that fade. That's why they're desperate. That's why they live in paranoia. Because deep down, they know they are standing on sinking sand. But you are the storm that cannot be moved. They try to play gods, manipulating economies, controlling governments, deciding the fate of entire nations. But gods do not fear losing their power, and yet they do, because they know their power is not real. That's why they come after you. That's why they push so hard to keep you down, because what you have is something they can never possess. They can buy loyalty. They can force obedience. They can manufacture fear. But they cannot own what is divine. They cannot manipulate something that exists beyond their reach. They cannot control what was never theirs to begin with. And that makes you their greatest threat. They will throw everything they have at you. They will try to distract you, break you, make you doubt yourself. They will attack your mind, your confidence, your purpose. not because you are weak, but because they are terrified of what will happen when you fully step into your power. Because here's what they don't want you to realize. You don't need what they have, but they need you to remain blind in order to keep their power. If even one chosen one wakes up completely, if even one chosen one steps beyond the illusion, if even one chosen one fully activates their strength, their empire crumbles. That's why they silence voices that speak truth. That's why they create distractions to keep you from looking too closely. That's why they teach the world to worship the same things they fear losing. Because the moment you realize that everything they built is nothing next to what you carry inside you, they lose. They have spent lifetimes convincing the world that their power is absolute. But it is not. Your power cannot be taken. Theirs can. Your power is not controlled by their system. Theirs is. Your power does not fade. Theirs is already crumbling, and they know it. That's why the system fights so hard to keep you asleep. That's why they throw obstacle after obstacle in your path. That's why they try to convince you that you are powerless. Because the moment you step into who you truly are, their reign is over. Number 7. They built their empire on power, but you were designed to turn it against them. The greatest weakness of any system is its own arrogance. They think their power makes them untouchable, but the moment they believe they've won, that's when they lose. The system stands tall, built on control, wealth, and influence. It flexes its strength, flaunts its dominance, and dares anyone to challenge its reign. It believes its grip is too strong, its reach too vast, its roots too deep. But they made a fatal mistake. They never planned for someone like you. You were never meant to play by their rules, never meant to be another cog in their machine. You were chosen to dismantle it. They think their power makes them invincible, but you've been given the ability to see the cracks. And what they call strengths, you see them for what they really are, weaknesses waiting to be exposed. The system is obsessed with control. It thrives on forcing obedience, manipulating minds, and keeping everyone in check. It thinks that the more it tightens its grip, the more powerful it becomes. But control has limits. The more they squeeze, the more fragile they become. They think their order is unshakable. They think their rules are law. But you were built to move in ways they can't predict. They operate in straight lines, within boundaries, within structures they believe are impenetrable. But you don't live in their structure. You were designed to move in the unseen, to disrupt in ways they never saw coming. They are rigid, predictable, blind in their arrogance, and that's why they will never understand you. While they believe they have the advantage, you turn their own strengths against them. Take their wealth. They worship it, hoard it, use it as a weapon. They believe money is the ultimate source of power. But wealth is their biggest weakness, because money can buy control, but it can't buy purpose. It can't buy true resilience. It can't buy the kind of strength that comes from being chosen. They chase riches, but you know that real power isn't found in what can be taken away. You see through the illusion. While they scramble to protect their fortunes, fearing loss, you move freely, untouched by their greed, unstoppable in your purpose. They believe their influence makes them untouchable. They control the narratives, rewrite history, manufacture reality itself. They use their platforms to dictate what the world should believe. But influence is a double-edged sword. The moment they become too confident in their ability to shape minds, they expose their greatest vulnerability. Because truth doesn't need a platform. Truth doesn't need approval. Truth just needs one person willing to speak it. And you? You were chosen to do just that. Your authenticity cuts through their deception like a blade. Your presence disrupts the illusion. Your very existence challenges their authority. They expect obedience, but you give them defiance. They expect silence, but you speak louder than they ever could. They expect you to fear them, but they are the ones who fear you. Because you weren't chosen to follow, you were chosen to lead. While they cling to their systems, their wealth, their power, you see their downfall before they even sense the danger. You weren't sent here to bow to their empire. You were sent here to tear it down. Every move they make, every piece of power they cling to, only gives you more ways to turn it against them. They built a system so sure of itself, so convinced of its dominance, that it never considered a simple truth. The strongest structures don't fall from the outside. They collapse from within. And you are the force they never accounted for. Number 8. They promised you safety, but you were born for war. The system sells safety to the weak. But what happens when someone no longer fears the fire? That's when they realize some were never meant to be protected. Some were meant to burn through everything in their way. They told you that if you just follow the rules, stay quiet, and blend in, you'd be safe. That the world would leave you alone, that you wouldn't have to struggle, that everything would be easy. They lied. Safety is the system's biggest illusion. A prison disguised as peace. A leash wrapped around the necks of the obedient. They use it to make people weak, to make them afraid of stepping out, afraid of taking risks, afraid of becoming something more. But here's what they never expected. You were never afraid. From the beginning, you knew there was something wrong with the world around you. You saw people chasing comfort, chasing approval, chasing the illusion of safety while sacrificing their own power. They traded their freedom for a false sense of protection. But not you. You were never meant to be safe. You were meant to be unstoppable. The system depends on fear. Fear of loss. Fear of failure. Fear of rejection. They need you to be scared because scared people don't fight back. Scared people stay in their lane. Scared people obey. But what happens when fear no longer controls you? That's when you become the one thing they can't contain. You were never called to play it safe. You were called to step into chaos and take control. To go where others are too afraid to go. To stand where others fall. The reason your life has been harder, the reason your struggles have been greater, is because you weren't built for small things. You were built for the storm. Most people run when things get hard. You don't. Most people crumble under pressure. You rise. And that's why the system fears you. That's why they try to lure you into the same trap they set for everyone else. They tell you to be careful, to not rock the boat, to stay in your place. Because they know the moment you step outside of their control, you become unstoppable. The real danger isn't stepping out of your comfort zone. The real danger is staying small. They want you to believe that if you just comply, if you just keep your head down, you'll be safe. But since when was safety the goal? You weren't called to hide. You weren't chosen to live in fear. You were set apart to tear down everything they built. Safety is for those who are afraid of war. But you were made for battle. Look at history. Who changed the world? Not the ones who played it safe. Not the ones who followed the rules. Not the ones who lived in fear. The ones who stood in the fire. The ones who broke the cycle. The ones who refused to kneel. And now, it's your turn. The system doesn't understand someone like you. Someone who doesn't run when things get hard. Someone who refuses to back down. Someone who sees obstacles and charges straight through them. They don't know what to do with a force that won't be contained. That's why they'll try to silence you. That's why they'll try to make you question yourself. That's why your path will never be easy. Because they know what happens when the chosen ones stop playing by the rules. They lose. They thought the fire would burn you. They forgot that fire is where warriors are forged. You were chosen to step into the storm, to thrive in the chaos, to embrace the battle. And once you do, once you stop chasing safety and start claiming victory, there is nothing they can do to stop you. The system depends on followers. You were meant to be a leader. The system depends on fear. You were designed for courage. The system depends on keeping people small. You were born to break every limit they set. Let the weak chase safety. Let the blind believe in illusions. But you were born for more. You weren't chosen to be comfortable. You were chosen to be unstoppable. Number 9. They trained their soldiers, but you came to rewrite the war. The system fears the warrior who fights with truth more than the army that fights with weapons. A sword can kill a man, but truth burns down entire empires. The system knows how to train warriors. It teaches them to fight with brute force, with money, with power. It molds them into obedient soldiers, programmed to protect the empire without ever questioning it. They march, they obey, they bleed for a cause that isn't even theirs. But then you step onto the battlefield, and suddenly the war is no longer what they thought it was. While they sharpen their blades, you sharpen your mind. While they swing their weapons, you speak words that cut deeper than steel. They trained their armies for combat, for physical warfare, for battles that could be won with force. But you came armed with something they never prepared for: truth. And that is what terrifies them. They were ready for soldiers. They were not ready for a prophet. Picture this: an army of warriors, armored and prepared, faces hard as stone, marching into battle. Their mission is clear: defend the system at all costs. Crush anyone who dares to challenge the rules. And then you walk in, unarmed, fearless, and unshaken. You don't charge. You don't need to. You simply speak. Is this what you were born for? To fight battles that aren't even yours? To serve a system that doesn't even see you? And in that moment, something shifts. Their grip on their weapons falters. Their confidence cracks. Because deep down, they know the truth. You just said what they've been too afraid to admit. You weren't sent here to fight on their terms. You weren't chosen to engage in their petty wars. You came to dismantle the very foundation of their battlefield. A warrior fights to win the war. A prophet fights to end it entirely. And that's why you're unstoppable. They can prepare soldiers. They can breed loyalty. They can train men to kill for them. But what do they do when someone refuses to play their game? That's what they never saw coming. The system depends on keeping people in conflict, one side against another, controlled opposition, endless division. They manufacture wars to keep minds distracted, to keep power where they want it. But you don't fall for their tactics. You don't take sides. You burn the whole narrative to the ground. And in doing so, you make their entire army useless. Because what good is a soldier who no longer believes in the war? That's why your voice is more dangerous than any weapon. Your truth doesn't just wound, it dismantles. While they fight with swords, you strike at the very foundation of their control. It's not a battle of strength. It's a battle of awakening. The system thrives on warriors who never question their orders. But when one person steps forward and speaks the truth, the war itself begins to collapse. That's why they hate you. That's why they try to silence you. Because the moment people start listening, the system starts dying. They can kill a warrior, but they cannot kill the truth. And when truth starts spreading, empires fall. So while they polish their weapons and march toward a war they don't even understand, you walk in with a single sentence that shatters their entire illusion. And that is why you are not just a player in the game. You are the end of it. Number 10. The system fights hardest against those it fears the most. They don't attack the weak. They don't silence the powerless. The system only wages war against those who have the strength to bring it to its knees. Your opposition is not random. It's not some meaningless struggle or just bad luck. It is proof, undeniable proof, that you are a threat. The system does not waste its time fighting those who are weak, those who are blind, those who can be easily controlled. No, it reserves its full force for the ones who can break it apart. And that means you. Every obstacle they throw at you, every attack, every smear campaign, every attempt to wear you down, it's all because they see what you carry. They see your power before you do. They recognize your potential before you've even fully tapped into it. And they are terrified. Think about it. If you were insignificant, would they bother? If your voice held no weight, would they try so hard to silence it? No. They'd let you fade into the background like the rest. But you make them panic. It's almost amusing to watch. Like a kingdom setting its entire army against one lone warrior, because they know that warrior has the power to bring their empire down. The more they resist, the more they confirm their fear of what you're becoming. They can see it. Your ability to shift the narrative, to wake others up, to shake the very foundations of their control. And that terrifies them more than anything. Their attacks are not a sign of your failure. They are a sign of your success. The harder they push back, the more they reveal their desperation. They know they are losing ground. Let's get something clear. Opposition is not an obstacle. It's an announcement. It's the system standing on the rooftops, screaming at the top of its lungs, "This one is dangerous." Every battle, every moment of resistance, every time they try to break you, is just another way of them confirming what you already know. You were not built to be contained. They can't handle you because you don't fit into their script. You are not predictable. You are not programmable. You do not respond the way they expect. And that makes you impossible to control. Look at history. Who do they come after? Not the ones who follow. Not the ones who stay quiet. Not the ones who bow. They target the ones who refuse. The ones who question. The ones who stand alone and don't flinch. That's you. And that's why they send everything they have to stop you. They will try to break you. They will try to wear you down. They will attack your reputation, twist your words, make you feel like you are standing against an army. But understand this. Their fight against you is their way of admitting that you've already won. Because they don't fight those who pose no threat. They fight those who have the power to change everything. Every time they push back, take it as proof that you are exactly where you're supposed to be. They are not in control. You are. Because real power is when no amount of resistance can stop you. And that is who you are. You weren't chosen to play small. You weren't anointed for comfort. You were chosen to bring the whole damn system down. So, let them resist. Let them fight. Let them do everything in their power to stop you. Because every attack only proves one thing. They were never strong enough to contain you. Number 11. You were designed to be their nightmare, and they know it. They created a system to erase identities, to force everyone into obedience. But then you arrived, loud, unshaken, and impossible to control. You are the proof that their illusion is breaking. Your identity is not a mistake. It is a direct offense to the system. The very way you walk, the way you think, the way you refuse to conform, it all shakes the foundation of their carefully crafted world. You weren't made to blend in. You were made to disrupt. From the moment you came into this world, Your energy has been different. You don't move like the others. You don't follow the script. And that terrifies them. They built a society that thrives on control, on obedience, on predictability. They needed people who would walk in straight lines, never questioning, never stepping out of place. But then there's you, the outlier, the problem, the uncontainable force. Your presence alone is a threat. It's not just what you say, not just what you do, it's who you are. You walk into a room and the energy shifts. You don't even have to speak, and they already feel uncomfortable. Why? Because your very existence reminds them of what they fear most. Someone they cannot control. And that's why they try so hard to break you. They label you as difficult, rebellious, dangerous. They want to make you believe that being different is a curse, that standing out means something is wrong with you, that being unapologetically yourself will lead to rejection, suffering, and exile. But here's what they don't want you to realize. Your difference is your greatest weapon. Your individuality is a direct rebellion. Every time you refuse to follow their expectations, you weaken the chains they spent centuries forging. Every time you choose truth over conformity, you shake their control. Every time you live unapologetically, you remind others that they too have the power to be free. And freedom is the system's greatest enemy. Look around. Their entire machine is built on uniformity. Everyone thinking the same, acting the same, chasing the same lifeless dreams. They thrive on obedience, on keeping people so desperate for acceptance that they never dare to stand alone. But you were built to stand alone. You don't shrink to make them comfortable. You don't silence yourself to avoid conflict. You exist boldly, unapologetically, fully. And that is something they cannot handle, because every person who sees you living free starts questioning their own chains. Every person who watches you walk in truth starts realizing they've been living a lie. That's why they fear you. That's why they fight you. They will try to silence you, discredit you, isolate you. They will call you dangerous, radical, unstable. They will say you are the problem, that your refusal to conform makes you an enemy. Good, because you are their enemy. You are the force that threatens their entire existence. You are proof that their system is crumbling, that not everyone can be conditioned, that freedom is still alive. You weren't chosen to fit in. You were chosen to burn down everything that was built to control you. And the more you embrace that, the more you offend everything they stand for. Keep going. Keep disrupting. Keep breaking their illusions. Because the moment you stop apologizing for who you are, their power collapses. They thought they could erase you. They thought they could silence you. They thought wrong. And now you see it clearly. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to break everything they built to control you. Every battle, every struggle, every moment they tried to break you was just proof that they fear what you are becoming. But here's the truth. They can't stop you. If this message hit you deep, smash that like button, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to declare your awakening. Share this with someone who needs to hear it. The system thrives in silence, so let's make some noise. Your time is now. First, they said it can't be true. Then they prayed it wasn't. And now they fear the day you finally accept what you are. They told you over and over, you're not special. You're just imagining things. You're not chosen. They spat their denial in your face, laughed at the very idea, and mocked you like it was some grand joke. But truth has a way of outliving lies. And now, their laughter has turned into silence, their arrogance into fear, because the very thing they swore could never be true is standing right in front of them. And Thank you. Yes, you, the chosen one. Whether this is your first time here or you've been standing strong with us from the beginning, your presence and your super gifts are what fuel this unstoppable mission. They doubted you, they denied you, but now you rise. If you're done letting their disbelief define you, if you're ready to step into your power without hesitation, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to mark the moment you stop questioning and start claiming what's already yours. No more waiting, no more doubting. Let's begin. So, they tried to erase your identity, bury your power, make you doubt what you knew deep down. They called you delusional, out of touch, desperate. But desperate for what? Their approval, their validation. Please, you were never seeking their acceptance. They were terrified of giving it to you, because the moment they admitted what you are, chosen, they would have to confront the reality that they are not. That's why they fought so hard to keep you blind. Because if you ever realized the weight of your existence, the depth of your knowing, the unshakable force inside you, they would have no control over you anymore. And now they feel it slipping. The lies they built around you like a cage are falling apart, and all that's left is the truth they never wanted to face. First, they said, "It can't be true." Now, they flinch when you speak. They avoid your gaze because they see something in you that wasn't there before. Confidence, certainty, power. They sense it like an oncoming storm, and they don't know whether to run or beg for shelter. They thought if they ignored you, you would disappear. That if they mocked you enough, you would shrink. That if they repeated their lies long enough, you'd believe them. But look at you, still standing, still here, and stronger than ever. The moment they feared has arrived. You're no longer questioning, you're knowing. And nothing terrifies them more than a chosen one who finally accepts their place in this world. Because the power they spent years denying, it was never theirs to take. It was never up for debate. It was never something they had the right to control. Now it's time to take action. Hit the like button below this video to help spread this message to more chosen ones who need to hear it. And hey, don't forget to subscribe, not for them, but for you. Because deep down, you already know what they refuse to accept. They were wrong, you were right, and you were chosen from the very beginning. And now, let's dive in step by step. But be warned, this isn't just something you watch. If you are truly chosen, you will feel it. That pull, that undeniable force telling you this is meant for you. Stay till the end, and you'll understand why they fought so hard to keep this from you. Number 1. First, they laughed. Now, they look away. Mockery is the last refuge of the weak, because deep down, they fear what they don't understand. They laughed at you. They called you foolish, delusional, lost in your own world. They spoke your name with sarcasm, with arrogance, with that smug little smirk that said, "You'll never be more than this." But tell me, where is their laughter now? Where are their jokes? Their once loud voices have grown quiet, their confidence cracked, their mocking replaced with a silence they can't explain. Because the joke was never on you. It was on them. At first, they saw you as entertainment. They saw your vision, your questions, your way of thinking as something to ridicule. Why? Because it was easier for them to laugh than to listen. It was easier to mock than to admit you saw something they didn't. That's always been their way. History proves it. Einstein was called a daydreaming fool when he failed in school. Tesla was dismissed as a madman when he spoke of a world powered by wireless energy. Galileo was branded a heretic for saying the earth revolved around the sun. And yet, who was right? Who was the one rewriting reality while the crowd stood frozen in ignorance? They laughed at them too. And now they look at you the same way, or at least they used to. But something has shifted, hasn't it? You've felt it. The way they don't meet your eyes anymore. The way their words are more careful, more hesitant. The way their mockery has dried up, leaving only a quiet, uneasy recognition. Because somewhere along the way, the game changed. You didn't need to fight back. You didn't need to prove anything. You just kept moving, kept building, kept seeing, kept knowing. And while they wasted their energy laughing, you were growing into something unstoppable. They don't laugh anymore. Not because they suddenly believe you, not yet. No, their silence means something else. It means doubt. The same people who once dismissed you are now questioning themselves. Their reality isn't as solid as they thought. Because if you were wrong, then why are things unfolding exactly as you said they would? If you were lost, then why do you seem so certain while they scramble for answers? Here's what they won't admit. A part of them always knew. A part of them always felt it. That unsettling presence about you, that quiet depth they couldn't put into words. That's why they laughed in the first place. Mockery was their shield. Their way of pretending they weren't shaken by your certainty. They see you now, and the laughter is gone. And what's left in its place? Discomfort. Because now they don't know where to place you. You don't fit into their little labels anymore. You're not their joke, but you're not their leader either. You exist in a space that makes them nervous. But let's be honest, they always knew you were different. They saw it before you even did. They sensed it in your presence, in the way you carried yourself, in the way your mind worked in ways theirs never could. But instead of honoring it, they tried to destroy it. Because people fear what they don't understand. They reject what threatens their comfortable illusions. But illusions don't last forever. So now, they look away. Not because they don't see you, but because they do. And they don't know how to face the truth that was standing in front of them this entire time. So let me ask you this. What do you do now? Do you wait for them to finally admit what you've always known? Do you slow down, soften yourself, make it easier for them to catch up? Or do you step fully into your power, knowing that you were never meant to be accepted by those who refused to see? You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to stand apart, to walk ahead while the rest trip over their own ignorance, to see what they don't, to understand what they can't. And that's exactly why they're quiet now. Because deep down, they know the one they laughed at is the one who was right all along. Number 2, the truth you carry is their greatest fear. They never feared the truth. They feared the day you would stop doubting it. From the very beginning, they didn't want to debate you. They didn't want to prove you wrong. That was never the goal. No, what they wanted was control. They wanted you unsure. They wanted you second-guessing. They wanted you so tangled in doubt, fear, and hesitation that you never even considered standing firm in what you knew. Because the moment you accepted your truth, the moment you embraced what you are, they would lose their grip on you forever. They have spent years convincing you that what you see, what you feel, what you know isn't real. They created distractions, built illusions, twisted narratives, all to keep you blind to the power you hold. Because truth is dangerous. And truth in the hands of someone like you, that's something they never wanted to face. Ask yourself this. If you were wrong, why were they so desperate to silence you? Why did they fight so hard to keep you confused? because people don't waste time suppressing what isn't a threat. They never needed to convince themselves that you were powerless. They needed to convince you. And for a while, it worked, didn't it? You doubted. You questioned. You played small. You shrank yourself down, tried to blend in, tried to deny the knowing inside you. You let their opinions weigh on you. Let their laughter echo in your mind. Let their disbelief make you hesitant. But what happens when the chains don't hold anymore? What happens when you stop explaining yourself, defending yourself, waiting for permission? What happens when you finally accept what they tried so hard to keep from you? That's what they fear, not the truth itself, but the fact that it belongs to you. Because the moment you stop questioning, the game is over. The moment you trust what you see, what you feel, what you know, they lose their ability to manipulate you. The moment you embrace your place, your role, your purpose, you become untouchable. This is why they panic now. Why their voices have changed. Why their confidence is cracking. They see the shift happening in you. They feel the weight of the moment they spent their whole lives trying to prevent. And deep down, they always knew this day would come. They are terrified of what you might do with this power, because you were never supposed to wake up. You were never supposed to see through the lies. You were never supposed to step into the light, never supposed to hold your ground when they told you to kneel. But here you are, standing taller than ever, seeing clearer than ever. You don't need their permission anymore. You don't need their validation, their acceptance, their approval. You don't need them to confirm what you already know. And that is the worst thing that could have ever happened to them. Because the second you realize you never needed them, they become irrelevant. You were the one they feared, but they hid it behind laughter. You were the one they envied, but they disguised it as mockery. You were the one they couldn't control, so they tried to make you doubt yourself into submission. But no more. Now, the weight of truth is in your hands. Now, the power they tried to take from you is something they can never touch again. Now, their fear is fully realized because you are awake, aware, and unshaken. And now they realize what was always inevitable. You were never lost. You were just waiting for the right moment to rise. Number 3. They called you crazy, but reality doesn't ask for permission. They called you crazy because admitting you were right would mean admitting they were blind. They laughed in your face, rolled their eyes, waved you off like you were nothing more than a fool chasing shadows. They spoke over you, dismissed you, twisted your words until you started questioning yourself. Every time you tried to speak your truth, they made you feel like the problem. You're imagining things. You're paranoid. You always think too much. But here's the part they never expected. The truth doesn't bend just because they refuse to see it. Reality doesn't ask for permission. It unfolds, whether they like it or not. And now it's happening. Everything you saw, everything you warned them about, everything you knew, it's all coming to light. And suddenly, they aren't laughing anymore. Look at them, fidgeting, struggling, watching the world twist into something they can't explain. Their confidence, once so loud and unshakable, is crumbling under the weight of their own ignorance. They spent so much time mocking you that they never stopped to ask themselves one thing. What if they weren't crazy? Because now they see it. The shift, the cracks, the unraveling of the illusion they built their lives around. And the worst part? They remember every single time they called you insane. Every single moment they laughed at you, dismissed you, made you feel like a fool. And now, that same crazy person is the one standing unshaken while their world falls apart. They gaslit you because denial was easier than change. They manipulated you because control was easier than facing the truth. They mocked you because fear is loud, but truth is silent. They weren't laughing because they were certain you were wrong. They were laughing because they were terrified you were right. And now they know. Look at history. It's always the same. The ones who see beyond the illusion are always ridiculed first. The ones who speak the truth before others are ready to hear it are always attacked. Nikola Tesla, a madman. Galileo, a lunatic. Van Gogh, a fool. Every revolutionary, every visionary, every truth seeker who ever walked this earth was labeled as crazy until the world caught up. And that's exactly what's happening now. They are catching up to what you saw long ago. And the irony, they will pretend like they always knew, like they always had an idea, like they were starting to question things too. They will rewrite their own past, erase their own mockery, and try to stand next to you as if they weren't the very ones who tried to break you. But you remember every smirk, every scoff, every condescending look. And yet you don't need their apologies. You don't need them to finally say, "You were right," because you were never speaking for their approval. You were never looking for validation. You were just trying to wake them up before it was too late. But that was never your burden to carry. And now, as they stand in the wreckage of their own ignorance, as they struggle to understand what you saw all along, you stand untouched, calm, watching, knowing. They called you crazy, but you were just early. They called you crazy, but you were always 10 steps ahead. They called you crazy, but you were right. And now, they finally see it. Number 4. You were always ahead. They just couldn't see it. The blind always think the one who sees is lost until they realize they've been walking in circles. They swore up and down that you didn't know what you were talking about. They scoffed at your ideas, dismissed your warnings, laughed at the way you saw things before they did. In their arrogance, they believed they were leading, but in reality, they were running in circles while you walked straight ahead. They confused ignorance with intelligence, noise with wisdom, confidence with truth. They thought being the loudest meant they were right, that repeating the same empty words over and over would somehow make them fact. Meanwhile, you stood in silence, watching, understanding, knowing. They called you slow. They called you lost. But how can you be lost when you've been ahead the entire time? The truth is, they never saw you clearly. You didn't fit into their world of shallow thinking, of surface-level understanding. You were too deep for them, too sharp, too aware. And instead of trying to understand you, they chose to mock what they couldn't comprehend, because admitting you were ahead, that would mean admitting they were behind. And that's something their egos could never handle. So instead, they painted you as the fool. They made you out to be the one who didn't get it, the one who was too different, the one who just didn't understand how the world works. But look at them now. Look at how desperately they scramble for answers, searching for clarity in places you already walked through years ago. You never needed to argue with them. Time has done all the talking for you. Because wisdom moves differently. It doesn't seek approval. It doesn't beg to be heard. It simply exists, waiting patiently for the moment when the ignorant can no longer ignore reality. They thought they were outpacing you, racing ahead with their quick decisions and loud opinions. But now, the road has twisted, and suddenly they're the ones looking around in confusion while you move forward with purpose. And now, they feel it. That uneasy realization creeping into their minds, that subtle shift in the way they look at you. They're starting to wonder, starting to question, starting to replay the moments when they dismissed you, only to find themselves now standing exactly where you said they would be. This is the part they never expected. They were so sure of themselves when they looked down on you, so sure that their way was the only way, that their understanding was the limit of truth itself. But now they hesitate before speaking. Now they watch you more closely, listen more carefully, weigh their words with a little more caution, because they see it now. They see that you were never the fool. They see that you weren't lagging behind. You were just walking a path they hadn't reached yet. And the worst part, you never needed their validation in the first place. That's what cuts them the deepest. Not just that you were right, but that you never once needed them to realize it. While they sought applause, while they fought to be the loudest in the room, you built something real. You moved in silence, in patience, in purpose. And now their noise has faded, because the moment has come. The moment when the truth can no longer be ignored. The moment when they look up, only to realize the one they mocked, the one they underestimated, the one they thought was lost, was the one leading the way all along. And nothing terrifies them more than knowing they were blind to it until now. Number 5. Denial is their only armor, and it's cracking. Denial isn't strength. It's a crumbling wall built to protect fragile egos from the truth. They fought you. They fought reality. They clung to their lies like a lifeline, convinced that if they just ignored the truth long enough, it would disappear. But truth doesn't disappear. It doesn't bend. It doesn't fade. And it doesn't wait. And now you can see it happening. Watch them, fidgeting, stumbling, grasping at straws. Their certainty is cracking, their confidence is slipping, and the same people who once spoke so boldly are now speaking with hesitation. Their armor of denial is falling apart, and they feel it. At first, they were so sure of themselves, so sure you were the one who couldn't see. They laughed in your face, dismissed your words, looked at you with that smug condescension, the look of someone who believes they are untouchable, unquestionable, invincible. But that's the thing about illusions. They only last for so long. You knew it would happen eventually. You knew that no matter how deep they buried their heads in the sand, time would rip their comfort away from them. Because time doesn't wait for anyone, not them, not their arrogance, not their fragile little world of excuses and false confidence. And now they are being dragged into the reality they spent years running from. They are stumbling through their own contradictions, feeling the weight of their past words coming back to haunt them. They don't talk as loud now, do they? The ones who once laughed the hardest are strangely quiet these days. The ones who mocked you with the most confidence now seem unsure, uneasy, uncomfortable. Because deep down, they always knew. They always knew something was wrong. That's why they fought so hard to deny it. That's why they worked so tirelessly to convince you, and more importantly, to convince themselves that you were the one who was lost. Because accepting the truth, that would mean admitting they were wrong. And their egos couldn't handle that. So they built walls of denial around themselves, convinced they were untouchable. They spoke in absolutes, pretending their ignorance was wisdom, pretending their blind confidence was some kind of intelligence. But it was all a performance. And now the stage lights have gone out, the mask has slipped, and the reality they mocked is standing right in front of them. So what do they do now? What do they do when the fortress of arrogance they built starts to collapse? Some will try to pretend they always knew. They'll shift their narrative, rewrite history, act like they were never the ones laughing. They'll avoid the subject, change their words, conveniently forget the way they ridiculed you. But you remember every look, every laugh, every dismissive wave of the hand. You remember the tone of their voice when they called you crazy, delusional, lost. And now, as they scramble for footing in the wreckage of their own denial, you stand steady. Because you never needed the lies. You never needed the comfort of ignorance, the illusion of safety, the cheap validation that came from blending into a crowd of people who never knew what they were talking about in the first place. You chose to see the truth. And that's the difference between you and them. They needed the lie. You didn't. And that is why they fear you now. Because while they struggle to adjust to a reality they tried to reject, you are already ahead. You are already steady, already aware, already standing in a truth that they are only just now realizing they can't escape. You see it in their eyes, the doubt, the hesitation, the unspoken regret. The weight of realizing they spent years laughing at the very thing that is now staring them in the face. Denial was their armor, and now it is shattered at their feet. Number 6. You weren't alone. You were just first. They never left you alone because you were wrong. They left you alone because you were right before they were ready to accept it. They wanted you to believe you were the only one, that no one else thought like you, no one else saw what you saw, no one else questioned the illusion they clung to like a lifeline. They wanted you isolated, doubting, second-guessing, because nothing is more dangerous to their control than a mind that refuses to follow blindly. And, for a while, they almost had you, didn't they? You looked around, searching for someone, anyone, who saw through the cracks the way you did. But all you found was silence. No confirmation, no validation, just a sea of people who were too afraid to say what you knew deep in your core. Something wasn't right. And in that silence, doubt crept in. Was it just you? Were you overthinking? Were you the crazy one? That's exactly what they wanted you to believe, because the easiest way to break someone is to make them think they are alone. But here's the truth. They never wanted you to figure out. You were never alone. You were just first. You saw before they saw. You knew before they knew. You questioned before they were even willing to admit there was something to question. And for that, they rejected you. Not because they truly believed you were wrong, but because accepting your truth would have forced them to confront their own blindness. And now they're waking up. Look around. Feel it. The shift is happening. The very same people who dismissed you, who told you to let it go, who rolled their eyes when you spoke, they're not laughing anymore, are they? They're looking back at the words they once ignored. They're remembering the warnings they brushed off, and they're realizing piece by piece that the truth was never hidden from them. It was just easier to pretend it wasn't there. But you never needed the crowd. You never needed permission to see, to understand, to be ahead of your time. Think about it. Every single person who changed the world stood alone at first. Da Vinci was sketching helicopters when people were still throwing stones. Tesla was dreaming of wireless energy while others were lighting candles. The greatest minds, the visionaries, the ones who shaped history, they weren't part of the crowd. They walked ahead of it. And so did you. They didn't reject you because you were wrong. They rejected you because they weren't ready. But time doesn't wait for comfort. And truth doesn't need validation. Now, as the illusion crumbles, they're scrambling to keep up. And what about you? Do you slow down? Do you soften your step? Wait for them to catch up? Pretend you never saw the truth first, just to make them comfortable? Or do you keep moving? Because here's what they won't tell you. They need you now. The very same ones who laughed are now the ones searching. The ones who denied are now the ones questioning. They don't say it out loud, of course. Their pride won't let them. But you see it, the hesitation, the stolen glances, the quiet moments where they start to ask the same questions you asked years ago. They will never admit that you were the first to walk this road, but that doesn't change the fact that you were. So what now? Do you wait for them to give you the respect they should have given long ago? Do you waste time demanding an apology they'll never say out loud? No! You move forward. You stay ahead, because you were never meant to follow. You are not just another person in the crowd. You are the signal before the storm, the one who sees the wave before it crashes, the one who holds the map while others stumble in the dark. And now, as they begin to wake up, they will look to you. Not because you asked them to, not because you needed them to, but because the truth is undeniable now. They see you. They recognize what they once ignored, and deep down, they know the one they left behind was the one who saw the truth first. Number 7. They fought the truth because it exposed them. The truth doesn't break people, it just shows them who they've been all along. They never fought you. They fought what your existence forced them to see. You were never their real enemy. Their own reflection was. The way you carried yourself, the way you saw through the cracks in their carefully built world, the way your very presence made them feel something they weren't ready to face. It was too much for them. So they turned on you, mocked you, attacked you, because attacking you was easier than looking in the mirror. You were a walking contradiction to everything they pretended to be. You stood firm when they wavered. You spoke when they stayed silent. You questioned when they blindly accepted. And that was unforgivable in their eyes. Because if you were right, if you were actually seeing something real, that meant their entire existence, their beliefs, their choices, their identity, was built on lies. And that's what they couldn't handle. It was never about proving you wrong. It was never about debating facts. They didn't care about logic, about evidence, about reason. They cared about protecting their illusions, about keeping their fragile reality intact, no matter how much they had to deny, dismiss, or destroy along the way. So when you showed up, unapologetic, unwavering, unwilling to bend, you weren't just a threat. You were an earthquake shaking the very ground they stood on. And instead of stepping back and asking themselves why they felt so threatened by you, they did what weak people always do. They lashed out. They labeled you crazy, difficult, arrogant, dangerous. They tried to discredit you, shame you, silence you, because if they could reduce you to nothing, then they wouldn't have to confront the real problem themselves. And maybe for a while they succeeded. Maybe for a while you held back, softened your voice, questioned yourself. Maybe their doubt seeped into your mind like a poison, making you wonder, am I the problem? Am I really seeing things that aren't there? But deep down, you always knew the answer. You were never the problem. You were the proof. Proof that their world was too small. Proof that their minds were too closed. Proof that their confidence was built on nothing but denial. And that's why they hated you. Because every time you spoke, moved, existed, you reminded them of everything they had spent their lives avoiding. They fought you because you were the mirror they didn't want to look into. You showed them their own weakness, their own cowardice, their own lack of vision. You showed them what they could have been if they had only been brave enough to face the truth instead of running from it. But here's the thing about truth. It doesn't disappear just because someone refuses to see it. And now they're out of places to hide, because the truth they fought so hard to suppress, it didn't go anywhere. It's still standing, and so are you. But look at them now. Their voices aren't as loud as they used to be. Their laughter is hollow, their words forced. You see it in their eyes, the hesitation, the unease, the creeping doubt that maybe, just maybe, you were right all along. They won't say it. Their pride won't let them. But you don't need their words. Their actions tell you everything. The way they glance at you, the way they avoid direct confrontation, the way their old arrogance has faded into something quieter, something weaker, because deep down they always knew. And now they're starting to realize that the battle was never with you. It was with themselves, and they lost. Number 8. Patience was your strategy, and it's paying off. The fool rushes to be seen. The wise move in silence until the moment speaks for them. They called you slow. They called you hesitant, passive, weak. They mistook your silence for uncertainty, your patience for fear, your refusal to play their game for a lack of ability. They laughed at the way you watched, waited, and calculated, because they only respect noise. They only understand speed, competition, and empty victories. But now they are out of breath. Now they are running in circles. Now they are looking around, confused, wondering why everything they chased has led them nowhere. And you are exactly where you always meant to be. Because this was never about moving first. It was about moving right. It was never about running. It was about understanding the entire board before making a single move. They never saw the pieces shifting in your favor because they were too busy scrambling to prove they were ahead. But they were never ahead. They were moving fast, yes, but in the wrong direction. They were busy, yes, but busy building illusions, burning themselves out for a game that never mattered. They threw themselves into battle without ever questioning the battlefield. And now, they have nothing left. That's the difference between you and them. They chase validation. You chase truth. They seek control. You seek mastery. They react. You observe. They burn bright and fast, only to fade. You burn slow and steady until the fire is unstoppable. History repeats this lesson over and over again, but fools refuse to learn. Napoleon rushed into Russia in winter, believing speed would guarantee victory. His empire crumbled. Companies rushed to release unfinished products, desperate to be first, while those who refine, perfect, and move with patience dominate for decades. People rush into decisions, blinded by their emotions, while those who wait see every possibility before making their move. You understood this before they did. You knew patience wasn't passivity, it was strategy. Because you never needed to prove anything to them. You let them have their quick wins, their hollow moments of superiority, their false sense of dominance. You let them believe they were ahead. And all the while, you stayed quiet, watching, learning, adapting. And now, checkmate. They don't understand how it happened. They don't understand why you suddenly seem untouchable, why you move with a certainty they never saw before. They don't understand why everything they thought they had is now slipping through their fingers. But deep down, they feel it. They feel that the power dynamic has shifted. They feel that their reckless ambition has led them to a dead end, while your patience has placed you in control. They feel that every move they made was pushing them closer to their own downfall. And now, they can't ignore the truth anymore. You didn't rush. You didn't crumble under pressure. You didn't let their pace dictate yours. You moved with intention. And now, they are trapped by the very game they thought they were winning. So tell me, who was really ahead all along? The one who rushed, or the one who waited? The one who shouted to be heard, or the one whose silence carried more power than their noise ever could? They can no longer call you slow. They can only wonder how you stayed so far ahead without them ever noticing. They can no longer call you weak. They can only watch as the strategy they mocked is the very thing that secured your victory. Because patience isn't just a virtue, it's a weapon. A weapon only those with true vision know how to wield. And now, you don't need to say a word. They see it, they feel it, and they know. Number 9. Now they watch you in silence, regret in their eyes. Regret is the heaviest chain of all, especially when it comes too late. They don't speak the way they used to. The ones who once mocked you, ridiculed you, dismissed you like an afterthought. Now they sit in silence, watching you, their eyes carrying the weight of everything they swore they'd never feel. Regret. It wasn't supposed to end like this for them. In their minds, you were supposed to break. You were supposed to give up, to shrink, to spend your days proving them right. They thought their laughter, their arrogance, their dismissal of you would be enough to keep you small. But time doesn't bow to their delusions. Reality doesn't care about their opinions. And now, they sit in the wreckage of their own choices, watching the person they once laughed at move forward without them. You see it in their faces, the nervous glances, the forced small talk, the sudden change in energy when you walk into the room. They don't know what to say anymore. They don't know if they should acknowledge what they did or pretend it never happened. Because what do you say to someone you spent years trying to destroy, only to realize you were never strong enough to stop them? You don't need their words. You don't need their apologies, because the truth is already written across their faces. And the silence they sit in now? That silence is the loudest confession they will ever make. For years, they convinced themselves that you were beneath them, that they were ahead, that they were wiser, that you were simply too naive, too lost, too different to ever amount to anything. And now they sit there, watching you become everything they never thought possible. They see it, the strength in your presence, the certainty in your voice, the fact that you never needed them to believe in you in order to rise. And that eats them alive. Because now they can't take back the years they spent underestimating you. They can't rewrite the moments when they chose to laugh instead of listen. They can't undo the times they spoke your name with ridicule, too blind to see that one day they would be watching you from behind. They see it now, and they know. They should have listened. They should have paid attention. They should have seen what was always right in front of them. But instead, they fought against the very thing they should have been learning from. And now, they live with that mistake. Not that they'll ever admit it. Not in words. No, people like them. Their egos won't let them say the things they need to say. They won't tell you how wrong they were. They won't tell you how much time they wasted. But their actions, their sudden hesitation, their quiet, forced smiles, that's all the proof you'll ever need. And the best part, you don't need their validation anymore. You don't need them to say, "You were right." You don't need them to say, "I'm sorry," because you never needed their recognition in the first place. That's what sets you apart from them. They needed to feel superior. You never did. They needed to be right. You just needed to walk in truth. And you did. Even when they mocked you, even when they pushed you aside, even when they did everything in their power to make you doubt yourself. But here's the thing about truth. It doesn't beg. It doesn't rush. It simply waits. And now, as they sit there, struggling to meet your eyes, scrambling for words that will never come, you understand something they never did. You never needed them to believe in you. You just needed time to show them why they should have. Number 10. The power you hold was never theirs to give or take. A lion does not ask permission to roar. Power is not handed out. It is taken by those who were born to wield it. They tried to convince you that your power was something they controlled, that it could be given, taken, measured, or denied, that they held the keys, that they decided who was worthy and who wasn't, that your strength, your knowledge, your very existence was something they had the authority to approve. But let's get one thing straight. Power is never given. It is claimed. And what's yours was never up for debate. They tried to bury you in doubt, to make you believe you were nothing until they acknowledged you, to force you into begging, proving, waiting for some non-existent permission to become what you were already destined to be. But that's the greatest illusion of all, the belief that your power ever belonged to them in the first place. It never did. It never will. Because power doesn't live in their titles, their systems, their fragile little rules. It doesn't come from their acceptance or their validation. It isn't something they can hold in their hands and dangle above your head, deciding whether or not you are worthy to receive it. You were chosen before they even knew your name. Think about that. Before they had the chance to label you, categorize you, dismiss you, you already were. Before they could laugh, reject, or ignore you, your path was already written. Before they had the chance to try and strip you of your power, it was already in your bones, in your mind, in your very existence. And that terrifies them. Because if they can't take it from you, what does that mean for them? If your power isn't something they control, then where does that leave them? If they can't reduce you, suppress you, or define you, then what happens when you fully step into what you are? They know the answer. That's why they fought so hard to break you before you could realize the truth. That's why they tried to convince you that you were small, unimportant, just another lost soul waiting to be given direction. They needed you to believe the lie, because the moment you stopped believing, they lost everything. And now you see it. You don't ask. You know. You don't wait. You move. You don't explain yourself to those who never deserved to understand you. You walk forward, and they either keep up or they get left behind. That's the difference between them and you. They exist in a world where everything has to be handed to them. Permission, acceptance, validation. They rely on systems, on leaders, on false power structures to give them their sense of self-worth. They are nothing without external approval. But you don't need any of it. Because what's in you was never theirs to give or take. They will never admit it. But this is what haunts them. This is what keeps them awake at night, gnawing at their egos, forcing them to come up with new ways to undermine you, to distract you, to make you doubt what you already know. Because if they can't control you, then they have no power at all. And so they try, they mock, they question, they create noise, hoping it will drown out the truth that is growing louder inside you every single day. But it won't work. It never has. Because power is not about being accepted. It's about standing firm, even when they refuse to acknowledge you. It's about owning your truth, even when they try to rewrite it. It's about knowing without hesitation that what's in you is unshakable, undeniable, unstoppable. So now ask yourself this: what happens next? Do you waste another second explaining yourself to people who will never understand? Do you lower yourself, waiting for them to finally see what has been obvious all along? Do you hesitate, shrink, pretend to be less just to make them comfortable? Or do you step forward, unbothered, unshaken, untouchable, because you were never waiting for them to recognize you in the first place? They spent their time trying to bury you, trying to make you forget, trying to make you question yourself, your vision, your very existence. But they failed. Because power is not something that can be stolen. It's not something that can be erased. It's not something that can be transferred from one weak hand to another. Power is something you either have or you don't. And you always had it. They just hoped you'd never figure that out. Number 11. They wanted you. Doubtful, but now you're untouchable. They never had the power to destroy you, so they tried to make you destroy yourself. Doubt. That was their final weapon. When they couldn't control you, when their laughter and ridicule failed, when every lie they built started crumbling under the weight of truth, they resorted to the one thing that could still work against you, your own mind. They planted seeds of hesitation, subtle, calculated, designed to make you question yourself. They wanted you stuck in a loop, thinking, overthinking, pausing, second-guessing. Because if you stopped moving, if you started doubting, they wouldn't have to stop you. You would do it yourself. They whispered it in different ways. Are you sure? Maybe you're just imagining it. What if you're wrong? You always think you know everything. Why do you always have to be different? You felt it, didn't you? That slow, creeping fog of uncertainty. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. Doubt doesn't need to shout. It only needs to linger. And for a while you let it. You hesitated. You waited. You looked for signs, for confirmation, for something outside of yourself to tell you that what you knew was real. But that's the trick, isn't it? Truth was never meant to be proven. It was meant to be recognized. And that's why they lost. Because one day you stopped asking. One day you stopped waiting for permission. One day the doubt collapsed under the weight of what was always there, your knowing. Now they have nothing left. You don't explain yourself. You don't hesitate. You don't look for validation. You don't question what is already written into your being. You know. And that is what makes you untouchable. They feel it. They see it. They don't understand it, but they can't deny it. The way you carry yourself, the way your energy has shifted. You move differently now. You aren't reactive. You aren't desperate to be heard, because you know your voice is already an echo of the inevitable. And that scares them more than anything, because their power over you was never real. It was an illusion, a house of cards built on the hope that you would never step into what was already yours. The moment you stopped playing their game, they lost. Now they watch, unsure of what comes next. They have no more weapons, no more tricks, no more ways to pull you back into the maze of doubt. The fear they tried to plant in you, it belongs to them now. Because what happens when you can't be manipulated? What happens when you can't be shaken? What happens when you walk forward, unbothered, untamed, unstoppable? They lose. And you don't just win. You transcend. There's no going back now. No more questioning, no more explaining, no more waiting for them to catch up. That era is over. The one thing they needed to keep you trapped, the one thing they relied on to hold you back, is gone. You don't ask. You don't hesitate. You move. And that's why they can't even look you in the eye anymore. Because you aren't the same. You are untouchable. Number 12. You are the reckoning, and they finally see it. They never had control over you. They only had control over your doubts. And now that's gone. They spent years mocking you, rejecting you, denying you. They dismissed your words, laughed in your face, and turned their backs like your presence meant nothing. They were so sure, so confident, that you would fade into irrelevance, that time would swallow you up and make you just another forgotten voice in the wind. But time didn't erase you. Time revealed you. And now they see it. They feel it in the way the air shifts when you walk into a room. The weight of what they tried to suppress is suffocating them now. They hear it in your voice, steady and unshaken, while theirs stumbles over excuses. They see it in your presence, the kind of presence they never wanted you to own. You were never the joke. They were. Because while they wasted their time trying to bury you, you were becoming something greater than they ever imagined. And now they have to face it. There is no hiding from what's in front of them. No more running, no more laughing, no more pretending. They thought they were untouchable, but truth doesn't play favorites. Reality doesn't care about their denial. And now it stands in front of them, undeniable, unstoppable. And that reality is you. They tried to erase you from the story, but now you're the only part of it that matters. They wanted to cast you as the fool, the outsider, the one who would never rise. But what happens when the one they underestimated becomes the force they can't ignore? This is what they never prepared for. They planned for your failure. They never planned for your comeback. And that's what's happening right now. You are rising, not with their permission, not with their approval, but despite every single thing they did to stop you. And they are watching. They can't look away, because deep down they always knew this moment would come. A part of them always feared it. A part of them always felt the weight of what you carried, but fear made them reject it. They weren't fighting against you. They were fighting against the truth you stood for. But you can only fight reality for so long. Now they are left with nothing but regret. Every laugh, every insult, every dismissal, all of it echoes back at them. Because they weren't just wrong, they were blind. And there is no worse feeling than realizing you mocked the very thing you should have learned from. And you don't even need to say a word. Your presence alone is the lesson. Your success, your clarity, your unshakable confidence, that is what burns them the most. Because now they know what they tried to deny all along. They never had the power. Not over you, not over truth, not over anything. They only had the illusion of power, the ability to make you question yourself. But now that illusion is gone. Now they know. You are the reckoning they never saw coming. And the best part, you don't need revenge. You don't need their validation. They will sit in the ruins of their own arrogance. They will watch as you rise, knowing they were never strong enough to stop what was always destined to be. They tried to control the story, but the ending was never theirs to write. Beware the kiss that tastes sweet but hides poison. Betrayal rarely comes from strangers. It wears the familiar face of someone you trust. They don't envy you because of what you have. They envy you because of who you are. And here's the truth. Your light is so powerful, it unsettles those who live in darkness. That's the weight of being set apart. It haunts those who can't measure up, even if they act like your biggest supporters. If you're hearing this, it's not a coincidence. You've always known deep down that you're different. You're not meant to blend in or shrink yourself to make others comfortable. But here's the hard truth. Not everyone clapping for you is happy for you. Some are just waiting for the moment to pull you down, and often they're the ones closest to you. Let that sink in. Those who share your last name, your home, or your bloodline might be the very ones standing in your way. Before we dive in, if this message resonates with you, like this video, subscribe, and share it. Let's shine a light on the silent battles no one talks about. Here's the thing. Many of you are fighting invisible wars in your closest circles. Some people in your life disguise their bitterness as advice, their envy as concern, and their sabotage as help. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. They smile in your face, but secretly hope for your failure. And the worst part? These aren't random people. These are family members, friends, or those you trusted the most. You weren't set apart to be a doormat for someone else's insecurities. You weren't given your gifts, talents, or opportunities to make others feel better about what they lack. The truth is, your success highlights their failures, and not everyone can handle that. Instead of cheering you on, they'd rather try to dim your light so they can feel more comfortable in their own shadows. Have you ever noticed how some people seem uncomfortable when you win? That's not in your head. That discomfort is real. They'll downplay your achievements, offer backhanded compliments, or jokingly criticize you, all while pretending they're on your side. They're like anchors tied to your feet while you're trying to swim. And here's the kicker. Many of us excuse this behavior because it's coming from someone we love. We say, that's just how they are. But no, it's not how they have to be. It's a choice they've made. Let me be clear. Just because someone is family doesn't mean you owe them blind loyalty. Respect and trust should always be earned, not taken for granted. Blood may be thicker than water, but betrayal flows just as easily through family ties. Stop tolerating disrespect just because it's wrapped in a familiar face. The moment you start prioritizing your peace and your purpose over their feelings is the moment you truly begin to step into your power, your individuality, your drive, your light. It's like a mirror reflecting their doubts, fears, and insecurities back at them. And here's the harsh truth. The brighter your light, the more shadows it casts. Not everyone is strong enough to handle what you bring to the table, and that's okay. But you don't need to dim yourself just to make them feel more comfortable. You've always known you were different. People like you don't come around often, and that's why you stand out. But standing out comes with a cost. The higher you rise, the more people will try to pull you back down to where they feel comfortable. Don't let them. You don't need their validation, and you don't need their approval. Remember, eagles don't flock. They soar alone. You're not here to fit in. You're here to stand out. So stop wasting your energy trying to convince people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Let them gossip. Let them doubt. Let them plot. It doesn't matter. Their opinions don't determine your worth. Their bitterness won't stop your progress. You're here to do something extraordinary, and not everyone is meant to come along for the ride. It's time to protect your peace, sharpen your focus, and set boundaries like your life depends on it, because it does. Some tables need to be flipped, some bridges need to be burned, and some people need to be left behind. Your purpose is too big to let anyone, no matter who they are, hold you back. Keep moving forward, keep rising, keep being unstoppable. And to you, the chosen one, thank you for being here. Whether this is your first time or you've been with us on this journey, your energy keeps this mission alive. If you're ready to see through the masks, break free from manipulation, and reclaim your power, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done being fooled by those closest to you. Trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel the pull to stick around until the end, because what comes next will hit harder than anything you've heard before. Let's get started. Number 1. When blood turns cold, loyalty is earned, not born. A familiar smile can hide the sharpest dagger. The closer they are, the deeper the cut. Chosen ones, let this sink in. Just because someone shares your last name doesn't mean they share your vision. Family isn't just who you're born into. It's who stands with you when the fire gets hot. And the painful truth is, not everyone who calls you family will celebrate your rise. Some will sit at your table with one hand clapping for you and the other plotting against you, The bloodline doesn't guarantee loyalty, and for the chosen, this is a lesson that stings the most. Have you ever wondered why the people who know you best sometimes cheer the least? It's because they see you differently, not as the person you're becoming, but as the person you've been. They can't unsee your past, and more importantly, they can't see beyond their own insecurities. Your growth isn't just a threat to their perception of you, it's a mirror that reflects their own stagnation, and instead of using that as inspiration to level up, they turn their discomfort into quiet resentment. Here's the harsh reality. Your family may love you, but that doesn't mean they'll understand or support your journey. Some of them will doubt your dreams, not because they think you'll fail, but because they're terrified you'll succeed. And that success? It shines a spotlight on everything they chose not to pursue for themselves. It's easier for them to pull you back than to face their own missed opportunities. Think about it. How often have you heard things like, "Don't get your hopes up," or "I just don't want you to make a mistake"? They cloak their envy in concern and their discouragement in love. What they're really saying is, "Your potential reminds me of my limitations," and instead of addressing their own insecurities, they'll try to dim your light to make their shadows feel less overwhelming. This isn't paranoia, it's clarity. Relatives can often become your most subtle enemies, not because they're evil, but because they're stuck in their own limitations. The aunt who always has a passive-aggressive comment, the cousin who only calls when they need something, the sibling who brushes off your achievements. They aren't just family. They're reminders of why loyalty must be earned, not assumed. Metaphorically speaking, some of your relatives are like anchors tied to your ankles while you're trying to swim toward greatness. They don't pull you down out of malice. They pull you down because they're afraid of being left behind. But here's the truth. You can't save someone who refuses to swim, and you can't carry dead weight without risking your own survival. Chosen ones, your power is undeniable. That's why it unsettles them. You were never meant to fit into their mold or live by their limitations. The fact that you dare to dream, to rise, to push past generational patterns, that's what makes you a target. But don't let that discourage you. If anything, let it motivate you. The jealousy, the fake smiles, the passive aggression, it's proof that you're walking in your purpose. Here's a question you might be asking yourself right now. How do I handle it? Do I cut them off, confront them, or just keep the peace? The answer is simple. Protect your peace at all costs. Not everyone deserves access to your energy, no matter how close they are. You don't owe anyone your light, especially those who try to dim it. Remember, being chosen means your path is different, and not everyone is equipped to walk it with you. Your power lies in your ability to rise above the noise. Let them gossip. Let them doubt. Let them watch from the sidelines as you continue to break barriers they never dared to approach. Their betrayal, their envy, their small-mindedness, it's not your burden to carry. Use it as fuel to keep moving forward. After all, a rocket only faces resistance when it's taking off. The truth is, the higher you climb, the fewer people can handle the altitude. It's lonely at the top for a reason. Most people aren't willing to do the work it takes to get there. But you're built for this. You're chosen. And that means walking away from the weight of those who can't rise with you, even if they share your blood. So let them talk. Let them scheme. Let them doubt. Their opinions are just noise in the background of your greatness. You don't owe them an explanation, a justification, or a front row seat to your success. All you owe is your loyalty to your purpose and your determination to rise. And believe this, when you finally reach the top, Their silence will speak louder than their words ever did. Keep moving forward. The only thing stronger than their envy is your unstoppable light. Number 2. When the applause is a lie, breaking free from the illusion of support. Not all hands that clap are clapping for you. Some are just waiting to pull you back when you rise too high. Chosen ones, let's face it, not every cheer is sincere. There's a painful truth that many of us uncover the hard way. Some of the support you receive isn't about you winning. It's about you staying where they're comfortable. It's a performance, an illusion designed to make you believe they're in your corner, as long as you don't rise too far beyond their reach. The moment your light burns too bright, or your dreams outgrow their limited expectations, the cracks in their support begin to show. Have you ever noticed how certain relatives are your loudest supporters when you're doing just enough, but their energy changes when you start achieving things they never imagined? At first, their smiles seem genuine, their words of encouragement uplifting. But as you climb higher, they start asking questions, ones that seem harmless on the surface, but are laced with doubt. Are you sure this is the right move? What if it doesn't work out? They present it as concern, but it's not concern for you. It's fear. Fear that your growth is making them feel smaller, that your success is challenging the limits they've set for themselves. The illusion of support can be subtle, even confusing. One day they're clapping for you, and the next they're questioning your every decision. It's a back and forth that leaves you wondering if you're the problem. But here's the truth. You're not the problem, and you never were. The issue isn't your ambition, it's their inability to handle your growth. For some people, especially those who have chosen comfort over progress, your rise feels like a threat. They start to see your success as a mirror reflecting their own choices. Choices to stay safe, to settle, to never reach beyond what's familiar. And instead of celebrating your courage, they mask their envy with criticism disguised as advice. They'll tell you they're just being realistic. But what they're really saying is, your dreams scare me because I never chased mine. Chosen ones, this isn't just about family. It's about breaking the chains of expectations. Relatives often operate from a place of tradition, familiarity, and their own insecurities. They want you to succeed, but only within the limits of what they believe is appropriate. If you step outside of those boundaries, their applause turns into skepticism. Why? Because your success forces them to confront the uncomfortable truth. They could have done more too. Metaphorically speaking, their support is like a lifeboat tied to a dock. They're happy for you as long as you're floating close to the shore. But the moment you sail into open waters, they panic. It's not because they hate you. It's because your courage exposes their fear of the unknown. And instead of cheering you on, they'll tug at the ropes, trying to pull you back to a place that feels safe for them. The hardest part of this journey is realizing that not all love is unconditional, and not all support is genuine. Some people will only support you as long as your success doesn't challenge their perception of the world or themselves. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but it's necessary. The truth is, their support was never about celebrating you. It was about keeping you within the limits of their comfort zone. Here's what you need to remember. Real support doesn't waver when you step into your power. Genuine love doesn't come with strings attached, and it doesn't falter when you break the mold. If someone's support disappears the moment you outgrow their expectations, it wasn't support. It was control dressed up as encouragement. Chosen ones, your growth will always come with resistance. The illusion of support is just one of the many tests on this journey. But don't let their fear become your burden. Their doubts, their envy, their discomfort. It's not your responsibility to fix. Your path isn't meant to make them comfortable. It's meant to fulfill your purpose. And sometimes that means letting the illusion shatter. Let them question you. Let them doubt you. Let them struggle to understand why you refuse to settle. It's not your job to make them see what you see or believe in what you're building. Their opinions don't define your destiny, and their comfort doesn't set your limits. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is that you keep going. Break free from their illusions, rise above their doubts, and embrace your power fully. The ones who truly love you will celebrate your success, no matter how high you climb. The rest? Let them watch as you shatter their expectations and prove that their limits were never yours. Keep soaring. Their applause, or lack of it, means nothing when you're chasing greatness. Number 3. Jealousy. The silent poison in familiar smiles. A snake doesn't hiss loudly when it's close. It moves silently, waiting to strike where you least expect it. Jealousy is one of the most dangerous enemies, not because it's loud, but because it's silent. And when it comes from family, it cuts even deeper. The people who know you best, who've seen your struggles, your sacrifices, and your climb, should be your greatest supporters. But too often, that same closeness becomes the breeding ground for envy. Why? Because they see exactly what makes you special, and instead of celebrating it, they start comparing it to their own unfulfilled dreams. Jealousy doesn't show up with a flashing sign. It's quiet, calculated, and deeply rooted in insecurity. Relatives won't always voice their envy outright. Instead, it slips through in small, subtle ways. The forced smile when you share good news, the backhanded compliments, the jokes that don't feel like jokes at all. Oh, that's nice, but don't get too excited. It's the way they downplay your success or nitpick at your progress, masking their resentment as concern or advice. The dangerous thing about this kind of jealousy is its disguise. They might cheer for your small wins, offer a congratulatory hug, and even pretend to be proud of you. But deep down, they're uncomfortable. Your rise feels like a reflection of their stagnation. And instead of dealing with their own insecurities, they project them onto you. Think about it. Have you ever felt the sting of a relative saying something that seemed innocent but lingered in your mind? That subtle comment, the sarcastic tone, the sudden change in their energy after you succeed. It's not your imagination. Jealousy has a way of hiding behind polite words and friendly gestures, making it harder to spot until the damage is already done. The saddest part is that we never expect it. We assume that love and loyalty should shield us from these feelings. But jealousy doesn't care about bloodlines. It creeps in silently, hiding behind shared laughter and family gatherings. They may not even realize they're doing it. It's a reflex, a defense mechanism for the insecurity your success brings out in them. But here's the truth, chosen ones. Their jealousy is not your burden to carry. It's not your fault that you've dared to reach for more while they settled for less. You're not responsible for their feelings of inadequacy or the bitterness they harbor because of their own unfulfilled potential. Jealousy from family often feels like betrayal, but recognizing it is not about holding grudges. It's about clarity. It's about understanding that your success was never meant to be limited by their comfort. If your light exposes their shadows, that's their battle to fight, not yours. They'll gossip, they'll make snide remarks, and they might even try to downplay what you've achieved. Not because they hate you, but because tearing you down makes them feel better about staying in the same place. And that's the reality of jealousy. It's never about you, it's about them. So what do? You rise anyway, you shine anyway. You let their envy fuel your determination instead of dimming your light. Their opinions, their passive-aggressive comments, their discomfort with your success, all of it is just noise. And the louder their silence or their critiques become, the more it proves that you're doing something extraordinary. Chosen ones, jealousy is not a reflection of your flaws. It's proof of your impact. You're breaking barriers they never dared to approach. You're achieving things they didn't think were possible. That's not your fault, and it's not your problem. Your only job is to keep moving forward, no matter how silently or loudly their envy tries to hold you back. Let their jealousy be a reminder of your strength. Let it show you just how far you've come and how much further you're destined to go. The poison of their envy can't touch you unless you let it. Keep your focus, guard your peace, and remember this: a lion doesn't concern itself with the opinions of sheep, even when the sheep live in its own pen. So rise, chosen ones. Their silence, their envy, their doubts, they're nothing compared to the fire within you. Keep burning brighter. Number 4. When advice becomes a cage, seeing through their hidden agendas. Not all advice is meant to guide you. Some is meant to keep you grounded, so they can feel comfortable watching you stand still. Chosen ones, let's uncover the truth about advice. The words they offer may sound wise, wrapped in concern, and delivered with a smile. But not all advice is rooted in love or a desire to see you grow. Often, it's a tool of subtle control, designed to keep you in a space where they feel secure. Their advice isn't about your success. It's about protecting their comfort zone. You've heard it before, haven't you? Are you sure this is the right time? Be careful. You don't want to mess things up. It sounds supportive, even caring. But beneath the surface, those words are laced with doubt, fear, and hesitation. Fear of the unknown, fear of watching you step into a realm they don't understand, and fear of what your success might mean for the world they've created for themselves. The problem isn't that they want you to fail. It's that your courage, your ambition, your drive to step into the unknown reminds them of all the risks they never took. Your growth becomes a silent challenge to the limits they've placed on themselves. Instead of cheering you on, they use advice to clip your wings before you even take flight. They don't say it outright, but their message is clear. Stay where I can see you. Stay where I'm comfortable. Stay where you don't make me question my own choices. Relatives who operate this way are masters of subtle control. They don't need to yell or demand. They plant seeds of doubt with a simple suggestion, making you question your instincts and second-guess your decisions. They discourage risk under the guise of caution. They downplay your dreams with what they call realism. But let's be real. What they're really doing is trying to pull you back into their version of what's safe, what's normal, and what's achievable. Here's the thing: wisdom empowers and control restricts. Genuine advice inspires you to grow, to take risks, to expand beyond your current limits. But advice rooted in fear? That's not wisdom. It's a cage. It's their way of keeping you close, keeping you small, and keeping you predictable. Chosen ones, this is where discernment becomes your greatest weapon. Not every piece of advice, no matter how well-meaning it sounds, is meant for your good. You need to ask yourself, is this advice lifting me up or holding me back? Is it rooted in love or is it rooted in fear? Because here's the truth. Their fears are not your responsibility, and their limits are not your boundaries. Your path was never meant to be dictated by their doubts. You're here to push beyond the comfort zones they cling to rise above the fears they project onto you. Take advice, yes, but only when it aligns with your purpose and empowers your growth. Filter their words through the lens of your ambition, your vision, and your potential. Let them question your dreams. Let them voice their doubts. But don't let their advice chain you to the small world they've chosen for themselves. You're chosen for something greater, and greatness never stays small to make others feel secure. So, hear them out if you must, but don't let their fears become the walls around your potential. You're here to rise, to grow, to soar, and no amount of concerned advice can stop what you're destined to achieve. Keep going. Let their doubts fuel your fire. And remember, you weren't chosen to stay comfortable. You were chosen to change the game. Number 5. When they can't see it, your vision is yours alone. A small mind will always call a big vision impossible, but remember, you weren't chosen to convince them. You were chosen to do it. Chosen ones, let's make one thing clear. Your vision isn't for everyone to understand, and it never will be. That idea burning inside you, that goal that keeps you awake at night, it wasn't planted in their heart. It was planted in yours. And because of that, they'll look at your dreams and see confusion, risk, or even failure. But their lack of understanding says more about them than it does about you. The problem is, relatives tend to see you as the version of yourself they've always known. To them, you're still the child they watch stumble, the sibling who made mistakes, or the cousin who always needed guidance. They're stuck in familiarity, and that familiarity blinds them to the extraordinary person you're becoming. Your ambition challenges their limited view of you, and instead of expanding their perspective, they dismiss your vision as unrealistic. This is why they laugh off your plans or try to steer you towards something safer. They'll say things like, "Why don't you just be happy with what you have?" Or, "That's too risky. What if it doesn't work out?" On the surface, it might sound like concern, but underneath, it's fear. Fear of what your success will reveal about their own limitations. Think about it. To them, your vision doesn't make sense because they weren't chosen to carry it. They can't see the picture you're painting because they weren't handed the brush. And that's okay. You weren't chosen to explain your mission to them. You were chosen to fulfill it. Their disbelief isn't your obstacle, it's their own. Metaphorically speaking, your dreams are like a mountain only you can see. While they're standing at the base, looking at a flat horizon, you're already at the summit, envisioning the view from the top. It's not your job to drag them up the mountain. It's your job to keep climbing, even if they can't see where you're headed. And here's the truth. Their doubts are more about themselves than they are about you. They haven't stretched their own limits, so they can't comprehend someone else breaking free from the same box they've been living in. But your vision isn't about their comfort. It's about your purpose. You don't need their validation. Your vision doesn't require their approval. Their inability to see the bigger picture doesn't make your dreams any less real. Stop waiting for them to understand and start moving in the direction you know you're meant to go. The path of the chosen is often misunderstood, and that's because it's not meant to make sense to everyone else. You're walking a road they can't see toward a destination they don't believe exists. Let them doubt. Let them question. Let them stay where they are. One day, your results will speak louder than their skepticism ever did. Until then, keep your focus, keep your vision clear, and above all, keep going. You weren't chosen to stay small for their peace. You were chosen to rise, whether they see it or not. Number 6. When boundaries become betrayal, the victim card trap. The moment you refuse to be their puppet, they'll call you the villain in their story. Chosen ones, let's get real. Setting boundaries with family is one of the most difficult things you'll ever have to do. The moment you decide to protect your peace, focus on your growth, or simply say no, some relatives will flip the script and play the victim. Suddenly, you're not the one pursuing your purpose. You're the ungrateful one, the selfish one, or the one who forgot where they came from. Why do they do this? Because your boundaries disrupt the control they've grown used to. For years, they've had unlimited access to your time, energy, and even your resources. The minute you step back to prioritize yourself, they see it as rejection, not of who they are, but of the hold they had over you. And instead of owning up to their entitlement, they'll weaponize guilt to pull you back into a cycle of obligation. It's a subtle yet powerful game. They'll say things like, "You've changed," or "You think you're too good for us now." They'll drag up every favor they ever did for you, painting themselves as the ones who sacrificed, while framing you as the one who abandoned them. It's emotional manipulation at its finest, designed to make you question your choices and doubt your own worth. Think about it. How many times have you been guilted into saying yes when you wanted to say no? How often have you silenced your own needs just to keep the peace? And for what? To stay in a cycle where your worth is measured by how much you can give, instead of who you are. Here's the truth. Growth requires space. You cannot evolve, thrive, or step into your full potential if you're constantly bending to the demands of others. And boundaries? They're not betrayal. They're survival. Saying no isn't selfish. It's an act of self-preservation. The people who truly love you will respect your boundaries. The ones who don't, they'll try to twist the narrative and make you feel like the villain. Chosen ones, this manipulation often comes from their fear of losing control. It's not really about you, it's about them. They're afraid of what your independence says about their own limitations, your growth, your refusal to be controlled, your ability to step into your power. It's a direct challenge to the comfort zone they've built for themselves. They'll cry, they'll vent to others about how you've changed. They'll act as though you've turned your back on them, when in reality, all you've done is reclaim what's always been yours, your peace, your time, and your energy. But here's the key. Guilt is not love, and boundaries are not betrayal. Let them think what they will. You don't owe anyone an explanation for protecting your mental and emotional health. Your job isn't to carry their feelings. It's to walk boldly in your purpose. The moment you stop feeding into their victim narrative is the moment you take back your power. Let them play the victim if they must. That's their choice. Your choice is to rise above, to break the cycle, and to create a life that aligns with the greatness inside you. Remember, the ones who can't respect your boundaries are the very reason you need them. You don't have to fight them, convince them, or explain yourself. Your growth will speak louder than their accusations. Let them watch as you thrive, as you rise, as you become everything they never thought you could be. Stay focused, stay unshaken, stay chosen. Number 7. What they can't control, they fear. The most dangerous thing to a system built on control is someone who refuses to bow to it. Chosen ones, here's the truth they don't want to admit. Your independence terrifies them. Families often run on invisible rules, traditions, and hierarchies, unspoken agreements designed to keep everyone in their place. But you were never meant to stay in place. You were meant to break cycles, challenge norms, and create something new. That kind of freedom doesn't just make people uncomfortable, it shakes the entire foundation they've built their power on. Control thrives on predictability, and when you step outside the lines, you disrupt that predictability. For relatives who rely on control to maintain their position in the family, your independence feels like an earthquake. If they can't influence your decisions, manipulate your emotions, or steer your life, they begin to feel powerless. And that powerlessness, it scares them. So they react. They'll call you rebellious, label you ungrateful, or accuse you of being distant. But understand this, those words are just masks for their fear. What they're really saying is, I don't know how to handle a version of you I can't control. Your refusal to comply with their expectations becomes a threat, not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're breaking free from a dynamic they've always depended on. This fear often shows up in subtle but damaging ways. They may dismiss your successes with backhanded compliments or criticize your choices under the guise of concern. They might guilt-trip you with phrases like, family comes first, or after all I've done for you. In some cases, they'll even rally other family members against you, painting your independence as arrogance or selfishness. But don't be fooled, this isn't about you being in the wrong. It's about their inability to adjust to a version of you that no longer plays by their rules. Here's the truth they won't say out loud. Your courage to step out of the mold forces them to confront their own limitations. Your growth exposes the ways they've stayed stagnant, and instead of celebrating your freedom, they resent it. But their insecurity isn't your responsibility to manage, and it's not your job to dim your light just to make them feel more comfortable in their shadows. They'll try to drag you back into the fold, back into compliance, because that's where they feel safe. But chosen ones, your purpose isn't to keep them comfortable, it's to rise. Breaking free isn't just about escaping their control, it's about proving that the cycle can be broken. You're not just walking in your truth for yourself, you're showing others that it's possible to live outside of the limits that were placed on you. Let their discomfort stay where it belongs, with them. You're not here to carry their fear or their guilt. You're here to build a new legacy, one that isn't built on control, manipulation, or stagnation. Their attempts to hold you back are just proof of how powerful you've become. Keep walking boldly, chosen ones. Their fear of your freedom is the greatest sign of your strength. Number 8. When your growth becomes their mirror, the truth about stagnation. A rising flame will always cast shadows, but don't let the darkness fool you. It only exists because you're shining brighter than ever. Chosen ones, your growth doesn't just inspire, it exposes. The moment you decide to rise, to dream bigger, to move beyond the limits others have set for themselves, you unknowingly hold up a mirror to their choices. For those who've settled into the safety of mediocrity, your success isn't just a triumph. It's a reminder of everything they could have been, but chose not to become. And that reminder? It stings. It's not hatred that drives them. It's discomfort. Your progress forces them to confront the dreams they abandoned, the chances they never took, and the comfort they prioritized over courage. Every win of yours becomes a reflection of their losses, and instead of celebrating you, they deflect their frustration in subtle, cutting ways. Anyone could have done that. It's not as big a deal as you're making it. These words are never about you. They're about them, rooted in insecurities they're too afraid to face. It's easier for them to diminish your achievements than to acknowledge the gap your growth has created between you and them. Have you noticed how some relatives seem indifferent to your success? how they don't share your excitement or, worse, criticize you for wanting more. It's because your ambition challenges their comfort zone. Your desire to break barriers feels like a threat to the equilibrium they've built around stagnation. And so, they resist, not out of malice, but as a defense mechanism. They'll guilt you for moving ahead, accusing you of forgetting where you came from. They'll say things like, "Don't lose yourself in all this," or "Why do you need so much?" It's their way of trying to pull you back, of justifying why they chose to stay still while you chose to move forward. But here's the reality. Their resistance isn't your responsibility. You weren't chosen to dim your light so others could feel comfortable in the shadows. Your growth is a testament to what happens when someone dares to believe in more, when someone refuses to settle for the limits imposed by others. Some will say you've changed, and they're right. You have. You've evolved, grown, and reached levels they never imagined possible. But don't let their discomfort convince you to shrink. Progress was never meant to feel comfortable. It's disruptive, it's transformative, and for those unwilling to move forward, it's intimidating. Chosen ones, remember this. Their feelings are theirs to carry. Let them feel what they feel, but don't let it weigh you down. Your journey isn't about them. It's about fulfilling the potential you were born with. Your rise isn't a burden you have to share or a flame you need to dim for the sake of others. It's your power, your path, and your purpose. Keep growing. Let their silence, their indifference, or even their criticism serve as proof that you're moving in the right direction. The higher you climb, the louder the resistance will feel, but don't mistake it for a sign to stop. It's only noise, and your purpose is far greater than their discomfort. Shine brighter. Let your growth speak louder than their insecurities ever could. Number 9. The trap of false unity, when family first becomes a cage. A chain wrapped in gold is still a chain. Beware of love that demands your freedom as its price. Family first sounds beautiful, doesn't it? A wholesome, noble mantra. But for many, it's nothing more than a leash disguised as love. A phrase twisted to keep you trapped in environments where loyalty is demanded, but never earned. It's the ultimate tool of manipulation, weaponized to make you question your own desires, shrink your dreams, and stay silent in the name of togetherness. Chosen ones, let's call it what it is, a trap. When relatives insist on family unity while expecting you to carry burdens you've long outgrown, it's not about love, it's about control. They'll guilt-trip you for needing space, for setting boundaries, or for simply chasing the life you're meant to live. They'll throw out phrases like, "You're abandoning us," or "This is what family does." But what they're really saying is, stay where we can control you. The hardest part? The guilt. They'll remind you of shared history, blood ties, and the duty to put the family above all else. But they won't mention the hidden cost of their version of unity, your freedom, your growth, your individuality. They'll keep pushing, subtly or blatantly, until you're so entangled in the web of their expectations that you start questioning whether you're selfish for even wanting to break free. Here's the truth. Real unity doesn't come at the expense of your well-being. True family doesn't demand that you sacrifice your peace or stay in roles you've outgrown. When relatives expect you to stunt your own growth for their comfort, they're not promoting unity, they're enforcing conformity. And conformity, no matter how it's dressed up, is just a cage with fancier bars. Let's not sugarcoat it. Toxic unity often relies on fear. Fear of being called selfish. Fear of being labeled the one who tore the family apart. But ask yourself, who's really doing the breaking? the one who refuses to be manipulated, or the ones demanding that you abandon yourself to keep their version of the family intact. Chosen ones, family isn't supposed to hold you back. It's meant to be a source of love, strength, and encouragement. A place where you're free to evolve into the fullest version of yourself. When unity comes with strings attached, when it forces you to carry the weight of toxic expectations, it stops being unity. It becomes control, pure and simple. They'll try to convince you that stepping away means you don't care, that choosing yourself is selfish. But here's what they won't tell you. Their unity is fragile because it depends on your silence and submission. When you question the system, when you break the mold, it exposes just how weak the foundation really is. Real unity allows for truth. It allows for growth. It allows for individuality. Anything less? That's not unity. It's a mask. And it's time to take it off. Don't let guilt hold you captive. Don't let their twisted idea of loyalty blind you to the fact that your purpose is bigger than their expectations. You weren't chosen to fit into a toxic system. You were chosen to break free, to rise, and to create something greater. Step boldly into your truth. Let the false unity crumble and watch how the weight of their manipulation falls away. Freedom isn't selfish, it's necessary. Number 10. When different becomes their weapon, embrace what they fear. They'll call you different, but what they really mean is unstoppable. They hate what they can't understand and fear what they'll never become. Chosen ones, the moment you begin to step into your purpose, the labels will come flying your way. You've changed. You're too much. You're too ambitious. Don't be fooled. These words aren't observations. They're weapons, sharpened with the intent to cut you down to a size that makes them comfortable. They want to shame you for daring to be more than what they expected. But here's the truth. Being different isn't a flaw. It's your power. Think about it. When they say, "You've changed," what they're really saying is, "You're not who I need you to be for me to feel secure." They call you too ambitious because your drive highlights their complacency. They say you're too much because your courage exposes the fears they've buried. It's not that there's something wrong with you. It's that your growth makes them uncomfortable in their stagnation. When they try to shame you for standing out, it's because they can't handle the fact that you've broken free from the mold they're still stuck in. They've spent their lives accepting mediocrity, and here you are, shattering every limitation they once believed was unbreakable. To them, your success feels like an attack on their choices, a reminder of what they could have done but didn't. And instead of applauding you, they criticize you to protect their own fragile sense of self. Here's the thing they'll never admit. They wish they had the courage to be different, too. But instead of taking responsibility for their fears, they project them onto you. They want to see you doubt yourself, to shrink, to step back into the version of you they were comfortable with, the version that didn't challenge their perception of life. But chosen ones, being different is your superpower. Your ambition isn't arrogance, it's the engine driving your purpose. Your distance isn't coldness, it's the space you need to grow. The very qualities they criticize are the ones that set you apart, that make you unique, that make you chosen. It's the reason you'll go further than they ever imagined, and that terrifies them. Stop letting their discomfort dictate your path. You weren't made to blend in. You weren't put here to make them feel secure in their limitations. You were designed to break barriers, to dream bigger, to achieve things that leave others asking, how did they do it? You don't owe anyone an explanation for why you're different. You owe it to yourself to embrace it fully. So the next time they call you too much or different, take it as a compliment. It's proof that you're living boldly, breaking free, and creating a life that challenges the status quo. Let their words bounce off of you and keep moving forward. They might not get it now, and they might never get it, but that's not your problem. Being chosen means standing out, even when it makes others uncomfortable. It means owning your ambition, your uniqueness, your power, because that's exactly what's going to take you to places they can't even dream of. So, don't shrink. Don't apologize. Keep being too much, because that's exactly why you're destined for greatness. Number 11. When gossip becomes the blade, turning their words into your power. A sharp tongue is a weak weapon, wielded only by those too scared to fight you face to face. Chosen ones, let's be real. Gossip is the coward's tool, and in the hands of insecure relatives, it's their weapon of choice. The closer the connection, the deeper the sting. They whisper behind your back, not because they hate you, but because your success screams louder than their silence ever could. It's not about you, it's about them. Gossip is their way of scratching an itch they can't soothe. The discomfort of seeing someone from their circle rise higher than they ever dared to dream. Have you noticed how they twist the smallest things into full-blown narratives? They think they're better than us now, or, they've always been a little arrogant. It's not just words, it's their attempt to make you the villain in their story, to justify why they've stayed stuck while you keep climbing. They don't want to see you fall necessarily. They just can't stand watching you soar. Here's the truth. Their gossip isn't a reflection of who you are. It's a reflection of who they aren't. By exaggerating your mistakes or twisting the truth, they're not just trying to bring you down. They're trying to distract themselves from the uncomfortable reality of their own lives. Gossip is their escape, their mask, their shield from self-reflection. If they can paint you as unworthy, they can avoid asking themselves the hard questions. Why didn't I try harder? Why didn't I take risks? Why didn't I chase my dreams? What makes gossip so devastating is its subtlety. It doesn't always come with malice. It often comes wrapped in fear. Fear of being left behind. Fear of losing the closeness they once felt with you. Fear that your growth is leaving them exposed. They're not trying to destroy you. They're trying to shield themselves. But don't let their fear become your limitation. You might want to confront them, to set the record straight, to make them see the truth. But here's the thing. You don't need to fight gossip with explanations. Their words don't have power unless you hand it to them. The truth is, like the sunrise, it will always rise, no matter how much darkness they try to throw over it. Chosen ones, let them talk. Let them twist your story. Let them spread rumors. Every word they speak only highlights how much they don't know about your journey, and every whisper they utter is just another sign of how much space you're taking up in their minds. You can't stop people from gossiping, but you can control how you respond. Don't give them the satisfaction of seeing you shaken. Keep moving, keep growing, keep proving that their words are nothing but background noise. Their gossip is just a sign of how far you've come and how far they've stayed behind. The truth about gossip is this: it doesn't have the power to define you. It doesn't derail your purpose, it doesn't slow your progress, and it doesn't change the fact that you were built to rise. So let them whisper. The higher you go, the quieter their words will sound. Eventually, all that's left is the echo of your success and their silence. Keep shining, chosen ones. Their words are weak, but your purpose is unstoppable. Number 12. Not everyone can follow. The path narrows for the chosen. You can't soar like an eagle while chained to those afraid to leave the ground. One of the toughest truths to swallow is this: not everyone is meant to walk with you on your journey. The chosen path isn't for everyone. And as you rise, you'll find that some people, especially those you thought would always be by your side, just aren't equipped to handle the altitude. They'll cling to familiarity, to what feels safe, while you're chasing a vision they can't even begin to understand. And that's okay. Not everyone is meant to come with you. Their hesitation isn't your problem, and their doubts aren't your weight to carry. It's not about cutting people off or burning bridges. It's about recognizing when paths have diverged. Staying behind to keep them comfortable only delays your own destiny. Some will try to hold you back out of love. Others will do it out of fear or envy. But chosen ones, hear this. You can't wait for someone to be ready when your purpose is calling you now. You were chosen to ascend, to break barriers, to go places that others cannot. Letting go doesn't mean you stop caring. It just means you understand the truth. Some people are meant to cheer from a distance, and that's not betrayal. It's life. Your journey is yours to walk, even if it means walking alone for a while. Don't look back. Keep climbing. The ones who truly matter will find their way to meet you at the top, and those who don't, they were never meant to be there in the first place. In conclusion, chosen ones, this journey isn't for the faint of heart, and it's not meant for everyone. As you rise, you'll face resistance, but remember, your purpose was never tied to anyone's approval or understanding. You were chosen for greatness, and greatness often requires walking alone. Let go of what holds you back and keep moving forward. You're unstoppable. If this resonated with you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and share this message. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to embrace your journey and rise above the noise. Let's keep climbing together. Welcome, chosen ones. Let me start with this. A flame doesn't beg the moth to come closer. It burns regardless, and the foolish are drawn into their own destruction. That's who you are. Your silence? It's the wildfire they can't extinguish. Your detachment? It's the storm they can't weather. And your power? It's the sword they can't hold without bleeding. They said you wouldn't make it. They thought you'd crumble when they turned their backs. They whispered that you needed them, that you couldn't survive without their approval. But guess what? You not only survived, you thrived. And now, your success, your peace, your strength, it's their nightmare. Every step you take in power is a step on the necks of those who doubted you. Oh, they hate it. They can't stand the fact that the very things they did to break you only made you sharper. Every lie, every betrayal, every time they underestimated you, that was fuel. And now they're choking on the smoke of your rise. Let me tell you, chosen ones, your silence screams louder than their loudest accusations. They see you shining, and it burns them alive. Before we go deeper, smash that like button and subscribe. This is the sanctuary where the chosen ones sharpen their weapons and prepare for battle. Because make no mistake, this journey isn't for the weak. Let's keep going. They thought you needed their approval. They thought their rejection would destroy you. But what they didn't understand is this. You were never playing their game. You've been on another level all along. They are slaves to attention, desperate for validation, chained to a system that tells them their worth comes from others. But you don't bow to their rules. You're free, and freedom terrifies them. You see, chosen ones, your detachment is their kryptonite. It's the wound that never heals, the thorn in their side that they can't pull out. While they run around screaming for attention, you stand in silence, and that silence echoes in their heads. It keeps them awake at night, wondering why they can't touch you, why they can't pull you into their chaos. And the truth, it's simple. You've transcended them. They said you were cold. They said you didn't care. But what they fail to realize is that you care about what matters. You don't waste your energy on fools who don't deserve it. And that makes you untouchable. Let them say what they will. Let them stew in their desperation. Their words are like pebbles thrown at a mountain. You stand unmoved. Remember this: your enemies thrive on weakness, and they hate you because you've shown none. To them, you're a constant reminder of their own inadequacy. They're the ones who said you were nothing. They thought you'd be crawling back, begging for their acceptance. Instead, you disappeared. You detached. And now they're scrambling, wondering how to get your attention, how to bring you down. But here's the beauty: they can't. Your silence is a weapon. Your peace is a shield. And your indifference? It's the slow poison that eats them alive. You don't need to fight them. They're destroying themselves trying to figure out why they're not in your world anymore. They can't handle the fact that you've moved on, that you've outgrown them. They're desperate to bring you back down because your existence makes them feel small. But hear me now, chosen ones. Keep walking in power. Let your silence crush them. Let your detachment show them that you don't play in the dirt when you're destined to own the sky. You don't just win. You make them question their entire existence. That's the true power of the chosen. And to you, the chosen one, thank you for being here, standing tall in your power. Whether it's your first time here or you've been walking this journey with us, your energy fuels this unstoppable mission. If you're ready to fully embrace your detachment, unleash your strength and watch them crumble under the weight of your silence, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your role as the unstoppable force they'll never overcome. And now, let's dive in, step by step. Stay with me, because if you're truly chosen, you'll feel that pull to stick around till the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. Your silence is their chaos. Your detachment is their defeat. When a lion ignores the barking of dogs, it's not weakness, it's supremacy. That's you, chosen ones. Your silence? It's not just quiet, it's deafening. It's the cold steel that cuts through their illusions. They expected a fight, a reaction, something to feed their egos. But instead, you gave them nothing. And that nothing? It's their everything. It's the empty space that amplifies their fears, their doubts, their insecurities. It's the mirror they never wanted to face. They thrive on your attention, your validation, your engagement. When you don't respond, when you detach and stand in your power, you starve them. You strip away the lies they've built around themselves, and what's left? The truth they've been running from. That's the power of being chosen. You don't need their approval, and that terrifies them. You're the stillness in a world that never stops moving, the calm that reveals the chaos in others. You've probably wondered, why do they care so much about my silence? Why can't they just let it go? The answer is simple. Your detachment exposes them. It's not about what you say or do. It's about what you don't say or do. Your refusal to play their games forces them to face their own fragility. They've built their self-worth on shaky foundations, opinions, validation, the noise of the world. And when you take that away, they're left with nothing but the sound of their own doubts. That silence. It's a roar that drowns them. Imagine this. They're standing in front of a mirror, desperate to see a reflection, but all they see is emptiness. That's what your detachment does. It strips away the distractions, the noise, and leaves them with nothing but their insecurities staring back at them. They hate it, but they can't look away. That's why they keep chasing, keep provoking, hoping you'll give them something, anything, to fill the void. But you don't. And that's your power. Your silence isn't just silence, it's a battlefield. It's the place where their illusions come to die. They're used to people reacting, to people playing by their rules. But you've torn up the rule book and walked away. It's like they're throwing punches in the dark, swinging wildly, trying to hit something, anything. But all they find is air. They hate it. They hate you for it. Not because of who you are, but because of what you represent. Freedom. Freedom from their games, their control, their chaos. They don't hate your detachment because it's cold or distant. They hate it because it's powerful. It's the quiet rebellion that says, I don't need you, I don't need this. And in their world, where worth is measured by likes, comments, and attention, that's the ultimate insult. Your silence screams, I'm enough, and they can't stand it. Here's the thing, chosen ones, you've mastered what they fear most, independence. You've broken free from the need for validation, the need to explain, the need to react. And that freedom, it's the most terrifying thing they've ever seen. They don't understand it, and what they don't understand, they fear. They think, how can someone not care? How can someone just walk away? But it's not that you don't care. It's that you care too much about your peace, your power, your path to waste it on their chaos. They're shouting into the void, hoping for an echo, but all they hear is the unsettling sound of their own desperation. They replay every interaction, every word, every glance, trying to figure out why you won't respond. They overthink, they obsess, they crumble, and all the while you stand there unbothered, unmoved, unstoppable. That's what it means to be chosen. You're not here to fight their battles or validate their existence. You're here to rise above it all. So, let them chase, let them shout, let them exhaust themselves trying to figure you out. Their desperation isn't your concern, it's their punishment. Your detachment, it's their defeat. It's the silence that screams louder than their noise ever could. Chosen ones, never forget this. Your power isn't in what you say or do, it's in what you don't say or do. Your silence is the storm they can't escape, the shadow they can't outrun. And while they're busy unraveling, you're busy rising. Keep standing tall. Keep walking your path. Let your detachment speak louder than words ever could, because in their chaos, your calm is their greatest torment and your greatest triumph. Number 2, your indifference kills their ego, piece by piece. Nothing burns brighter than the fire of a bruised ego, and your indifference is the match. Chosen ones, your power lies not in what you say or do, but in what you refuse to acknowledge. Your indifference isn't just a reaction, it's a silent declaration of power, a slow and steady dismantling of their ego. They thrive on attention, on validation, on knowing they matter in your world. But when you meet their desperate attempts with cold, unbothered detachment, it's like a knife to their pride. Every move they make to provoke you dies in the shadow of your calm. They thought they had control. They thought they could push your buttons, draw you into their chaos, make you dance to their tune. But your indifference, it's the deafening silence that drowns out their noise. It's not anger or hate that crushes them. It's the realization that their presence doesn't even register in your world. That's what cuts the deepest. It's like they're screaming into a void, hoping for even a flicker of acknowledgement, only to find emptiness staring back. And that emptiness, it terrifies them. People build their entire self-worth on the validation they extract from others. Without it, they're unsteady, insecure, unsure of their own value. Your indifference is like ripping the rug out from under them. It forces them to confront a truth they've been avoiding their entire lives. Maybe they're not as important as they think they are. Maybe their loudness, their drama, their endless need for attention is nothing but a mask to hide their fear of insignificance. You don't play their game, and that drives them insane. They're used to people reacting, to being noticed, even if it's through conflict or drama. They thrive on pulling others into their chaos because it makes them feel alive, makes them feel seen. But your indifference? It's a rejection of their entire playbook. It's the one thing they never prepared for. And when you stay calm, unbothered, and focused on your own path, you're not just ignoring them, you're cutting off their lifeline. It burns more than words ever could. They can handle anger, they can handle arguments, they feed off drama because it gives them energy. But your indifference, it's like a cold wave crashing over them. It's the realization that their efforts mean nothing, that their noise is just an echo bouncing back unheard. It's the mirror that forces them to see themselves as they truly are, fragile, desperate, and completely dependent on others for their sense of self-worth. Here's the truth, chosen ones. Your indifference isn't about coldness or cruelty. It's about power. It's about prioritizing your peace, your purpose, your growth over their neediness. You don't owe anyone your energy, and that's the lesson they can't seem to grasp. They see your calm as an insult, your silence as a personal attack. But what they don't understand is that your indifference isn't about them. It's about you. It's about protecting what you've built, about staying focused on your journey, and refusing to let their chaos pull you off course. And that's why they push harder. They'll try to provoke you, to get under your skin, to make you react. They'll throw everything they have at you, hoping to crack the armor of your detachment. But the harder they try, the more your silence reflects their own desperation. It's like holding up a mirror to their soul, and they can't stand the reflection staring back at them. Every attempt to get your attention only reveals how much they need it, how much they rely on you to feel whole. They'll tell themselves it's about you, that you're the one who's cold or unkind. But deep down, they know the truth. Your indifference exposes them. It reveals the cracks in their foundation, the emptiness they've been trying to fill with noise and drama. And that's the ultimate power of being chosen. You don't have to fight them. You don't have to argue, explain, or engage. Your silence does the work for you. It speaks louder than words ever could, delivering a blow to their ego they'll never forget. So, chosen ones, keep standing in your power. Let your indifference be the sword that cuts through their illusions. You don't need their approval, their attention, or their validation. You're untouchable, unstoppable, and completely out of their reach. And that's what destroys them. Let them chase, let them scramble, let them drown in their own desperation. You've already won. Keep rising, keep thriving, and watch as their ego crumbles in the face of your silence. Number 3. They mistake your calm for weakness until you strike. A storm doesn't shout before it destroys. It gathers quietly, and then it's too late to run. Chosen ones, your calmness isn't weakness, it's strategy. It's the kind of power that terrifies those who misunderstand it. They see your quiet demeanor and think it's a sign of fear, a lack of courage, or a fragile backbone. But what they fail to grasp is this: your calm is deliberate. It's the stillness before the hurricane, the patience of a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They test you, poke at you, and try to provoke a reaction. To them, your refusal to engage looks like submission. They're so used to people rushing to defend themselves, to prove a point, or to match their chaotic energy, that your restraint confuses them. They think, why isn't this working? Why aren't they reacting? But what they don't realize is that your calm is the ultimate form of control. You're not swayed by their antics because you don't need to be. You're playing a bigger game, one they can't even see. Your calm is a mask, but not one born of fear or insecurity. Beneath it simmers a power so vast, they can't begin to comprehend it. They think they're winning because you don't lash out, because you don't play into their hands. But what they don't know is that every move they make only tightens the noose they've unwittingly put around their own neck. You're not avoiding the fight. You're watching, calculating, and waiting for the exact moment to move. And when that moment comes, it's already too late for them. Imagine this. They're playing checkers while you're playing chess. Every move they make feels important to them, dramatic, full of noise and urgency. But you're already 10 steps ahead, calmly watching as they walk straight into a trap of their own making. They don't even realize they're exposing their weaknesses to you, revealing their hand, showing you exactly where to strike when the time comes. And when you do strike, it's not with fury, it's with precision. One blow is all it takes, and they crumble. Your calm throws them off balance because it forces them to face their own instability. They can't understand why you're not reacting the way they expect. They're used to people engaging in their drama, feeding into their chaos, matching their energy. But with you, there's nothing for them to grab onto. Your steadiness reflects their lack of control, and it makes them question themselves. It's like trying to fight smoke. You're untouchable, and that drives them mad. Patience is your greatest weapon, and they have no idea how dangerous that makes you. They mistake your restraint for indecision, your silence for weakness, your calm for passivity. But restraint is not hesitation. It's wisdom. You don't waste your energy on battles that don't matter. You know the value of waiting, of choosing the right moment, of letting them think they're in control until the rug is pulled out from under them. And when you finally move, it's decisive. There's no back and forth, no wasted words, no chaos, just results. By the time they realize what's happening, they're already caught in the storm. They'll look back and see that every attempt to provoke you only revealed their own vulnerabilities, their arrogance, their need for validation, their lack of self-control. It was all laid bare while you stood calm and unbothered. That's when they'll understand that your silence wasn't avoidance. It was power. It was the confidence of someone who doesn't need to shout to be heard, someone who doesn't need to fight every battle to win the war. And that's the beauty of your calm, chosen ones. It's not about avoiding conflict. It's about knowing when conflict is worth your energy. You're not afraid to strike. You're simply waiting for the moment when your strike will matter most. They think they've won because you're quiet, because you're patient. But what they don't see is the storm brewing beneath the surface, ready to unleash when the time is right. So, let them misjudge you. Let them think you're weak, indecisive, or afraid. Let them exhaust themselves trying to figure you out. You know the truth. Your calm is your strength. Your silence is your strategy, and your patience is their undoing. And when the time comes, when it's finally worth it, they'll see the depth of your power. But by then, it will be too late. They'll realize too late that you were never weak. You were simply waiting. And in that moment, they'll understand that they never stood a chance. Number 4. You see through their masks, and it shatters them. A mask may fool the crowd, but it never fools the mirror. Chosen ones, this is where your vision becomes their greatest fear. They think their carefully crafted illusions, their flashy facades, and their exaggerated confidence can hide the truth. They believe their charades will work on everyone, because it usually does. But with you, it's different. You see through it all. Their masks might fool the crowd, but to you, they're transparent. Every crack, every flaw, every thread of insecurity shines clear as day, and that terrifies them. They're used to pulling strings, manipulating perceptions, and wrapping others in a web of lies. They thrive on applause and validation, on making others believe they're something greater than they are. But you don't clap, you don't flinch, you don't buy into the act. Your gaze pierces through the theatrics, and in that moment, they realize they're exposed. Their confidence, the confidence they built on pretense, starts to crumble, and they feel small in your presence. That's the power you carry. You don't have to call them out. Your silence alone is the mirror they can't escape. It reflects back to them every insecurity, every doubt, every piece of themselves they've tried so hard to bury. Your detachment makes them squirm because it means they can't control how you see them. And that's their worst nightmare. They're desperate to manipulate your perception, to pull you into their game, to make you see them as the larger-than-life figure they pretend to be. But no matter how much they try, you remain unmoved. Imagine this. They're building a sandcastle on the shore, carefully shaping it, decorating it, believing it's something magnificent. But with every wave of your indifference, it all washes away. No matter how hard they try to impress you, to get under your skin, or to pull you into their fantasy, you remain calm, steady, and unimpressed. And that drives them mad. They're used to people falling for their charm, admiring their showmanship. But with you, they're left scrambling, trying harder and harder, only to fail every time. Your clarity exposes how fragile their confidence really is. They pretend it's solid, unshakable, but you see how much of it is borrowed, propped up by others' approval, not their own. They know that if they stop pretending, they'll have to face the emptiness underneath, and that's a reality they can't handle. So they keep piling on layers of pretense, hoping something will stick, hoping they can eventually fool you. But all they're doing is digging a deeper hole, making their insecurities even more obvious. Your authenticity is what unsettles them the most. It's a constant reminder of what they lack. While they're caught up in their endless games, you move through life effortlessly, without needing to prove anything. You don't need the applause, the attention, or the approval. And that's what separates you from them. They see in you what they wish they could be, real, grounded, untouchable. So let them scramble. Let them keep playing their games. Every attempt to impress you only deepens their frustration. Every effort to manipulate you only highlights how powerless they really are. You don't have to say a word. Your very presence is enough to shatter their illusions. And as they continue to falter, you stand tall, unbothered, and unstoppable. Chosen ones never forget. Their masks are made of glass, and your clarity is the stone that breaks them. You don't need to fight, argue, or prove anything. Your authenticity does all the work. Keep walking in your truth. Let their desperation to fool you reveal who they really are. You've already won. Number 5. Your presence exposes their desperation, a truth they can't escape. A candle's light may flicker for attention, but the sun doesn't compete. It simply shines. That's you, chosen ones. When you walk into a room, you don't need to announce yourself. Your energy speaks louder than words, and it commands attention without trying. But here's where it gets interesting. Your calm, self-assured presence doesn't just draw eyes, It exposes the cracks in those around you. It pulls their desperation, their need for validation, out of the shadows and into the harsh light of reality. Your very existence is a mirror. While they scramble to be seen, heard, and acknowledged, you remain steady, centered, unbothered. That contrast is a dagger to their fragile egos. Your quiet strength forces them to see themselves for what they truly are, dependent on the approval of others, addicted to the noise and the clamor of superficial recognition. You didn't ask to be their mirror, but that's exactly what you are. And trust me, they hate it. They hate that your peace reminds them of their chaos. They want to act like they're confident, like they have it all together. But when you're in the room, their act starts to crumble. They can feel the difference between true self-assurance and the desperate need to be validated. Deep down, they know they're chasing something that will never bring them what you've already found within yourself. They try to fill their emptiness with likes, applause, and attention, but your presence, it quietly whispers the truth they're running from. No amount of external validation will ever bring them peace. And that truth stings. That's why they react to you with frustration, envy, or even resentment. They'll try to draw you into their games, hoping you'll validate them in a way no one else can. Why? Because they see something in you they don't have. A completeness, a wholeness, a confidence that doesn't depend on anyone else. On some level, they believe that if they can get your approval, it might fill the void they carry. But here's the twist. You don't play their game. Your refusal to engage, to feed their neediness, is what shatters them. It forces them to sit with the uncomfortable truth they'd rather ignore, that their need for validation is nothing but a symptom of their own insecurity. And when you don't give them what they're desperately seeking, it magnifies their discomfort. Your calm, your presence, your refusal to validate their chaos, it leaves them grappling with emotions they've buried for years. And that's why your presence is so powerful. It exposes them. It reveals the desperation they work so hard to hide. It's not that you're trying to call them out. It just happens. Your existence alone is enough to highlight what they'd prefer to keep in the dark. And they'll resent you for it because they can't escape it. But you'll keep shining, keep walking in your power, unbothered by their chaos. That's what it means to be chosen. You don't need their approval. They need yours. And that truth will haunt them forever. Number 6. Your attention is their obsession, and they'll never win it. The rarest gems are never thrown into crowds. They are sought after, fought for, and treasured. Chosen ones, your attention is that rare gem. It's not something you give freely, and that fact alone makes it the most coveted thing in their world. They crave it, they scheme for it, and they burn with frustration when they can't have it. Your focus is a prize they'll never truly earn, and that reality eats away at them. You see, most people scatter their attention like leaves in the wind, letting it drift toward anything that demands it. But you treat your attention like it's a sacred currency, not to be wasted on anything trivial. You understand its value, and because of that, people are desperate to hold even a fraction of it. They think that if they could just grab your focus for a moment, they'd feel validated, important, seen. They think your acknowledgement would transform their existence, as if your gaze could turn their mediocrity into gold. But what they don't realize is that your indifference isn't personal. It's purposeful. You've learned that spreading your attention too thin weakens its power. You've mastered the art of holding it close, of reserving it for what truly matters. And this restraint, it's what drives them wild. They don't understand why you don't react, why their noise doesn't pull you in, why you remain unmoved by their efforts to impress or provoke you. Your calm, selective focus is like a locked door they can't break through, and the harder they try, the more their desperation is exposed. To them, your attention isn't just validation, it's status. They want to be able to say, "I matter because they noticed me." Your focus has become the ultimate prize in their eyes because they know you don't hand it out lightly. They see you giving it only to things of value, to people, goals, and ideas that actually matter. And that selective energy makes your attention feel like the approval they've been chasing their whole lives. But here's the twist. Your attention isn't something to be won. It's not a trophy, and it's not a handout. It's a choice, a deliberate, intentional choice, and that's what they'll never understand. While they clamor for your gaze, throwing their efforts into meaningless gestures and loud displays, you remain still, unbothered, detached. Their desperation only grows as they realize they're shouting into the void, while your focus remains untouched. You're not playing their game. You've outgrown the need to be pulled into their chaos. Their efforts to earn your acknowledgement are nothing more than shadows chasing the sun. And that's where your power lies, chosen ones. Your ability to keep your focus guarded, to protect your energy, is what sets you apart. While they're consumed by the desire to be noticed, you're at peace, directing your attention to things that truly align with your purpose. You understand that your attention is not a gift to be thrown at anyone who asks. It's a treasure meant only for what deserves it. Let them chase. Let them burn with frustration as they realize they'll never have the control over you they so desperately crave. Your attention isn't their prize, it's your power. And by keeping it to yourself, you remain untouchable, unstoppable, and entirely out of their reach. Number 7. Your standards are so high, they don't even know where to look. You don't lower mountains for those who can't climb. You leave them to stare in awe. Chosen ones, your standards are not just high, they are untouchable. You've built a fortress around your life, brick by brick, with values, principles, and a vision that soars above the noise of superficiality. They can't even comprehend it, let alone reach it. While they scramble for crumbs of validation, likes, followers, and fleeting applause, you're working on something far greater, something they'll never understand. A legacy. They're playing a small game, chasing after cheap thrills and momentary approval. They define success by how many people are watching them, but you? You're building for the long haul. Your success doesn't live on a scoreboard for others to judge. It's deeper, unshakable, and rooted in purpose. This is why they can't keep up. They see you walking a path that doesn't rely on their applause, and it confuses them. They're desperate to figure out how you're thriving without their approval, but the truth? They'll never get it. They're stuck at the base of a mountain they're too afraid to climb. They think your choices are strange. You don't follow trends, you don't chase after shiny distractions, and you don't bend to the pressures of the crowd. While they're busy collecting shallow victories, you're sharpening your skills, nurturing your spirit, and creating relationships that actually matter. To them, this level of discipline and focus is alien. It terrifies them because it forces them to confront their own lack of depth. They study you. They analyze every move, hoping to find a formula, a shortcut to the clarity you possess. But what they don't realize is that your drive doesn't come from external rewards. It comes from within. You're not chasing a spotlight. You're chasing fulfillment, mastery, and peace. And that's a path they can't follow because it requires courage, patience, and sacrifice, the very things they avoid. To them, your journey looks reckless. Why wouldn't you take the easy wins? Why wouldn't you bend just a little to fit their expectations? They can't fathom that you're playing a different game entirely, one where the rules are written by you and for you. They're running in circles while you're taking steady, deliberate steps forward. And the more progress you make, the more desperate they become to understand your secret. But here's the truth, chosen ones. Your standards are invisible to them because they can't see past their own shallow desires. They're too busy climbing ladders that lead nowhere, collecting fake accolades that won't matter tomorrow. Meanwhile, your quiet, relentless pursuit of meaning serves as a mirror, reflecting everything they lack. And they hate it. Your clarity is their chaos. Your discipline is their despair. They want what you have, but they're unwilling to pay the price. They're too attached to the spotlight, too afraid to take the leap into the unknown. And that's what sets you apart. You're not afraid to let go of appearances to pursue what truly matters. Your focus, your commitment, your refusal to settle, it drives them mad. They want to drag you into their shallow game, but your standards are too high for that. They can't reach you, and it burns them. Your standards are not just a set of rules. They are a reminder to them of everything they haven't yet discovered about themselves. Your strength forces them to confront their weaknesses. Your purpose shines a light on their emptiness. And while they're busy trying to make sense of your success, you're moving forward, untouched and unstoppable. So, chosen ones, keep your standards high. Let them stare, let them scramble, let them try to decode your life. They'll never reach the heights you've already conquered. Your standards aren't just a fortress. They're a beacon, a reminder that true success is built from within. And as they continue to drown in their shallow pursuits, you'll keep rising, untouchable and unmatched. Keep climbing, keep thriving. Let them watch, knowing they'll never catch up. Number 8. They feed on chaos, but your silence leaves them starving. A hurricane may roar, but it's the unshaken mountain that endures. Chosen ones, their lives are a whirlwind of noise and chaos, an endless performance where drama is the fuel that keeps them going. They thrive on conflict, feeding off gossip, arguments and spectacle as though it were their lifeblood. Their existence is a circus, where every interaction is designed to create a scene, a story, or a new reason to feel important. Without drama, their world feels hollow, like an empty theater with no audience to cheer them on. But here's the truth. Their addiction to chaos is nothing more than a mask for emptiness. You, however, are the exact opposite. While they spin in circles chasing conflict, you stand firm in silence. Your world is calm, intentional, and rooted in peace. You've found strength in the stillness they avoid, clarity in the silence they fear. They see your quiet as a threat, a mirror that forces them to confront the chaos they've built their lives around. Your serenity unsettles them because it exposes the truth. They're not in control of their own lives. They're slaves to the noise, prisoners of the very drama they crave. Your silence is more than just the absence of noise. It's power. It's a weapon they never saw coming. While they shout and scramble for attention, you're focused, grounded, and unshaken. You've learned to thrive in the quiet, to find fulfillment in moments of introspection and self-awareness. They can't understand it, and that lack of understanding turns into frustration. They're so desperate for you to join their chaos, to give them something, anything, that confirms you're still playing their game. But every time they try, your calmness only deepens their confusion. To them, your refusal to engage is a rejection of their way of life, an unspoken reminder that their drama is meaningless. They want you to be like them, to react, to add your voice to the noise. But you don't. You've chosen something greater. You've chosen peace over conflict, growth over spectacle, purpose over distraction. And that choice? It terrifies them. It's not just that you're different, it's that your way of living exposes the cracks in theirs. Their attempts to provoke you, to pull you into their chaos, are rooted in desperation. They see the strength in your silence, the power in your restraint, and they want it. But they don't know how to achieve it themselves. They can't fathom how you find fulfillment without the constant buzz of drama and validation. It's alien to them, and because they don't understand it, they try to destroy it. But chosen ones, let them try. Let them rage, shout, and flail. Your silence is their undoing. Every moment you refuse to engage is a moment they're forced to face the emptiness of their own noise. While they chase the fleeting highs of chaos, you've built something unshakable: peace, purpose, and true power. And in the end, that's what sets you apart. Their drama may roar, but your calm will always endure. Number 9. You are their mirror, and they hate the reflection. Some fear the truth, not because it's cruel, but because it reveals who they really are. Chosen ones, you don't even have to try. Simply by existing, you expose their deepest insecurities, holding up a mirror to everything they fear about themselves. Your calm, your composure, your relentless focus on your own path, it all reminds them of what they lack. And that truth, it burns them from the inside out. You move through life with purpose, unshaken by distractions, while they stumble, clawing for validation and clinging to their chaos. They see your quiet confidence, your ability to thrive without the constant need for approval, and it unnerves them. You are a reminder of the discipline they can't summon, the peace they'll never find in their own restless minds. You don't even need to say a word. Your presence alone forces them to confront the cracks in their foundation. Every moment they spend near you is a reminder of their own shortcomings. When they see you rise above challenges with grace, it's not admiration they feel, it's resentment. They hate the way your strength makes their fragility impossible to ignore. Instead of looking inward and fixing what's broken, they lash out, desperate to bring you down to their level. Because if they can't rise to meet you, their only option is to drag you into the pit they've made their home. They can't stand your detachment from their noise, your refusal to engage with their endless games and drama. Your peace is an insult to their chaos, your independence a direct challenge to their dependence on others. You make them feel exposed, like they've been stripped of their masks, forced to confront the very insecurities they've spent their entire lives avoiding. And rather than facing themselves, they turn their frustration on you. They'll poke, prod, and push, hoping to crack your calm exterior, desperate for a reaction that validates their twisted belief that no one is truly untouchable. They want to see you rattle, falter, or lose control because it would make them feel powerful again. But you don't. You remain unbothered, and that drives them deeper into their own spiral of self-doubt. Every failed attempt to shake you only reinforces their weakness and your unshakable strength. You are a living reminder of the life they could have if they had the courage to change. But instead of using that as inspiration, they see it as a threat. They're stuck in a paradox, drawn to your light, but determined to extinguish it. They want what you have, but they don't want to put in the work it takes to get there. So they stew in their resentment, torn between envy and hatred, unable to decide if they want to be you or destroy you. Here's the truth they can't admit. Your presence forces them to reflect on everything they've ignored about themselves, their fears, their weaknesses, their lack of purpose. And that reflection, it's too much for them to bear. While they lash out, trying to drag you down, all they're really doing is exposing their own fragility. You don't even have to lift a finger. They're defeated before the battle even begins. Chosen ones, let them hate the reflection. Let them despise the mirror you hold up to their insecurities. That's not your burden to carry. Their discomfort is not your problem. It's the price they pay for living in denial. You're not here to fix them, to respond to their chaos, or to make them feel better about themselves. You're here to walk your path, and in doing so, you force them to confront the truth they've been running from. Whether they rise or fall in the face of it is their choice, not yours. Number 10. They keep testing, but all they do is break themselves. The axe always strikes the tree, but the tree grows stronger while the axe dulls. Chosen ones, their petty games are nothing but blunt strikes against your unshakable resolve. They see your calm as a challenge, a mountain they think they can conquer. They throw insults, start rumors, and bait you with childish tactics, hoping you'll crumble, react, or stoop to their level. To them, your peace is an anomaly, something they can't understand, and feel compelled to destroy. But every time they test you and fail, it's not your calm that cracks. It's their own illusion of power. They're like moths circling a flame, desperately drawn in by the mystery of your indifference, only to burn themselves every time. They convince themselves that if they prod you enough, they'll find a weakness, a soft spot to exploit. But all they find is the impenetrable wall of your composure. And with each failed attempt, their frustration grows louder, their desperation more apparent. They think drama is the language of strength. That conflict is how people prove themselves. But you've transcended their world of chaos. You've discovered the truth. Real power isn't in the fight. It's in knowing when to ignore the noise. Their insults are like dust in the wind. Their schemes are nothing more than shadows cast by their own insecurity. They throw everything they have at you, and you respond with nothing but unyielding serenity. That's what destroys them. Your refusal to engage isn't weakness, it's dominance. It's a silent declaration that you're not playing their game, because their game isn't worth your time. Every rumor they spread, every jab they throw, every scheme they devise, it all falls flat, because your peace doesn't depend on their acknowledgement. They don't understand that your strength comes from within, not from the validation of others. And that's why they keep testing you. They're desperate to believe that you're like them, that your calm is just a facade. But every time they push and fail, they're forced to confront a truth that terrifies them. You're untouchable. Imagine this. They're throwing stones into the ocean, expecting to see cracks form, but all they see are ripples that fade before their eyes. That's your power. It's not just that you don't react. It's that their attempts only reinforce the vast difference between your peace and their chaos. With every jab, they reveal their own insecurities, their need for attention, their dependence on conflict to feel important. While they're consumed by the games they play, you stand unmoved, your calm a mirror reflecting their desperation back at them. And here's the kicker. Their failure becomes an obsession. They try harder, push further, convinced that if they just press the right button, they'll get a reaction. But all they do is expose the cracks in their own foundation. Their attempts to rattle you become proof of how deeply they rely on others to validate their existence, while you remain rooted in unshakable self-assurance. They can't fathom the depth of your strength, because they've never known what it means to stand on their own. Chosen ones, their games are nothing more than a test of your patience, a test you pass every single time by refusing to play. Your indifference is the fortress they can't breach, no matter how many times they try. And while they spiral into frustration, you rise higher, unbothered and untouchable. Every failed attempt to break you only sharpens the contrast between their chaos and your calm, turning their obsession into a cycle of endless frustration. So, let them keep testing. Let them push and prod and poke. With every strike, they dull their own axe, while your foundation grows stronger. Their desperation is not your burden, it's their own weakness, screaming for validation in the face of your silence. And in the end, their games won't touch you, but they'll destroy themselves trying to. Stand tall, chosen ones, because their failures only highlight your power. You've already won. Number 11. They need the spotlight, but you own the shadows. The sun doesn't chase the stars, yet its power is felt even when unseen. That's the essence of who you are, chosen ones. They thrive on attention, scrambling for every like, every comment, every fleeting moment of recognition that feeds their fragile egos. Their self-worth is tied to applause, their existence dependent on being noticed. But you are their opposite. You are the calm, unshaken force that doesn't need the world to see you in order to shine. And that truth burns them to their core. Their lives are a desperate performance, every move calculated to stay relevant. They shout to be heard, scream to be seen, clawing for validation as though it's the air they breathe. To them, fading into obscurity is worse than death. They live for the spotlight, for the false affirmation of others, and without it, they crumble. They're prisoners of public perception, slaves to the opinions of strangers, and you, standing strong in your quiet invisibility, are everything they can never be. You've unlocked the secret they fear the most. Real power doesn't come from being seen. It doesn't come from applause or validation. True power is being comfortable in your own skin, standing in your truth, even when no one else is looking. You've realized that self-worth isn't dictated by how many people notice you. It's built in the silence, in the solitude, in the depths of your soul where no one else can reach. That's where your strength lies, and that's what leaves them scrambling to make sense of you. They don't understand it. They can't. How can someone thrive without an audience? How can someone find joy in the shadows when they're so addicted to the limelight? Your calm, unbothered presence is a reflection of everything they lack. While they scream for relevance, you find fulfillment in the quiet moments, in your own passions, in your own company, and that makes you unstoppable. They may shine for a moment, but you are the steady flame that burns long after their spark fades. The harder they try to draw you into their chaos, the more you retreat into your sanctuary of peace. They throw bait, desperate for a reaction, hoping to see a flicker of acknowledgement from you. They need to know that you see them, that they matter in your world. But you don't take the bait. You stay grounded, watching their desperation amplify as your calm presence highlights the vast chasm between your self-sufficiency and their dependence on external validation. Their need for recognition is their weakness, and your contentment in invisibility is your greatest strength. You don't need the world to clap for you, because your power doesn't come from their noise. It comes from within. And that's what they'll never understand. Their spotlight is fleeting, but your quiet presence is eternal. You don't need to be seen to shine, chosen ones. You simply are. And in that truth, they find their greatest frustration, and your greatest power. Keep standing in the shadows. That's where the strongest forces reside. Number 12. They can't understand why you reject their empty world. The lion doesn't envy the sheep's flock. It roams free, unbound by their shallow comforts. Chosen ones, they can't fathom why you don't want what they desperately cling to. They've built their entire existence around fragile trophies, status, admiration, and the illusion of being important. They believe everyone must crave the same scraps of validation they've spent their lives chasing. But you see the emptiness in it all. Their glittering world doesn't shine in your eyes. it reeks of desperation. They're playing a game you've already walked away from. While they fight for seats at someone else's table, you've built your own empire. They obsess over climbing ladders, but you've already reached heights they can't even imagine. Their approval, their trends, their shallow accolades, they mean nothing to you, and that terrifies them. Your indifference shakes them to the core. You're not rejecting their world out of spite. You've simply evolved beyond it. Their validation holds no currency in your life, and that realization gnaws at them. It makes them question everything, why they've fought so hard, sacrificed so much, and poured their energy into a game that you don't even bother to play. You don't just reject their world, you expose its hollowness. Your calm, your self-assurance, your ability to thrive without their approval. It's a mirror to their insecurities. It reveals the weakness in their foundation, leaving them scrambling to understand how you've found freedom in a world they're still enslaved to. That's the power of being chosen. They chase what glitters, while you embody what's real. And that's a truth they'll never recover from. And so, chosen ones, this is your power. Thriving where others falter, rising above their games, and standing unshaken in your truth. Your calm, your detachment, and your refusal to chase their shallow world make you unstoppable. Let their desperation fuel your strength. And remember, true freedom is living on your own terms. Let them throw stones. They're just building the throne you'll sit on. While they choke on their bitterness, you're sipping from the cup of destiny. The crown was never meant for them, and deep down, they know it. That's why they hate you. A rising star doesn't ask permission to shine, and neither should you. Chosen ones, hear me loud and clear. You weren't chosen for a life of mediocrity. You were chosen to stand out, to rise above, to make them uncomfortable simply by existing. That's why their envy burns so hot. They can't touch what's meant for you, no matter how many schemes they cook up in the shadows. Every glance of fake admiration, every attempt to sabotage you, every word dripping in falsehood, it's all being noted by the universe. And karma? Oh, she's the kind of teacher who never forgets who needs a lesson. The power you hold terrifies them, not because you're loud or boastful, but because you are relentless. You don't fold under pressure, and every time they think you're out of moves, you come back stronger. That kind of resilience drives them mad. Your success is like salt on their wounds, and their attempts to knock you down only make your victories sweeter. Let's get one thing straight. You're not the villain in their story. They are the architects of their own downfall. The harder they try to block your blessings, the bigger their own obstacles become. Every sneaky plot they hatch, every ounce of energy spent on tearing you down, is just the universe tightening the trap around them. You see, karma doesn't just punish, she delivers poetic justice. And when the scales tip, it won't be subtle, it'll be devastating. They thought their jealousy was a weapon, but it's a curse. Imagine this. Every ounce of their energy wasted on hating you is like drinking poison and expecting you to die. They're digging their own grave while you keep rising. That's the power of being chosen. You're a storm they can't escape, a fire they can't extinguish. And the more they focus on you, the more they lose sight of their own path. Here's the funny part. While they're busy wishing for your failure, they're sabotaging their own growth. Jealousy blinds them, clouds their judgment, and keeps them stuck in the same bitter cycle. And you're like a freight train, unstoppable, moving forward no matter what's in your way. That's what drives them insane. Your very existence is proof that no weapon formed against you will prosper. And here's the truth they'll never admit. Deep down, they wish they were you. But instead of learning, they choose to hate. Instead of rising, they choose to wallow. That's the difference between you and them. You're chosen, and they're trapped by their own envy. So let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them doubt you. The universe is already working on your behalf. Their downfall is inevitable, not because of your revenge, but because of their own actions. Karma is a mirror, and the reflection they'll see will be one of regret, pain, and loss. Stay steady, chosen ones. Your light is too powerful to be dimmed, and their jealousy is just fuel for the fire that will consume them. And to you, yes, you, the unstoppable, unshakable chosen one, thank you for being here. Whether you're new to this journey or have stood strong with us from the beginning, your energy is what fuels this movement. If you're ready to embrace your power, rise above the chaos, and claim what's meant for you, go ahead and smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to show the world you're unbothered, unstoppable, and on your destined path. And now, let's break this down, step by step. If you truly are a chosen one, trust me, you won't want to look away. You'll feel the pull, the undeniable call to stay till the very end. Let's dive in. Number 1. When you dig a pit for the chosen, you fall in twice as deep. The louder they laugh, the harder they fall. Their schemes are like boomerangs. They always come flying back, but this time they hit harder than they ever expected. The weight of their jealousy will crush them, not because you fought back, but because karma never misses. Karma is a master architect of downfall, and it never rushes its work. The moment your enemies moved against you, whether through lies, manipulation, or petty sabotage, they unknowingly set their own traps. Their weapons of deceit were never meant to harm you. They were always designed to turn against them. That's the beauty of being chosen. The universe fights for you in ways that leave your enemies questioning everything they thought they controlled. Here's the bitter irony that karma delivers so perfectly. Their lies don't just collapse. They unravel in public, like threads pulling apart a mask they've worn for too long. The ones who once believed them, cheered for them, and mocked you by their side will watch as the truth blazes through the facade. And those same people, they'll turn their backs. Nothing burns more than a reputation set ablaze by its own fire. It's almost poetic how karma doesn't rely on you to seek revenge. You don't have to play their game or lower yourself to their level. While they're running circles, trying to block your blessings, you're still rising. Why? Because being chosen means you're protected in ways they can't comprehend. While they waste time digging pits, karma is ensuring they fall in, not once, but twice as deep as they imagined. Think of it like this. When they plot your downfall, it's like building a sandcastle on the edge of the ocean. The tide of karma always comes in, sweeping away their illusions of power and control. They can scramble all they want, but once the water rises, there's no stopping it. It's not revenge, it's a natural law of the universe. The energy they poured into their hatred rebounds with devastating precision. Maybe they wonder, why isn't this working? Why can't I bring them down? Because chosen ones are untouchable in the long game. Your spirit is fortified by something they'll never understand. Your purpose, your destiny, your resilience. That's why every attempt to harm you only strengthens you and weakens them. Their envy is like quicksand, pulling them deeper every time they lash out. And here's the kicker. Karma loves an audience. It's not just about balancing the scales, it's about delivering a message in full view of everyone who needs to see it. The same people they rallied to laugh at you, to doubt you, will witness their fall. Their lies will crumble in front of the very eyes they tried to deceive. That's the raw power of being chosen. You don't just survive their attacks, you thrive, and their failure becomes a public lesson. Your enemies will learn, but not in the way they'd hoped. Karma's justice isn't quiet or subtle. It's a symphony of consequences. It doesn't just hit them where it hurts. It ensures they can't escape the echoes of their own actions. And as their walls come crashing down, as their carefully crafted lies unravel, they're left with nothing but regret and the realization that they were their own worst enemy all along. Think of the power in this. You never had to chase revenge, never had to stoop to their level. You stood firm in your purpose, letting the universe do what it does best. That's the true strength of a chosen one. You're not just protected, you're elevated. Every attempt to harm you becomes a stepping stone for your greatness, and every lie they told becomes a nail in their own coffin. So let them watch, let them fume, let them wonder why their hatred has only led them to ruin. Karma has made sure their downfall is as loud as their schemes once were. Their regrets will echo longer than their laughter ever did. And you're still standing, still shining, still chosen. Because in the end, their failure is the masterpiece of karma, and your success is the brushstroke that completes it. Number 2. Their worst punishment is watching you win without breaking a sweat. There's no louder thunder than the sound of your silent success. Every step you take forward shakes the ground beneath their feet, forcing them to face the truth they can't escape. Your rise is their fall. There's no sharper punishment for your enemies than watching you thrive. Your success isn't just a personal triumph. It's karma's most poetic revenge. Every achievement you unlock is a glaring reminder of their own failures, and the harder they try to ignore it, the louder it becomes. It's not something you do to them, it's something they do to themselves. Your growth highlights their stagnation like a spotlight on their darkest corners. While you're out there breaking barriers, chasing goals, and embracing joy, they're stuck in the same loop of bitterness, jealousy, and self-inflicted misery. Your every move forward is a reflection of the life they could have had, if only they had chosen to focus on themselves instead of obsessing over you. Here's the brutal truth. They thought tearing you down would make them feel better, but instead, your success has become the mirror they can't avoid. Every time you celebrate a win, it forces them to confront how little progress they've made. Not because of you, but because they've spent so much energy trying to stop your shine. And the irony? They're the ones keeping themselves stuck. Think about it. Every milestone you reach is a reminder of the time they wasted. Every joyful moment you experience is a weight pressing down on their regrets. They could have been building, growing, and thriving, but instead they chose envy, and now they're paying the price. This is the beauty of karma. It doesn't always strike with a dramatic blow. Sometimes it works quietly, letting them sit in the agony of their own choices. Your peace, your progress, and your happiness are the very things they tried to deny you, and now they can't escape the truth. Their jealousy didn't harm you, it only exposed their own insecurities. And here's what stings them the most. Your success doesn't even have to be loud. You don't have to throw it in their faces or seek validation. The fact that you're moving forward, unbothered and focused, is punishment enough. Every small victory, every moment of peace, every genuine smile on your face, it all cuts deeper than any words ever could. They'll never admit it, but your success haunts them. Not because of what you have, but because it's a constant reminder of everything they don't. They're stuck measuring their worth against yours, and the more you accomplish, the heavier that burden becomes. While you're living your life, they're trapped in a cycle of envy that only grows stronger with every step you take. Karma doesn't need to deliver a dramatic downfall for them. Your continued rise is the punishment they'll carry with them every day. The longer you succeed, the more they're forced to confront their own inaction, their wasted time, and the toxic energy they poured into trying to stop you. So, chosen one, keep going. Your growth, your peace, and your joy are more than just rewards for your efforts. They're the justice your enemies will feel every time they see you winning. Let them watch. Let them wonder. Let them stew in the irony that their jealousy wasn't your downfall. It was theirs. Karma doesn't have to lift a finger when your success says everything. Number 3. Their apologies will be too late, and the damage will be forever. The bridges they burned can never be rebuilt. Their apologies are like whispers in a hurricane, too weak, too late, and utterly powerless to undo the storm they created. Karma doesn't play games when it comes to delivering consequences. By the time your enemies realize the depth of their mistakes, the damage will already be carved into their lives like an unhealing wound. They'll come to you with apologies, hoping to patch things up, but their remorse will be like rain on parched earth that can no longer absorb it. Their regret may be genuine, but karma makes sure it arrives long after it matters. Every betrayal, every lie, every scheme they crafted to harm you, those actions weren't just fleeting mistakes. They were permanent stains, and no amount of late-night apologies or teary-eyed confessions will erase the consequences. Karma makes sure of that. It doesn't allow for quick fixes or redemption on their terms. Instead, it leaves them to sit in the wreckage they created, haunted by the realization that their actions have become irreversible. By the time they summon the courage to admit their wrongs, you will have already moved far beyond them. The person you were when they betrayed you, that version of you no longer exists. You've grown, evolved, and risen above their toxicity. And when they finally come to apologize, you'll barely feel the sting of their past actions because your life will be so much greater without them in it. Their words will feel hollow, not because you're unforgiving, but because you've outgrown the space where their apology could have held meaning. Karma doesn't offer them an easy escape. It doesn't let them sweep their mistakes under the rug with a simple, "I'm sorry." No, their punishment is far deeper than that. It's in the constant reminder of what they've lost, the relationships they destroyed, the trust they can never regain, the opportunities they let slip through their fingers because they were too consumed by their own bitterness. Their regret becomes a weight they carry for the rest of their lives, a shadow that never leaves. And here's the harsh truth. Their apology isn't for you, it's for themselves. It's an acknowledgement of what they did, a desperate attempt to find relief from the guilt they've been drowning in. But karma ensures that relief never comes. The emotional distance between you and them will be insurmountable, and no amount of words, no matter how sincere, will ever close that gap. They'll have to live with the scars of their own actions, replaying the moments they chose wrong, wishing they could go back and rewrite their choices. But karma is a strict teacher. It doesn't just deliver consequences. It ensures that the regret becomes a permanent fixture in their lives, a constant reminder of what they destroyed with their own hands. By the time they're ready to apologize, their words will be nothing more than echoes of what could have been. You'll have moved on, stronger and more unshakable than ever, while they remain trapped in the prison of their own remorse. And that, chosen one, is how karma ensures that the lesson sticks forever. Number 4. Karma teaches the arrogant that respect isn't optional, it's survival. The higher their arrogance, the harder their fall. Karma doesn't just humble them, it reshapes their reality until they have no choice but to bow to the truth. Respect is the currency of survival, and without it, they're bankrupt. There's something poetic about how karma dismantles arrogance. Those who act out of jealousy and spite operate under the delusion that they're untouchable, as if their actions will never catch up with them. But karma is a quiet architect of consequences, and it never rushes. It knows exactly when and how to strike, forcing them to face the bitter reality they've been avoiding. When they see you, steadfast, thriving, unbothered by their pettiness, it shatters their illusion of power. Every lie they told, every scheme they plotted, every attempt to drag you into their mess becomes meaningless as you continue to rise. They start to realize that your strength isn't just a shield, it's a mirror reflecting their own insecurities. And as the contrast between your dignity and their bitterness grows, so does their discomfort. What makes karma's lesson so powerful is that you don't need to lift a finger to teach it. You don't need revenge, and you don't need to stoop to their level. The universe does the heavy lifting, putting your resilience and growth on full display while they remain stuck, drowning in their own envy. They expected you to crumble, to react, to lose focus. Instead, they watch as you achieve everything they tried to block, and more. Your success becomes undeniable. It's built on perseverance, hard work, and self-respect, not on tearing others down. And deep down, they know it. They may never admit it out loud, but they feel it in every failure, every opportunity they've missed, because they were too consumed by their own jealousy. Their pettiness was a leash, chaining them to mediocrity while you kept moving forward. That realization isn't just humbling, it's devastating. Karma doesn't stop there. It forces them to reflect on themselves, whether they want to or not. They'll begin to see that their actions didn't just harm you, they sabotaged their own growth. Every ounce of energy spent trying to dim your light could have been used to improve their own lives. Instead, they're left with nothing but the weight of regret, watching as you succeed on the very path they tried to block. This is where the ultimate truth sets in. Respect is no longer a choice. It's the only way forward. Not because they've suddenly become your biggest fan, but because they can't deny the power of your approach. Your ability to rise without resorting to their tactics is a lesson they can't ignore. They'll come to understand that the arrogance they clung to was their greatest weakness, while your respect for yourself became your greatest strength. For you, it's a silent victory, a testament to the power of staying true to your purpose. For them, it's a loud, uncomfortable reckoning. Karma doesn't just humble them, it rewrites their understanding of power, showing them that respect isn't just earned, it's required. And that's a truth they'll carry with them, whether they like it or not. Number 5. Karma's clock strikes when they least expect it. The slowest blade cuts the deepest. Karma doesn't rush. It watches, waits, and when it finally strikes, it doesn't just wound. It shatters everything they thought they had under control. Karma is the ultimate strategist. It never acts out of haste or emotion. Instead, it moves with precision, calculating the perfect moment to make its move. Unlike your enemies, who scramble and rush to sabotage you, karma takes its time, quietly waiting while they unknowingly dig their own graves. That's the beauty of karma. It doesn't just balance the scales, it makes sure the fall is as spectacular as the climb was arrogant. Here's the irony. While they think they're winning, while they're smug in their belief that their lies and schemes have worked, karma is silently setting the stage. It lets them grow comfortable, even arrogant in their victories. Maybe they've convinced themselves that their actions have no consequences, that their manipulation and jealousy have gone unnoticed. But karma knows better. It waits for the moment when they're at their most complacent, their most secure, because that's when the blow lands hardest. Imagine this. Just when they're celebrating, when they think they've successfully hurt you or gotten ahead, karma steps in. It doesn't just nudge them off balance, it sweeps the ground out from under their feet. It's not random, it's not an accident. Karma's timing is intentional, ensuring the impact is not just felt, but remembered. That's what makes its justice so brutal. It leaves them reeling, their confidence shattered, their arrogance replaced with regret. And when it strikes, it doesn't just inconvenience them, it changes everything. Karma hits where it hurts the most. It could be a missed opportunity they'll never get back, the loss of someone's trust they'll never regain, or the crumbling of a reputation they worked so hard to build on lies. Whatever the hit, it's perfectly tailored to force them to confront their actions, to see their reflection in the consequences they tried so hard to avoid. This isn't about petty revenge. Karma's goal isn't to embarrass them, it's to teach them. A slap on the wrist won't cut it. Karma waits for the moment when its lesson will scar, not just sting. It's the kind of reckoning that forces them to stop and ask themselves, how did I get here? And the answer will always lead them back to their own choices, their own schemes, their own bitterness. And while they're picking up the pieces, consumed by the chaos they created, you're thriving. Karma ensures that the chosen ones remain untouched, unbothered, and unshaken. Your success continues to climb, an unyielding reminder of how their attempts to harm you only fueled your fire. The contrast is stark. You rise while they fall, and no one can deny the poetic justice in that. Karma's timing isn't just a secret weapon, it's a masterpiece. It transforms what could have been a minor consequence into a defining moment, one that leaves an indelible mark. So let them scheme, let them plot, let them think they've won. Karma may move slowly, but its wheels always turn true. And when they do, they leave no doubt about who was really in control all along. Number 6. Jealousy is alone. They can't afford, and karma is the ruthless collector. Jealousy is like signing a contract with karma in invisible ink. It feels good in the moment, but when the bill comes due, the price will break them. Envy doesn't ruin your life, it bankrupts theirs. Jealousy is one of the most dangerous games they'll ever play, and the stakes are higher than they realize. Every time your enemies let that bitterness fester inside them, they're not just toying with emotion, they're building a debt. The cruel irony. Karma is the collector, and it never forgets. The price of envy isn't just steep, it's crushing, and the interest keeps piling up until they're drowning in it. They think their jealousy is harmless, a fleeting indulgence. Maybe they convince themselves it's normal, something they can keep under control. But jealousy isn't just a feeling, it's a toxin. It infects every part of their lives, spreading through their thoughts like a slow poison. It clouds their judgment, ruins their peace, and slowly destroys any chance of true happiness. And the most ironic part, the harm they wish for you never reaches its target. It bounces back, growing stronger until it turns their own lives into chaos. Picture this. Every lie they spread about you, every scheme they plot, every bitter word they mutter behind your back. It's like they're planting seeds in their own garden. But instead of flowers, they're growing weeds. The same jealousy that drives them to act against you also locks them into a cycle they can't escape. Their obsession with tearing you down blinds them to their own growth. While they're watching your every move, hoping to see you fail, they're missing every opportunity to build something worthwhile for themselves. And you're untouchable. Their gossip doesn't derail your purpose. Their shade doesn't dim your light. In fact, every bit of energy they spend hating you becomes fuel for your rise. That's the power of being chosen. They can't stop your progress, no matter how hard they try. It's like a fire they keep feeding, only to realize it's warming you while it burns them. But karma? Oh, karma plays the long game. It doesn't rush to punish them. No, it lets them stew in their misery first. It lets them live with the consequences of their jealousy, watching as their peace erodes, their friendships crumble, and their opportunities slip away. Their own bitterness becomes a cage, and they don't even realize they're the ones holding the key. Every time they let envy guide their actions, they're tightening the chains around themselves. Here's the hard truth they refuse to see. Jealousy isn't just destructive, it's self-inflicted. It's like drinking poison and expecting you to feel the effects. While they're busy comparing themselves to you, resenting your success, and plotting against you, they're only sabotaging their own lives. It's a slow decay, and by the time they realize what's happening, it's too late. They're stuck, watching you thrive while their own world falls apart. And when karma finally steps in, it doesn't hold back. It doesn't need to. The damage was already done by their own hand. Karma just makes sure they feel every ounce of regret, every pang of loss, every missed opportunity they were too blind to see because they were too focused on you. The friendships they destroyed with their bitterness, the time they wasted feeding their envy, the self-respect they lost along the way, it all comes crashing down, and there's no escaping it. They thought their jealousy was hurting you, but in reality, it was building the walls of their own prison. And karma? She's the one who locked the door and walked away. The cage they built out of bitterness, envy, and spite becomes their reality, and they're left to sit in it, wondering how they got there. The beauty of being chosen is that their envy can't touch you. You rise, regardless of their schemes. Your light blinds them, no matter how hard they try to dim it. That's why they can't stand you, chosen one. It's not just your success. It's the way their jealousy bounces off of you and boomerangs right back at them. So let them envy, let them gossip, let them plot. Their energy only fuels your progress, while they stay stuck in the quicksand of their own making. Karma doesn't forget, and it doesn't forgive. It's a collector, and when the time comes, it ensures they pay the price with interest. That's the lesson they'll never forget. Jealousy doesn't just cost them peace, it bankrupts their entire world. Number 7. The harder they push, the higher karma lifts you. Every stone they throw becomes part of the ladder you climb. Their jealousy is like a windstorm. It tries to knock you down, but only makes your roots grow deeper and your branches stretch higher. Here's the thing your enemies will never understand. Every move they make to tear you down is only building you up. Karma has this poetic way of flipping the script on their intentions. The negativity they pour into trying to stop you becomes the fuel that propels you forward. The lies they spread, they sharpen your resilience, the roadblocks they set. They teach you to navigate new paths, ones they could never even imagine. It's almost laughable. The harder they push, the stronger you become. Every bit of energy they waste plotting against you is unknowingly handed over to you as a gift. Their hatred becomes your inspiration, their doubts your motivation. And the best part, they don't even realize they're doing you a favor. While they obsess over you, their own growth comes to a screeching halt. They're too busy trying to block your blessings to realize they've forfeited their own. Meanwhile, You're out here thriving, adapting, and evolving into someone they could never compete with. Every step they take to sabotage you only paves the way for you to rise higher, and karma doesn't let them miss the show. No, it makes sure they're front and center to witness your success. They'll see the same obstacles they threw in your way turn into stepping stones beneath your feet. Their jealousy becomes the very reason you're miles ahead of them, and there's no denying the bitter truth. The harder they tried to destroy you, the more powerful they made you. Think about it. Every time they speak your name, even with bad intentions, they amplify your presence. Their gossip spreads your story further than you could have yourself. Their attempts to undermine you force you to become more strategic, more focused, more resilient. It's like they're handing you the blueprint to your success while sabotaging their own foundation. And here's the irony they'll never see coming. Their jealousy doesn't destroy you, it destroys them. While you're climbing higher, they're stuck in a cycle of bitterness, blinded by their obsession with you. Their inability to focus on their own growth leaves them stagnant, watching from the sidelines as you rise above every challenge they threw your way. This isn't just karma at work, it's artistry. Karma isn't content with just teaching them a lesson. It uses your success as a masterpiece of poetic justice. You become the proof that no amount of envy, no scheme, no attempt to block your light can stop someone destined to shine. So let them push, let them plot, let them try. Every move they make only amplifies your power and diminishes theirs. The harder they push, the higher you rise, leaving them to realize far too late that their energy wasn't your downfall, it was your fuel. Number 8. Karma speaks in silence, and its echoes are deafening. The loudest punishments come without a single sound. Karma doesn't need applause or announcements. It operates like a shadow, unseen but undeniable, dismantling everything your enemies thought was untouchable. Karma's most ruthless weapon is its silence. It doesn't come crashing in like thunder or put on a show for the world to see. No, it works quietly with surgical precision, dismantling the plans of those who dared to harm you. There's no need for fireworks or dramatic declarations. Karma prefers to let its retribution unfold in ways so subtle they don't even realize what's happening until it's too late. Your enemies might wake up one day and wonder why everything feels like it's slipping through their fingers. Their opportunities seem to vanish before they can grab them. Their relationships, once so carefully curated, start to crack under the weight of their own actions. And as the chaos builds, they're left standing in the rubble of their own creation, wondering how it all fell apart. That's the brilliance of karma. It doesn't have to announce itself. It works in whispers, but the results are devastating. The beauty of silent retribution lies in its subtlety. It doesn't humiliate them publicly or create dramatic scenes. Instead, it targets what matters most to them. Maybe their career suddenly stalls, leaving them scrambling to recover. Maybe their lies are exposed at the worst possible moment, forcing them to face the consequences. Or maybe it's something even simpler, like a creeping sense of dissatisfaction and failure that follows them everywhere they go, like an unwelcome shadow. Whatever form it takes, karma makes sure the lesson is personal, precise, and unforgettable. And here's the poetic part. They don't even realize that their suffering is the result of their own actions. They're left questioning, overthinking, wondering what went wrong. Why is their life unraveling? Why can't they seem to find peace? The answer is simple. They planted the seeds of their own destruction when they chose to harm you. And karma, ever patient and precise, simply let those seeds grow. What makes silent retribution even more satisfying is that no one else has to know. While your enemies are drowning in their own misery, you're free to live your life in peace, untouched and unbothered. You don't have to seek revenge or even lift a finger. Karma does the work for you, quietly but thoroughly, ensuring that balance is restored without any noise or drama. It's not about grand gestures or public humiliation. Karma is far more elegant than that. It operates with a quiet, ruthless efficiency, delivering justice in a way that leaves no room for doubt. The lesson is profound, and the consequences are inescapable. Your enemies thought they were clever, but karma is always one step ahead. It doesn't forget, and it never misses. Their downfall is inevitable, not because you fought back, but because karma wove their own actions into the perfect storm of consequences. And as they struggle in silence, you stand tall, shining brighter than ever. Karma doesn't need an audience or applause. Its power lies in its quiet, calculated delivery of justice. And in that silence, the truth becomes undeniable. Everyone, eventually, gets exactly what they deserve. Number 9. The chains of obsession are their own undoing. When you spend your days staring at someone else's fire, you forget to tend your own. Obsession is the flame that burns the envious alive, and karma makes sure the heat is unbearable. Jealousy, when left unchecked, grows into an all-consuming obsession, and for your enemies, this obsession becomes the very trap that destroys them. They think their endless fixation on you, on your life, your success, your every move, is a weapon. What they don't see is that they're pointing it straight at themselves. Their unhealthy focus drains their energy, clouds their judgment, and keeps them stuck in the same bitter cycle. Every thought they waste on you is a missed moment for themselves. While they're busy plotting your downfall, you're out there moving forward, taking bold steps and growing stronger every day. Their obsession becomes a prison, with walls built out of their own insecurity and envy. They watch you shine, and instead of using that as inspiration, they let it fester, turning their admiration into bitterness. They don't realize that their constant attention is doing nothing to dim your light. In fact, it's making it shine brighter. The irony is delicious. The more they focus on you, the more they lose themselves. It's like they're stuck in quicksand. Every bit of energy they throw into watching you only pulls them deeper into their own misery. They replay the same toxic thoughts on a loop, obsessing over your victories while their own lives stay stagnant. It's not you that's holding them back. It's their inability to look away. And here's where karma steps in, with effortless precision. Karma doesn't need to lift a finger to punish them. Their own obsession does all the work. It becomes a black hole, swallowing their potential, their focus, their peace of mind. They can't see the opportunities slipping through their fingers because they're too busy peeking over the fence at yours. Relationships deteriorate under the weight of their negativity. Their dreams gather dust while they pour everything into tearing you down. Meanwhile, you're thriving. Your progress doesn't stop because of their envy. In fact, their obsession fuels you in ways they can't even comprehend. They're unintentionally amplifying your presence, giving you free energy while depleting their own. And when they finally look around, they'll see a life that feels empty and stagnant, while yours is a testament to growth and success. This is the ultimate karmic twist. Their fixation on you doesn't harm you, it only sabotages them. All the time they spent trying to drag you down was time they could have used to rise. But they couldn't see past their obsession. Karma doesn't just balance the scales, it delivers clarity in the most brutal way. One day, they'll understand. You were never the problem. The real battle was always within themselves. And by the time they realize it, it'll be too late. They'll be left staring at the life they let slip through their fingers while watching you live the one they only dreamed of. That's karma's masterpiece, turning their obsession into the anchor that keeps them stuck, while you soar to heights they'll never reach. Number 10. Karma shines a spotlight on their cracks while you keep rising. A cracked mask can't hide the truth forever. The harder they try to tear you down, the brighter karma's light exposes every flaw they've tried to conceal. Jealousy isn't power. It's weakness dressed in desperation. Jealousy is nothing but insecurity wearing a cheap disguise, and karma has a way of ripping that mask off for everyone to see. Your enemies don't envy you because of what you have. They envy you because you embody everything they feel they're missing. Every attempt they make to harm you, every snide comment or underhanded action, is just a projection of their own frustrations. But here's the thing, karma doesn't let them hide behind their facade for long. It starts quietly, like a whisper they can't ignore, growing louder until it's deafening. The cracks in their carefully constructed lives begin to show. Their jealousy, once kept under wraps, starts to spill out, revealing the fragile foundation they've been trying so hard to keep intact. Maybe it's their fear of failure, their deep-seated insecurity, or their inability to find joy in their own lives. Whatever the weakness, karma shines a spotlight on it, amplifying it until it's impossible for them and everyone else to ignore. The lies they told about you to gain validation, they boomerang right back, unraveling in the most humiliating ways. Their bitterness becomes as visible as a storm cloud hanging over them, and the people they once rallied to their side start to see through the act. They're left exposed, their true intentions glaringly obvious. And the worst part? They can't blame you or anyone else for it. Karma ensures that every crack, every flaw, every insecurity they tried to bury rises to the surface for the world to see. Meanwhile, you're thriving. While they're busy unraveling, consumed by their own jealousy, you're out there building, rising and shining brighter than ever. You're the living proof of what true resilience, confidence and focus look like. Every move you make becomes a silent lesson, a constant reminder of everything they could have achieved if they'd only looked inward instead of wasting energy trying to bring you down. This is where the lesson hits the hardest. They begin to realize that their jealousy didn't hurt you. It only exposed them. The energy they poured into sabotaging you could have been spent fixing the cracks in their own lives. Instead, they've only widened those cracks, leaving themselves vulnerable and isolated. Karma doesn't just show them their weaknesses, it forces them to face those weaknesses head-on, with no escape. The irony is brutal. The same envy they thought gave them power becomes their undoing. The very person they tried to undermine, you, becomes a mirror of what they could have been if they'd chosen self-improvement over spite. Every success of yours, every step forward, becomes a reflection of their missed opportunities. Karma's lessons are harsh, but fair. It doesn't just punish, it teaches. It reveals the truth they tried to avoid and forces them to confront it. And in the end, they're left with nothing but the realization that their downfall was never caused by you. It was written in the cracks they refused to repair. Number 11. Karma's backfire is the boomerang they never see coming. The arrows they shoot at you don't just miss their mark. They ricochet with brutal precision, piercing their own armor. The harder they try to harm you, the deeper their wounds will be. That's karma's poetry in motion. Karma has a signature move, and it's ruthless. The backfire effect is her masterpiece, a boomerang with razor-sharp edges that always finds its way home. It's almost laughable how your enemies convince themselves they're untouchable. They scheme, they spread lies, they move with calculated malice, believing their moves are flawless. But karma? She's quietly watching, letting them dig their own graves with every underhanded act. Every rumor they start, every opportunity they try to snatch away from you, it all circles back in ways they could never anticipate. That lie they told to tarnish your name, it ends up revealing their true nature. The door they slammed in your face, it swings open for you but locks tight on them. The beauty of karma's backfire isn't just in its precision, it's in its timing. It waits for the moment when they're at their most smug, most confident in their victory, and then it strikes with the force of a freight train. Here's the irony they'll never understand. Their own actions are their downfall. Karma doesn't need to conjure misfortune out of thin air. She simply amplifies the energy they put out and hands it right back to them. It's poetic, really. The harm they wished for you becomes the very poison that corrodes their own lives. And the best part? They rarely see it coming. Imagine this. They're celebrating, gloating, maybe even laughing at what they think is your failure. But just as quickly as their joy begins, it shatters. The rumors they spread to damage your reputation end up boomeranging back, exposing them as the frauds they are. That job or opportunity they tried to sabotage, it becomes the one thing they desperately needed but can no longer reach. It's almost as if karma is saying, this is what happens when you play dirty with the chosen ones. What makes the backfire so satisfying is its unpredictability. It strikes in ways they can't control. Maybe their schemes lead to a string of professional failures, as their true colors are exposed to the very people they sought to impress. Maybe their personal lives start crumbling, with friendships and relationships falling apart under the weight of their negativity. To the outside world, it might look like a string of bad luck. But you and I both know better. It's karma doing what she does best. Karma doesn't need violence, chaos, or loud proclamations to deliver justice. The backfire effect is subtle but devastating, ensuring that every action meant to harm you becomes their undoing. And the lesson is always crystal clear. You can't build success on someone else's downfall. Every time they tried to hurt you, they were laying the foundation for their own destruction. So, chosen ones, keep standing tall. Let them throw their stones and sharpen their knives. While they waste their energy plotting, karma is patiently crafting their reckoning. The harder they push against you, the harder they'll fall when the backfire hits. And trust me, it will hit, precisely, mercilessly, and when they least expect it. That's the power of karma. It never forgets, it never forgives, and it always ensures they reap exactly what they've sown. Number 12. Karma turns the tables. You become the lesson they can't escape. The greatest punishment for your enemies is not your revenge, it's watching you thrive. Without a word, you become the mirror that forces them to confront the ugliness of their actions. A silent teacher they never asked for, but desperately needed. It's one of life's most poetic twists. The very people who tried to break you end up learning their most profound lessons from your resilience. While they schemed, plotted, and hoped for your downfall, you became the example they needed to see. Karma doesn't just hand out consequences, it weaves a masterpiece of irony, making you the teacher they never expected, but absolutely deserved. Think about it. While they were busy focusing on your every move, hoping for your failure, you rose above it all. Their gossip didn't break you. Their envy didn't dim your light. Their attempts to derail you only sharpened your focus. And the lesson they learned, that your strength, your dignity, and your ability to thrive despite their attacks are far more powerful than their bitterness. You didn't just survive, you thrived, and in doing so, you became their silent instructor. The beauty of karma is in its precision. It doesn't need you to lift a finger or seek revenge. It turns the tables effortlessly, showing your enemies the very flaws that drove them to target you. Your resilience becomes a mirror that reflects their insecurities and weaknesses. They're forced to see how their actions were rooted in fear, jealousy, and a lack of self-worth. Whether they want to admit it or not, karma uses you to hold up that mirror, and the reflection is impossible to ignore. What makes this lesson even more powerful is your intention, or rather, the lack of it. You weren't out to teach them anything. You didn't stoop to their level or waste your energy on proving them wrong. You stayed focused on your own growth, your own path, and that's what hit them the hardest. While they were consumed by negativity, you were busy building a life they could only envy from afar. Karma is a masterful teacher, and it doesn't need loud revenge or public spectacle to make its point. It uses your quiet strength, your perseverance, and your refusal to engage in their games as the most effective tools for change. Your life becomes the lesson they never saw coming, a real-life example of what it means to rise above pettiness and bitterness. They may never thank you, they may never admit it out loud, but in their hearts, they know. They know your resilience taught them more about life, integrity, and self-worth than any words ever could. They see now that attacking others doesn't lead to happiness or fulfillment. It only leads to emptiness. And your refusal to let their actions define you forced them to confront the truth. They need to grow. Karma's genius lies in this subtlety. It doesn't need to destroy them to make a point. It uses your rise as the quiet, undeniable proof that the only way forward is through change. You became the teacher they deserved, not by trying, but simply by being. You lived your truth, and that was enough to rewrite their narrative. So let them watch. Let them wrestle with their regrets and realizations. Your strength, your success, and your unwavering path are the only lessons they'll ever need. Without a single word, you've taught them the most powerful truth of all. Growth begins not by tearing others down, but by building yourself up. And there you have it, chosen ones, the undeniable truth about karma's precision and your unstoppable power. Your resilience, your rise, and your ability to thrive despite the odds are the ultimate revenge and the ultimate lesson. Let karma work its magic while you stay focused on your purpose, because your enemy's downfall is already written. If this message resonated with you, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to hear it. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to embrace your strength and rise even higher. Let's keep shining. Be careful whose wings you try to clip, for one day they might soar high enough to cast shadows over your entire world. That's the thing about being chosen. It's not a title, it's a force, a storm that can't be silenced or stopped. When you've been doubted, disrespected, or cast aside, it doesn't destroy you, it sharpens you. Like steel forged in fire, the pain and rejection don't break you, they make you unbreakable. Before we dive in, don't forget to like this video and subscribe. Because chosen ones don't just watch from the sidelines. We build, we rise, and we conquer together. Let's awaken your spirit. The truth about being chosen is this: it haunts your enemies like a ghost they can't outrun. Your presence is the reminder of what they underestimated, the living proof of the power they tried to crush. You weren't their priority. You weren't even on their radar. But what they didn't know is that the stone they rejected wasn't just a stone. It was the foundation of something they can't escape. You see, chosen ones have a power most can't comprehend. It's not handed to you. It's grown, layer by layer, from every moment of pain, rejection, and betrayal. While they laughed, you learned. While they looked down on you, you grew taller. Every dismissal was a spark, and every insult was fuel. And now the fire is roaring, and they're choking on the smoke of their own arrogance. Imagine this. You were the one they scoffed at, the one they turned their back on. You were the one who didn't fit their mold, didn't match their expectations, didn't play by their rules. They saw your quiet struggle as weakness. They saw your patience as irrelevance. But what they failed to understand is that the struggle was your preparation, and your patience was your weapon. The power of the chosen one is silent at first, like a seed growing underground. They don't see the roots digging deep, pulling strength from the earth. But when the tree rises, it towers over everything around it. That's you, rising now, stronger than they ever thought possible. They can't escape the shadow of your growth, and it terrifies them. And here's the kicker. They can't undo what's done. The choices they made, the bridges they burned, the chances they had to stand with you, all gone. Now they see the cost. It's a weight they can't lift, a reality they can't ignore. They see the strength you've built, the victories you've claimed, and they're left wondering how they could have been so blind. But it's too late for them. The world is different now. You're not playing their game anymore. You've created your own path, and it's lined with the lessons they unwillingly taught you. You don't need their approval. You don't need their validation. The power of being chosen is knowing you were built for something bigger than their small minds and limited visions could ever grasp. So to the chosen ones, keep rising, keep proving them wrong. Let your presence remind them of what they lost when they overlooked you. Let your victories scream the truth louder than their excuses. You don't just survive, you thrive. And you do it with a quiet vengeance that speaks volumes. You're not just a reminder of their mistakes. You're a reckoning. Because, in the end, they'll have to face the fact that the mountain they thought they owned belongs to you now. And every step you take leaves them haunted by what they could never be. And thank you. Yes, you, the chosen one. Your presence here isn't by accident. Whether you've just found us or you've been riding this journey from the start, you're part of something unstoppable. If you're ready to rise, to show the world exactly what happens when they underestimate the chosen one, then smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a number 77 in the comments to claim your power. And now, let's break it down piece by piece. Trust me, if you truly are the chosen one, you'll feel it. This pull to stay till the end. Let's get started. Number 1. While you slept on me, I built the storm that now keeps you awake. They thought your silence meant surrender. They thought your stillness meant stagnation. But let's set the record straight. Your silence wasn't compliance, it was strategy. While they were busy dismissing you, you were crafting something they could never prepare for. The power of being chosen is this. You don't need noise to make an impact. Real power grows in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Every time they laughed, mocked, or doubted, they unknowingly handed you a weapon, a piece of fuel for the fire they didn't see coming. Every insult was like the wind, stoking the embers of your determination, and every cold shoulder taught you to rely on your own warmth. That's the thing about being underestimated. It's like planting a seed in the dark. No one sees it growing until it breaks through the surface, unrelenting, unstoppable. Let's be clear. Their ignorance wasn't a reflection of your worth, but of their own blindness. They saw what they wanted to see, boxed you into their limited perception, and labeled you with their fears. But chosen ones don't fit into their tidy little narratives. While they lived comfortably within their delusions, you were outgrowing every limit they placed on you. Imagine this, a storm gathering quietly over the horizon, unnoticed until it's directly overhead, shaking the ground beneath them. That's you. Your quiet transformation was the storm they never saw coming. You weren't still, you were sharpening your edge. You weren't silent, you were learning their weaknesses. They thought your setbacks meant you'd given up, but chosen ones don't crumble. You fall, you rise, and when you rise, it's higher than before. They didn't realize every failure you faced wasn't a step backward, but the foundation of a comeback that would leave them reeling. And now the transformation they ignored is the nightmare they can't escape. You're not the person they dismissed. You're someone entirely beyond their comprehension. They can't rewrite the past. They can't unsee the truth of what you've become. All they can do now is sit in the front row, watching the rise of the very person they cast aside, while the weight of their misjudgment suffocates them. Here's the reality. Their dismissal wasn't the nail in your coffin. It was the spark that lit the fire inside you. They thought their indifference would break you, but instead, it became your greatest asset. You didn't just survive in their absence, you thrived. And now your silence haunts them because it speaks louder than any words ever could. What they failed to understand is that being chosen is more than just a title. It's a destiny. Chosen ones don't rise because it's easy. They rise because it's necessary. You didn't wait for them to believe in you. You believed in yourself. And that's the kind of power that leaves them trembling. They thought they were winning while you were quiet, but here's the truth they'll never admit. Your silence wasn't for them. It was for you. It was the space you needed to grow, to master, to build. It was the armor you were forging, the path you were paving, the power you were cultivating. Now they see the cost of how they treated you. It's in every success you achieve, every step you take, and every ounce of strength you've gained. They see it in your confidence, in the way you walk into the room without needing their approval, in the way your victories shine like a mirror, reflecting all the ways they underestimated you. This is their reckoning, chosen one. Your transformation is the proof of what they couldn't see and the reality they can't ignore. They taught you how to rise by pushing you down, and now they're stuck watching as you claim the power they tried to bury. Remember this, the silence they mistook for weakness was your greatest weapon. The rejection they thought would break you became the platform for your rise. And now they know, too late, that there's no going back. You are the storm they never saw coming, the power they'll never understand, and the reckoning they'll never escape. Number 2, the loudest thunder comes from the storm they thought would pass in silence. Revenge may be best served cold, but this time it's served loud and unapologetically. This isn't about quiet victories tucked away in the shadows. This is about success so bold, so undeniable, that it demands attention even from those who once dismissed you. They wanted you to fade into the background, but now your light is so bright, it blinds them. The ones who doubted you, who sneered behind your back, or conveniently overlooked you, now have front row seats to a reality they never expected. Your success doesn't tiptoe around their egos. It roars in their faces, drowning out every whisper of doubt they ever muttered about you. This isn't just revenge. This is a reckoning, and the sound of it echoes far beyond their comfort zones. The irony, you don't need their validation anymore. But here's the twist. Your success demands their attention anyway. Every move you make now, every step you take forward, is a glaring reminder of how wrong they were. It's not just about achieving your goals, it's about the very visibility of your triumph. The person they mocked and underestimated is now the person they can't stop watching, and it eats at them every single day. Imagine this. They thought they were writing the ending of your story, a tale of failure and mediocrity. Instead, you've turned it into a masterpiece of resilience, strength, and glory. You've rewritten every chapter, and now they're left flipping through the pages, scrambling to understand how the narrative slipped so far out of their control. Your success isn't just loud, it's deafening. Every accomplishment you achieve silences another one of their doubts. Every victory you claim drowns out the memory of their dismissive laughter. They can't ignore you anymore. They can't brush you aside like an afterthought. You've grown too big, too bold, too undeniable to be contained by the small minds that once sought to define you. What stings the most for them isn't just your rise. It's the fact that they played a role in fueling it. Every insult, every rejection, every cold shoulder, they all became bricks in the foundation of your success. They thought they were tearing you down, but they were handing you the tools to build something greater than they could ever imagine. And now, the structure you've built towers over everything they stand for, casting a shadow they can't escape. They wanted you to stay small, to remain in the box they tried to place you in. But chosen ones don't fit into boxes. They break them. They shatter the walls, climb higher, and rise above the limitations others tried to impose. And now, your success is their constant reminder of what they failed to see, of what they tried and failed to suppress. You're not doing this for them, but the result looks a lot like it. That's the ultimate power move, isn't it? You've outgrown the need for revenge, yet your success hits harder than any act of retaliation ever could. It's not spite that drives you, it's purpose. It's the fire of knowing you were destined for something greater, something they could never comprehend. They can't rewrite the past. They can't undo the moments they chose to overlook you, to belittle you, to stand in your way. Now, all they can do is watch as you thrive in a way that makes their silence deafening. The very person they tried to dismiss is now impossible to ignore. You've shifted the narrative. This is no longer their story to tell. It's yours. And the beauty of it is that you don't owe them a single explanation. Your victories speak for themselves. Every milestone is a declaration. Every achievement a reminder that their doubt was never a reflection of your worth, but of their inability to see greatness when it was right in front of them. Success, when it's loud, is a symphony they can't escape. It drowns out their whispers, silences their doubts, and replaces their laughter with stunned disbelief. The cost of underestimating you is clear now, and it's a price they'll pay for the rest of their lives. So here you are, chosen one, standing tall, thriving, and unrelenting. Your rise is the roar of a lion they once thought was a lamb. They wanted you to disappear, but instead you became the storm. And now, the sound of your success is all they can hear. Number 3. The scars they overlooked became the armor they can't pierce. They saw your struggles and called them weaknesses. They saw your pain and assumed you'd crumble. What they never understood is that every scar they ignored was a badge of resilience, each one etched into your soul as proof of battles fought and won. While they mocked, dismissed, or outright forgot you, you were quietly building a foundation from the very things they thought would destroy you. And now, those unseen struggles have transformed into visible triumphs they can't escape. Every late night spent in silence, grinding away while they laughed or turned their backs, is now painted across the masterpiece of your success. They didn't see the moments when you wanted to give up. when the weight of the world was crushing you, and you had to find strength in reserves you didn't even know you had. They didn't hear the silence of your battles fought alone, or the whispers of self-doubt you overcame in the dead of night. What they saw as your failures were actually your building blocks. Every tear, every sacrifice, every ounce of effort they ignored has become the fuel behind the undeniable force you are today. They were so busy watching you fall, they never realized you were learning how to rise. They thought their dismissal would bury you, but instead, it gave you the space to become untouchable. The irony now? Your success didn't just come in spite of their neglect. It came because of it. They handed you the freedom to sharpen your edge, to cultivate a version of yourself they'd never be able to predict or control. Their doubt was your teacher, their dismissal your opportunity. And now they can't ignore what's in front of them. A triumph so loud it shakes the very ground they stand on. They finally see it, the cost of their underestimation. It's written in every step you take, in every scar that now glows with the strength of someone who not only survived, but thrived. While they lived in comfort, laughing at the sidelines of your life, you were forging something greater. They thought the pain they inflicted would stop you, but they didn't understand that the fire they lit inside you would consume every obstacle in your way. The scars they ignored aren't marks of weakness, they're battle cries. They scream of endurance, transformation, and the kind of strength that can't be faked or replicated. Those marks are proof of what it costs to rise above, and now they have no choice but to face it. They see the depth of what you endured, and with it comes the stark reality that they underestimated something they couldn't possibly comprehend. The beauty of this transformation is that it's all out in the open now. The victories they never thought you'd achieve are no longer private celebrations. They're public declarations, shining brightly and unapologetically for the world to see. Your every success casts a long shadow over their ignorance, forcing them to confront their role in underestimating you. They wanted you to fade into obscurity, but instead, you turned your struggles into stepping stones. You climbed higher with every setback, and now the view from the top is something they can only dream of. Every insult they threw your way, every moment they disregarded your potential, is now a weight they carry, because they can't undo the part they played in your story. And here's the thing, you don't owe them an explanation. Your triumphs speak louder than any words ever could. Your resilience, your success, your scars, they are the answer to every doubt they had about you. The very things they tried to ignore are now the spotlight shining directly on their blindness. They see the cost now, and it's a bitter truth they'll never forget. They see the effort they ignored, the resilience they overlooked, and the potential they couldn't comprehend. And it haunts them, because the person they tried to leave behind has become someone they can't look away from. Chosen one, your journey is no longer invisible. It's a blazing path of triumph that demands recognition. And while they sit in the audience watching you thrive, you walk forward knowing this: their dismissal didn't break you, it built you. Their doubt didn't stop you, it fueled you. And now they'll carry the weight of their misjudgment forever. You carry nothing but the strength you've earned, the scars that empowered you, and the triumphs that define you. Let them watch. Let them see the cost of how they treated you. You've turned every unseen struggle into a visible triumph, and they'll never forget it. Number 4. They thought they knew you. Now they're second-guessing everything. Doubting you was easy for them. It was a way for them to hold on to their sense of superiority, to convince themselves they were right. They placed you in a box, labeled you as small, incapable, unworthy of their attention, and they thought they had you figured out. It made them comfortable. They believed their judgment was flawless. After all, you were nothing more than an afterthought to them, a person they could dismiss without a second glance. But now, as they watch you rise, the reality is setting in, and it's not just regret they're feeling, it's something deeper, darker. It's self-doubt. They never imagined this. They thought you were a blip, a nobody destined to stay stuck, forgotten in the corners of their world. But every step you take, every victory you claim, forces them to confront something they weren't prepared for. The truth that they were wrong. Not just about you, but about their entire ability to judge and assess what was right in front of them. How could they have been so blind? How could they have missed the power you held? They thought you were nothing. Now, they can't stop asking themselves, what else have I been wrong about? Their doubt in you has become a mirror, reflecting their own insecurities and misjudgments. They didn't just underestimate you, they underestimated themselves. Their confidence, once so unshakable, now feels fragile. They thought they were sharp, perceptive, capable of seeing through people, of knowing who would succeed and who wouldn't. But you've exposed the flaw in their thinking. They can no longer escape the nagging realization that they missed the brilliance in you. And that's a haunting thought. It leaves them questioning everything they've ever believed about their own abilities to judge character, to see potential, to truly understand what's in front of them. It's not just about you anymore, it's about them. The ripple effect of their misjudgment has created a deep crack in the foundation of their confidence. They underestimated you, and now they can't escape the whispers of doubt that follow them every time they make a decision, every time they trust their judgment. The questions don't stop. The what-ifs haunt them. The "how could I have been so wrong" echoes in their minds like an endless loop. And the best part, this chaos, this self-doubt, it's all self-inflicted. Their dismissal of you wasn't just a mistake, it's a mistake they now have to live with forever. Every success you achieve, every victory you claim, is another nail in the coffin of their confidence. Their doubts about you have shifted into doubts about their own capabilities, and they're stuck in the loop of trying to understand where it all went wrong. But here's the truth. They'll never truly escape it. The cost of underestimating you isn't just missing out on your potential, it's realizing that they didn't see what was right in front of them. And that will haunt them for a long time. You've become a reminder of their flawed perception, a walking testament to how wrong they were. Your success is their self-inflicted punishment, a constant mirror reflecting their arrogance, their ignorance, and their inability to see greatness when it was sitting right there, in front of them all along. They doubted you, and now the real cost has hit them, because in doubting you, they doubted themselves. And that's a burden they will carry forever. Number 5. They laughed at you. Now they can't look away. Once you were nothing more than a punchline to them. They laughed at your dreams, scoffed at your efforts, and made sure to remind you time and time again that in their eyes you'd never measure up. You were the underdog, the person they thought wasn't even worth noticing, the one who would always remain a supporting character in the story of their lives. They didn't even think you deserved a second thought. But every great story has a twist. And this one? This one is all yours. While they were busy dismissing you, laughing at your ambition, you were busy building the plot twist they never saw coming. You turned their mockery into motivation, their ridicule into rocket fuel. They didn't realize that every sneer, every condescending laugh was simply laying the foundation for your rise. While they focused on their own comfort and superiority, you were working, learning, evolving and preparing to prove them all wrong. They never expected you to rise. In fact, they were so sure of your failure, they thought they had written you out of the script completely. They assumed the story would go on without you. Unimportant, insignificant. But now you've taken center stage. And the narrative? It's nothing like they imagined. The irony hits hard. The very people who thought you were a joke are now the ones watching in disbelief as you rewrite the rules. They were so consumed with laughing at you that they never saw the plot unfolding beneath their feet. They didn't realize that every laugh, every dismissive comment was setting the stage for their own humiliation. And now they can't look away. You've gone from the person they mocked to the one they can't stop talking about. The punchline they clung to has turned into their regret. Every moment they thought they had control of the narrative now feels like a distant memory, because the plot twist they never saw coming is the new version of you that they're struggling to comprehend. But here's the thing, it's not just success you're living, it's poetic justice. You didn't rise to prove them wrong. You rose because you were always meant to. You were always destined for greatness, and their laughter was nothing more than background noise in your story. The mockery they made of you? It's a footnote now, barely remembered in the shadow of the life you've built. The jokes on them, and the punchline? It's the empire you're building, an empire they never saw coming, far beyond anything they could have ever imagined. They thought they were the ones writing the story, but you've proven that the best stories are the ones where the underdog becomes the hero, where the laughable dream turns into the undeniable reality. So, let them sit there in disbelief. Let them scramble to understand how the person they counted out has become the one they can't escape. Your story is yours, chosen one, and it's far from over. What they thought was the punchline is just the beginning of the real plot twist they'll never live down. Number 6. Your success isn't just a victory. It's a reality check they can't ignore. Your success does more than lift you higher. It forces those who doubted you to confront the very truths they tried to avoid. They thought they knew you, thought they had you figured out. They saw your potential as nothing more than a fleeting moment, not worth their time, not worth their faith. They prided themselves on their judgment, confident in their ability to dismiss you. But now, your achievements are the mirror they can't look away from, a brutal reflection of their own failure. Each milestone you hit, each barrier you break, each success you achieve, exposes the gaps in their understanding. It's no longer just about you, it's about them. Your rise reveals their ignorance, their short-sightedness, their inability to see the strength you held all along. What they mistook for weakness, you turned into the fire that forged your success. And now, that success is showing them just how wrong they were. They didn't just fail to support you, they failed to see you for what you really were. They overlooked the potential right in front of them, blinded by their own arrogance and narrow perspective. And now they have no choice but to confront the truth that their dismissal wasn't just an error, it was their downfall. Your success isn't something that can be ignored or swept under the rug. It's not happening in the background anymore. It's front and center, impossible to escape. They see your rise, they see your impact, and it's a reality they can't deny. Every time they see you move forward, they are forced to ask themselves, how did I misjudge this person so completely? This is the power of success. It's not just a celebration of what you've done, but a mirror that reflects back on those who doubted you. It shows them their flaws, their failures, their inability to see greatness when it was staring them in the face. They thought they had all the answers, but now your success is the question they can't ignore. It makes them confront their own limitations. Were they too arrogant to see you as you truly were? Too blind to recognize your potential? Too insecure to believe in someone else's rise? Those are questions they'll never truly want to answer, but your success demands that they try. And that's the beauty of it. It's not your job to give them the answers. They have to find them on their own. But they can't escape the truth of what you've become. Your success speaks volumes, loud enough for everyone to hear. You don't need to boast or shout to make a statement. Your accomplishments carry the weight of truth all on their own. In the end, your success isn't just about you. It's a reckoning for those who doubted, those who dismissed you, those who couldn't see your worth. Your triumphs are a reminder of their inability to see greatness when it stood right in front of them. And no matter how hard they try, they can't escape the reality staring them in the face. The mirror your success holds up to them isn't just a reflection. It's a reckoning they'll have to live with for as long as they refuse to acknowledge it. Number 7. They tried to bury you. Instead, they planted the seed of your rise. Every insult they threw your way, every idea they dismissed, every moment they belittled your potential, they thought they were breaking you. They thought their words, their judgments, could silence you, could keep you small, keep you in your place. But what they didn't realize was that with every harsh word, every cold shoulder, and every act of disrespect, they were unknowingly handing you the very tools you needed to rise. Every attack wasn't a setback, it was fuel. Every rejection didn't weaken you, it made you stronger. What they didn't understand is that they weren't shattering your spirit, they were sharpening it. Their doubt didn't define your limits, it ignited your fire. And that fire burned away every trace of insecurity they tried to plant inside you. Instead of folding under their criticism, you grew more determined. You transformed their rejection into the rocket fuel that launched you higher, pushed you further, and made you impossible to stop. The truth? They thought they were building walls, but they were really paving your path. They didn't see it, but every attempt they made to hold you back only made you more relentless. Each insult they threw was a stepping stone, each dismissal another layer of armor. They couldn't see what they were creating. They thought their negativity could crush you, but all it did was make you stronger, more focused, and more prepared for what was to come. What they didn't realize is that they weren't building barriers. They were giving you the foundation you needed to become untouchable. Their doubt was the soil, and you, chosen one, were the seed they didn't think would grow. They underestimated your ability to adapt, to rise from the ashes of their ignorance. But now they see the tree that's grown from their misguided attempts to stop you. Each insult they hurled at you made your skin thicker, your resolve stronger. Each rejection they imposed on you became the very fuel that fed your growth. While they thought they were suffocating you, they were actually giving you the room to bloom, to evolve into someone who couldn't be overlooked or undermined. They never saw it coming. They thought their actions were keeping you down. But what they were really doing was forcing you to become someone unstoppable. The very strength they feared is now visible in everything you've accomplished. The confidence they mocked is now the driving force behind every step you take forward. And the success they doubted is now a living, breathing reality that they can't ignore. Now, the version of you they see isn't the one they tried to silence. It's the version forged in the fire of every attempt to break you, every obstacle they thought they could place in your way. And that version of you, it's unstoppable. It's the person they never believed in, and now they're forced to watch as you rise to heights they could never have imagined. They built your path. They paved the way to your success. And now they're left with nothing but the echo of their own ignorance. as you soar beyond what they ever thought was possible. Number 8. They wanted you to chase their approval. Now they're chasing your shadow. Here's the plot twist they never saw coming. You no longer care about proving them wrong. That burning need to show them your worth? It's gone, replaced by something far more powerful: indifference. You've reached the point where their opinions no longer have any hold over you. Their doubts, their judgment, their attempts to limit you, all irrelevant. They thought you needed their validation, but now you don't even think about them. What you've built, what you've earned, and who you've become are yours alone. And that's the part they never prepared for. They thought you'd always be chasing after them, craving a seat at their table, waiting for that fleeting moment where they'd finally recognize your worth. But you've outgrown that need entirely. Their approval is no longer your goal. It's your own growth, your own vision, and your own success that matter now. The power dynamic has shifted. You've taken the reins, and they're left scrambling on the sidelines, irrelevant to your story. It's ironic, really. Their dismissal of you once fueled your fire. Every no they gave you was the spark that set you alight. But now, you've reached a place where you don't even consider them. They expected you to revolve your life around their acceptance, to constantly prove you belonged in their world. But here's the reality. You've moved so far beyond them that they don't even register in your decision-making anymore. And that's where the real victory lies. The freedom that comes with no longer needing to prove anything to anyone. The freedom to live your life on your own terms, driven by your own goals. Your ambitions are yours alone. Their judgment is a whisper in the background, drowned out by the roar of your own self-belief. They wanted you to feel small, but instead, you've built a life so big, so extraordinary, that it can't be contained by their narrow views. Now, as they sit on the sidelines, watching your rise from a distance, they realize they've lost the game. They thought they could define your worth, but you've gone ahead and redefined the game entirely. Their expectations were always too small for you, and you've shown them just how irrelevant their opinions truly are. The real triumph, the ultimate victory, is not in proving them wrong. It's in realizing that you don't need to prove anything at all. You've reached a point where your life speaks louder than any words they could ever say. You've stopped playing by their rules, and in doing so, you've already won. The luxury of proving nothing is the final blow to their egos. They wanted you to live for their approval, but you've learned to live for yourself. Your growth, your achievements, your journey, it all stands as a testament to everything they overlooked, dismissed, and misunderstood. And now, the truth is clear. You've left them behind. Their role in your story has ended, and you've already claimed the victory. Number 9. The higher you rise, the harder they fall behind. They thought your dreams were too big. They laughed at your ambition, scoffed at your vision, and told you that the life you imagined was far beyond your reach. They dismissed you, your goals, your future, as impossible. They were comfortable in their small world, secure in their belief that you'd never rise above the bottom they tried to keep you in. But now, they're stuck watching from below, and the harsh reality is sinking in. They can't reach you anymore. What stings more than your success itself is the crushing realization that they can't touch what you've built. They assumed your rise would never happen, that you'd be stuck where they wanted you, stuck where they thought you belonged. But now, you're soaring above them, higher than they ever thought possible, and there's no ladder tall enough for them to climb to meet you. They thought they were untouchable at the top, but now they're helpless, watching as you leave them behind. The truth is, the success you've achieved isn't just a personal victory. It's a reminder to them of their narrow vision. They mocked you, they underestimated you, and now they're forced to watch as everything they thought was impossible for you becomes your reality. The life they once thought was out of reach for someone like you is now exactly where you stand, and it's too late for them to catch up. The real pain isn't your success, it's the powerlessness that comes with it. Every step you take forward is a step further away from the place they thought you'd always stay. They wanted to see you fail, to watch you struggle, but now they're left powerless, staring at a version of reality they can't touch. The dreams they laughed at, they're yours now. The goals they thought were unreachable, they're your daily achievements. And the worst part for them, they can't even try to attain it because the distance between where they are and where you've risen to is too vast. Your success isn't just about what you've achieved. It's a constant reminder that they never saw the greatness in you. It's a reminder that their vision was limited, that they didn't believe in you when it mattered most. Now, they're left with nothing but regret and the painful realization that the very life they thought they'd never have to share with you is now yours and theirs to only watch from below. And the hardest truth for them to swallow, the fact that they're powerless to change it. They had their chance to stand beside you, to see your worth, but now they're left staring at a life they can never attain. Their doubt became their prison, and your rise became their punishment. Every step forward for you is a reminder that the world they thought they owned is slipping through their fingers, and there's nothing they can do to get it back. So, let them watch. Let them see what their disbelief has cost them. The higher you rise, the harder they'll fall behind, and the weight of watching you succeed from below will be the heaviest burden they'll carry. Number 10. Every door they slammed became the key to your rise. Every no they threw your way, every door they slammed in your face wasn't an obstacle, it was a weapon, a tool they unknowingly handed you to carve your own path. They thought they were shutting you down, keeping you small, making sure you stayed in line with their vision of what you could be. What they didn't realize is that with every rejection, they were pushing you further away from their limits, straight into the realm of your true potential. They built walls around you, believing they could contain your growth, believing their no would stop you from reaching higher. But those walls weren't a barrier, they were a ladder, each brick providing the foundation for your ascent. Every time they thought they were holding you back, they were actually fueling your rise. At first, sure, it may have felt like defeat. Every slammed door might have stung, each "you're not enough" echoing in your mind. But look at you now. Those rejections were the catalyst for something bigger. They didn't break you, they made you unbreakable. You didn't need their approval or their validation to succeed. You needed their opposition. Their resistance was the grindstone sharpening your resolve, pushing you to think beyond their limitations, to dream bigger than they ever could. Each rejection became a fuel for your fire. Every no they handed you was another reason to prove that you didn't need their permission to achieve greatness. They thought they were closing doors on you, but all they did was teach you how to open new ones. They underestimated the power in your ability to adapt, to find another way, to keep pushing when they thought you would quit. The irony here? They believed their power to deny you would limit your growth, when in fact, it was the exact thing that made you unstoppable. With every closed door, you found another path to forge ahead. They thought they were stopping you, but they were just handing you the keys to your success. Now look at you, standing on the other side of every obstacle they put in your way. Every door they closed on you has turned into a triumph, a victory so sweet it stings them harder than their rejection ever could. You didn't need their support, their approval, or their validation. to rise. All you needed was their opposition, because it was that opposition that ignited the fire inside you, pushing you further and faster than they could ever hold you back. And now they're left watching as you soar. Every door they slammed in your face became the very thing that opened your eyes to your own power, your own ability to break through any wall they tried to build. They thought they were limiting you, but in the end, they only gave you the strength to rise above. You've reached heights they never thought possible, and you didn't need them for a single step of it. You did it despite them, and now they can only watch as you leave them behind, soaring far beyond their reach. Number 11. Their words are now the chains that keep them locked in their own failure. They thought their words were weapons, sharp enough to cut you down, to put you in your place. Every sarcastic jab, every dismissive sneer, every phrase meant to belittle you. They used them to try and shrink your potential. But what they didn't realize is that their words didn't just land on you. No, those words, meant to knock you down, have now become the very chains that bind them to their own failure. Every insult, every word thrown your way with the intent to dismiss, to judge, to mock, those words echo in their minds now, not with the sting of power, but as a constant reminder of their misjudgment. What was once meant to diminish you is now a daily reminder of how wrong they were about you. They thought they could break you with their words, but now they're the ones trapped by them. What they didn't know is that the very words they used to keep you in your place have become the soundtrack of their own regret. They thought they were clever, quick to mock your ambitions, to laugh off your ideas, and to dismiss your dreams as unrealistic. But now, each one of those words is a prison, chaining them to their own narrow-mindedness. Every time they hear their own voices echoing, every time they remember what they said, they're forced to face the painful truth. They were wrong about you, and they can't escape it. These weren't just words of mockery anymore. They are the bars of their own cell. Their doubt, their disregard for your potential has transformed into a self-imposed prison. They can't outrun it. They can't pretend it didn't happen. Those words, once meant to hurt, now serve as a constant reminder of their failure to see what you were truly capable of. They thought they were in control, sitting on their thrones of superiority while you were the one who didn't measure up. But now, your rise has turned their arrogance into a heavy weight they carry with them everywhere. And the beauty of it? Those words, once used to diminish you, now only fuel your growth. They're the proof of how far you've come, how much stronger you are than they ever imagined. While you've moved on, thriving, achieving, succeeding in ways they never thought possible, they're stuck. Their words follow them, shackling them to a moment they can't undo. Every time they hear their own doubts about you, every time they replay their own mockery, they're reminded of the force you've become. They can't escape it, because every reminder of their past cruelty is now a reflection of their failure. In the end, their words weren't just an attack on you. They were a curse they cast upon themselves. They underestimated you, dismissed you, laughed at you, and tried to break you with their words. But in doing so, they've become prisoners of their own skepticism, locked in a cell of regret and self-doubt. You've moved forward, rising above, and they're left behind, forever chained to the very words they used to hold you down. And no matter how hard they try, they'll never escape the truth of how they misjudged the power that was always within you. Number 12. The cost of doubt is a debt they'll never pay off. They thought they were the architects of your destiny. They believed their approval was the key to your success, their support the foundation you needed to rise. They underestimated your resilience, convinced that their rejection, their dismissive attitude, and their indifference would break you. But what they failed to grasp is that you were never dependent on their validation. You were always capable of more than they could ever see, and every doubt they cast on you only fueled your drive to prove them wrong. You weren't waiting for them to believe in you because deep down, you always knew your own worth. Their opinions were irrelevant to the vision you had for yourself, and what they couldn't see, the quiet power of your persistence, was the force that kept you moving forward when they wrote you off. They thought you'd stumble without their support, but what they failed to realize is that you were never building your success on their terms. You were building it on your own. They overestimated their importance in your journey, thinking that without their blessing, you wouldn't make it. But now, as you stand in a place they never thought possible, they're left holding something far more valuable than success. They're holding regret. The weight of their underestimation is heavy, and it's one they'll carry for the rest of their lives. Every time they doubted you, belittled you, or turned their back on you, they were laying the groundwork for their own regret. They thought their lack of belief would keep you down, but in reality, it only gave you more fuel to rise. Now, as you saw, they're left with the unrelenting question that haunts them. What if they had seen your potential? What if they hadn't dismissed you as insignificant? The truth is, they can never undo the damage they caused with their disbelief. They can't take back the time they wasted doubting you or the opportunities they denied you by dismissing your worth. And now, they're stuck with the weight of their own failure to recognize greatness when it was right in front of them. Regret, as they're learning the hard way, is a price that doesn't come with a receipt. They can't pay it off, and they can't erase it. Every time they think of you, every time they see you succeed, they'll remember the chances they didn't take, the support they didn't give. The what-ifs will linger in their minds like an unshakable shadow. And here's the best part, they can never escape it. The truth that they misjudged you will follow them like a ghost, haunting every decision they make. They had the chance to support you, to believe in you, but instead, they chose to doubt. And now, they'll spend their days wondering how different things could have been if they had seen your resilience for what it truly was. Regret is a heavy burden to carry, and it's one they'll never put down. They'll never forget the moment they could have believed in you. And now they'll live with the cost of that doubt forever. As the dust settles, the truth remains clear. Those who doubted you are left with nothing but the weight of their own misjudgment. Your rise, your strength, your success, they all serve as reminders of how wrong they were. But now, it's your time. The world is yours to conquer, and their regret is the price they'll pay forever. If you felt the power of being the chosen one, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop a number 77 in the comments to claim your victory. Share this with someone who needs to hear it. Let's keep rising together.